Kiana Davenport, The Lipstick Tree. From Story. They ran silently in single file, the bush so thick they moved by intuition. By morning they would be mist in their village, and by noon they would dwell in the mouths of elders as curses. Darkness hid a wall of matted spider-webs that flung them backward to the ground, and Kona wept because she was young and terrified. Eva comforted her, and they lay still, watching flying foxes like rags in brief ellipses through the trees. "We're going to die," Kona said. Eva shook her gently. "No, we're going to be famous." What she meant was that they were going to be remembered and hated. Smelling the stench from a nearby village, rotting vegetation, rancid pig fat, the smoke of old fires mixed with human and animal waste, reminded her of home. For a moment something buckled inside her, but Eva was strong, knowing whatever she would become, she was becoming now in flight. Through fog, lights flickered on the river. "They're hunting puk-puks," she whispered, guiding her cousin toward the banks of the Sepik, where torches danced. Exhausted, missing her bed of banana leaves, Kona slid down to earth and dozed. Eva sat beside her, watching men in dugouts poised with spears. Near mud flats, red glowing discs, crocodile eyes, blinked up at blazing pit-pit cane. In the dark, a man knew the size of a crocodile by the distance between the eyes. Once her father had killed a 7-foot puk-puk with only a bamboo spike. Its tail tasted like fish meat, and the hide brought a very good price. Now she lay back thinking of Agnes, whose clan belonged to her father's, so the girls had grown up like sisters. 2 years older than Eva, at 16, Agnes had married and borne her first son. Clan women had helped her build a small grass hut for birthing, staying nearby in the bush, shouting advice but keeping a distance when she went into labor. Touching her during childbirth would pollute their minds and hands, preventing them from looking at or cooking for their husbands. Observing the taboo of female blood, no man witnessed childbirth for fear of dying or going insane. Only Eva crept close that day, watching Agnes moan, squatting with her head in her hands. After several hours, she screamed. Seeing the baby's head pop out between her legs, Eva fainted. After the birth of her son, Agnes' head was shaved and dyed with scarlet seeds from the lipstick tree. When her boy was 4 years old, he was taken away, raised in the men's house so spells would not be cast on him by his mother. Agnes lived with the women in low pig houses made of pit-pit cane with thatched roofs. There the women slept in semicircles at the end of each hut, with pig stalls along one wall down the middle. When husbands felt the urge to mate, they called their wives into the bush, then returned to sleep in the men's house. Out of sorrow and terrible frustration, sometimes women fell asleep coddling piglets, even nursing them. Eva watched Agnes grow sway back from load-bearing and child-carrying and digging in the yam fields, while clan men lay around discussing bride prices, paybacks, and politics. Eva wondered if this was her future, a life of squatting in the bush, of hookworm and tattooed cheeks, and flesh caked with animal fat to ward off night chill and malarial mosquitoes. This was the legacy of the women of the Sepik, the 700-mile-long river coiling from northern slope mountain ranges in central New Guinea down through lowlands of the interior and out to the Pacific Ocean on the country's northeast coast. Just north of Australia, it was a country whites called Stone Age, the last unknown, where they were still addressed as Master and Mrs. Eva had been a bright child, crawling too early, walking and talking too soon. In primary mission school, she had taken each English word on her tongue like a sacrament. By secondary school, she saw that the white man's language was her passport to the outside world, but before she could even envision that world, one day she woke, bleeding. She was washed and oiled, adorned with shells and plumes of bird of paradise, and led into the center of the village. Though not beautiful, Eva was known to be clever and would graduate from secondary school. Her father proudly paraded her in front of village men, dark skin gleaming like wet bark, her kinky hair like luminous coils. "My daughter is now a woman ready for betrothal, intelligent, hard-working, and virtuous. Prepare your bride price, fatten your pigs, collect your salt wheels and gold-lipped pearl shells. Bring your offerings to our home. When Eva told Agnes she would soon marry, Agnes wept for her. Pray for a girl so you have something to love. On the night of Eva's first mating with her husband, and ever after, he whispered chants to protect him from the potency of the female who bled without being wounded, who gave birth to other humans, whose power could shrivel his unprotected soul. One day Eva watched Agnes with her second son, now 2 years old, walking toward the river, a slow serenity in her stride. She turned back once, waved to Eva through the trees, and plunged into the sepik. Eva dropped her digging stick and ran toward the river. Crocodiles sunning in the shallows lifted their heads, and in slow sighs stretched out chubby, childlike legs ending in claws. Pushing off from mudflats, they drifted, heads submerged. Agnes surfaced, holding her son up like an offering, and a large croc shot forward. Her head bobbed as the current swept her along. A shiver ran down the tail of the reptile as it lunged into the depths, then shot up with Agnes in its jaws. The sun floated momentarily, then was pulled under, water around them boiling red. Eva screamed and could not stop. Police arrived, shooting puk-puks from their launch, then slit their bellies wide. They found eels, herons, a brass trumpet, a camera, a Bible, a dog. They did not find Agnes or her child. The funeral feast continued for weeks, taking on the air of a celebration. Agnes' family, ghostly gray and mourning ash, received 6 slain pigs from her husband's family, plus yams and taros, bananas and sweet potatoes, the last installment of her bride price. After that, Eva wept each time her husband called her to the bush. 3 times she stole from her village and hid in the Lutheran mission church. "I don't want a child," she told the reverend's wife. "I don't want my head painted red like a slave." 3 times her husband, Ernest, dragged her home. The reverend's wife suggested Eva go away from her village to the large coastal town of Waywalk, north of where the Sepik met the Pacific Ocean. There she could study to become a nurse's aide, or one day even a nursing sister at the Lutheran Mission Hospital. "My husband will write you a letter of recommendation," she said. "You're very bright, Eva. There's nothing here for you." It was such a large idea, she needed time to think, to gather her nerve. By then she had graduated from secondary school and worked as a cleaning girl at the hotel in Sisiara, an old river station 2 swamps over from her village, that drew tourists and foreign traders looking for totemic masks and kunda drums made by local tribes. The hotel was clean but decrepit, 20 rooms with exploding wallpaper and rusted light switches. The owner was a burly Australian with the lashless eyes of a squid, reeking of insect repellent and cigars. Eva suspected, like all whites who settled in her country, he was full of unwholesome secrets. Yet he was married to a New Guinea woman as black as slate, whom he did not beat or scold, and when he talked to Eva he was kind. She had been working there several weeks when he took her aside. "You're a good worker and a smart girl. You savvy? But guests are going on about you." Eva stepped back, frightened. "Why, master, I do not steal." He sniffed, fluttering his nostrils. "Use a bit of scent now and again, or I shall have to let you go." Other cleaning girls showed her their bottles of deodorant. At the pharmacy, where jars were labeled for heartworm, for tapeworm, for malaria, she purchased a bottle with a pink roll-on top. That night she pulled it from her string bag, stroking it in the dark. She had never owned perfume. Next day she bathed in a stream and dreamily slid on the sticky wax that smelled like stale gardenias. Scouring a toilet bowl at the hotel, Eva ran her hands over the graceful curve of its belly, flushing it repeatedly. One day she stopped relieving herself in the bush. The toilet, like her new perfume, became a habit. Sometimes, changing barely wrinkled sheets, she thought of the plaited grass sleeping mats in her village, shared by humans and animals month after month until they shredded. She watched elders of her clan who bathed only when it rained, who wore white man's hand-me-downs until they turned to rags. She studied her mother, head bowed from a life of carrying her bilum, the string bag of burden, hanging down her back from a braided strap across her head. Through the decades she had carried infants in her bilum, firewood, arrows, and spears during tribal wars. Her mother had even fought in wars. She had never seen her bathe. Sometimes Eva buried her face in hotel bath towels, inhaling the wonderful odors, and thought affectionately of her grandmother in her short grass skirt, and her grandfather in his arse grass and banana leaf penis wrapper, and how they loosed in the air around them a rich, forlorn rottenness. Yet her grandfather could split the skull of a wild boar at 40 feet with a simple wooden arrow, and her grandmother had once hypnotized a python, dragging it home like a thick garden hose. What white woman could do that? One day Eva stood watching a cousin serve Australian expatriates in the dining room. The white men sat over lunch observing 2 educated natives discussing upcoming elections of a new Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea. The natives were eating pork ribs, loudly crunching the bones. On the walls overhead, photos of earlier days showed tribes of cannibals holding up shrunken heads. Nervously, the Aussies lit up cigarettes, exhaling profoundly, turning the pictures on the walls into dreams. Eva's tribe was descended from the people on the walls. She had once discussed it with her grandfather. "Do you remember eating human flesh when you were young, grandfather?" He answered slowly in pidgin. "Tiny got man belong kai small no more by and by, man full up." When there was man to eat, only a little bit would fill you up. "But you like kai white man?" Eva asked. "But you liked eating the flesh of the white man?" He shook his head, making a face. "Meat belong stink to us." She reflected sadly on how her people were now paid as waiters to serve the white men they once ate. She was 19 then, and one day she watched her grandmother, tiny as a pygmy, running down the road. Having borne 10 children, old age had come to her as a luxury. Never still, feet calloused and hard as horns, she was always scurrying off to market with yams or freshly caught bats and eels. "Grandmother," Eva asked, "are you happy?" The woman cocked her head like a bird as if considering the question, patted Eva's cheek, spat out a jet of betel nut juice, and went cackling and spinning down the road. Sometimes Eva found her squatting with other ancient women, teeth rotten, lips and gums like open wounds from chewing betel nut, weaving their bilums or pounding sago. Work was their life, what they took pride in. It was their only voice. She grew up listening to these women gossip in the fields, watching them help each other in childbirth and child burial. In the heads of each woman of each clan were libraries of encyclopedic lore, local legends, knowledge of plants and animals, and the 20 kinds of soil along the Sepik. These were the daughters of memory, the true prophets and seers who protected the fertility of the land. "They have power," the Reverend's wife said. "Their secret is they share. If you go into the white man's world, Eva, this is what you will miss. White women don't share." She had said it wistfully, and there was alcohol on her breath. The woman was Canadian, married to an Australian of Scottish descent, and they had lived on different missionary posts along the Sepik for over 10 years. Eva became her part-time mother's helper while she was in mission school, and she insisted Eva call her Margaret rather than Mrs. Only 15 years older than Eva, her face had already surrendered. Direly thin, she seemed to be wearing away. When there was news on the wireless of tribal wars in the Highlands and pack rapes by roving rascals, Margaret's face turned bloodless. This was when Eva noticed the smell of alcohol and suspected she had been too long away from her own kind. One night, half asleep in the pig house, Eva heard her husband call her name and followed him outside. Though he had gone to mission school like Eva, he had no curiosity about the world. Mostly he and his clanmen lounged in the house Tombaran, the spirit house, smoking and storytelling, or stalking the jungle for small game. The smell of beer was heavy on his breath as Ernest knelt over her. Undoing his shorts, he suddenly froze. She had not washed the deodorant from her underarms. His slap was like fire across her cheek. "You smell of white man," he cried. "How many you been sleeping with, whore?" He pummeled her stomach and chest with his fists, slapped her face repeatedly until she bled. Women carried her back to the pig house, rubbing her wounds with heated plant stems that numbed the pain. "You're taking on white man's ways," her mother said in the language of their tribe, "making your husband look like he have no bones." It was an old expression that meant a man was not a man. "Stay home in the fields, where you belong." "Why is it wrong to want to learn?" Eva cried. "My wages go to my husband and father, and still I am beaten." For 2 weeks she washed off the deodorant before she reached home. One day she forgot, and men sniffed as she passed them in her village. That night Ernest beat her again, leaving her bleeding in the bush. Slowly, painfully, she turned her head toward the sepik, just visible through the trees. Margaret told her that downriver 90 miles, where the sepik met the Pacific, was where the world began. Great coastal towns where ships the size of villages docked. Towns peopled with Anglos and Malaysians and Chinese, clanless places with no rules where a woman could become anything she wanted to be. Eva pictured herself in a place where no one would watch her, where she could slowly and carefully grow. But she was only 19. She had never even crossed the river. She rolled over in the dark. The hotel owner warned her twice, but she would not use deodorant again. Guests complained that she smelled like wildlife, and the day she was fired, she sat weeping in Margaret's kitchen. "Resign yourself," Margaret said softly, "or go away from here." "How?" Eva cried. "And why must I leave my people? Why can't things just change? I am not the only unhappy one. Why do you think Agnes gave herself to the Puk-Puks?" Margaret shuddered, looking longingly toward the cupboard where she kept a bottle. "My dear, don't you think I know? I watch your women giving up. Poison, the rivers, or they throw themselves over gorges taking their infants with them. 10 years of this, look at me. People think I'm 50. Her gaze drifted, then returned. "Stay here, Eva. Help me with the children. Then one day we'll take you to the mission hospital at Waywalk. You can begin medical training." She took her hand. "I could use the company." Eva was afraid. Moving into the mission house with Margaret and Reverend Burns would be desertion of her husband. Ernest would be shamed. Bad feelings would grow between the clans. He had borrowed pigs to pay Eva's bride price and had not yet paid it back. There would be tension between the Reverend and the villagers. Ernest might kidnap her, take her home, but not divorce her. He might take another wife. He could take many wives, and keep her as valuable labor. When she told him she had been fired, he beat her again. "You are my shame, a joke on me. You do not work in fields with the women, cannot hold a job with white men, cannot give me a child." She closed her eyes with each blow, hoping she was dying. Near dawn, someone gently lifted her head. "Be still," her cousin Kona whispered. "Elders forbid us to come for you. Your mother cried all night." She poured something bitter between Eva's lips, wiping insects from her wounds. Eva moaned, trying to stand. "I thought I died." "We'll both die here," Kona whispered. "Eva, you must help me run away. You're more clever than I. They're marrying me to a man who worked his last 2 wives to death." Kona was 15. Her beauty had drawn the attention of many suitors, pressing her father to name how many pigs and gold lip shells he required for her hand. For 5 days Eva lay feverish, infected wounds covered with medicinal leaves and plant stems. On the 6th day she went back to work in the fields, thinking constantly of Waywalk, wondering how she would be strong enough to leave her village. One day she stood by the river gathering kindling. Crocodiles were sunbathing on mud flats, and a large one turned, gazing at her, eyelids opening and closing voluptuously. Eva moved closer, and 3 Puk-Puks slid almost lazily into the water, floating invisibly but for their snouts. Only the large one remained, contemplating her. Suddenly it trembled from snout to tail, a terrible, prolonged shudder. She had often spied on Puk-Puks, the graceful, swirling water dance of their courtship. Her father said they fetched back millions of years, that they were as old as Earth itself, Revered by her people as patron saints of war and hunting, their heads were carved on weapons and prows of dug-out canoes. In initiation rites, men's bodies were scarred to resemble crocodile scales. Slowly she approached the huge reptile, moving into the water to her knees. Reaching her hand out, she felt an obsessive need to touch it, to stroke its head. It shuddered again, opened its jaws, and hugely, audibly, sighed. Eva splashed forward. "Agnes, is it you?" Recognizing the other, she was wrenched out of herself, and for a moment wondered if she were insane. Then slowly, thoughtfully, she rested her hand on its head, its scales like cold wet stones. "Are you finally at peace?" she whispered. "Oh, I am so much like you." The crocodile sighed again, its eyes fixed dreamily on Eva. "I will live for both of us," she whispered. "I will break away." 2 days later, elections were held for the new Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea. The man favored by the people lost. Suspecting rigged elections, natives rioted across the country. Stores were looted and burned, women raped by roving packs of rascals. 9 people were speared to death, one of them Margaret's husband, Reverend Burns, leaving a supply store upriver from Sisiara. By the time the news reached Eva, a police launch had already docked in town, but no one could penetrate the Reverend's house. Eva was there when they finally broke down the door. Inside it was like a tomb. Then Margaret's baby cried, and they found her and her 3 children hiding in a closet under clothes. She pointed a cocked revolver at the district chief of police, a big muscular native, and they saw she was gone, just gone. Hearing the news of her husband on the wireless, she had finally snapped. Eva moved through the crowd and knelt before her, talking softly about dinner and bathing the children and maybe a nice cool drink, until Margaret handed over the revolver like a child. Days later, a mile outside town where a coral airstrip had been left from World War II, a bush plane lifted her and her children out of the jungle, circling once over tribes wailing with grief. With Margaret gone, Eva felt her chance at another life was over. Resigned now, she watched clanwomen with bellies huge as if from deep, long inhalations. Each year, as rhythmically as the seasons, women swelled, then expelled their babies, had their heads shaved and their skulls dyed red. Sometimes infants in turn swelled, first feet, then legs and stomach, vomiting worms, the mother pulling them from the infant's throat as it suffocated and died. If not worms, then malaria, pneumonia. In 1 year, 23 infants had died. In a second inhalation, it seemed the women's bellies swelled again, and the cycle repeated itself, death and birth made routine by repetition. At night, in the fertile smell of the pig house, Eva felt larvae dropping from the thatched roof, insects gnawing, pigs snuffling. She held her head and wept. "You look at us with shame," her grandmother whispered. "No," she cried, "I only wanted to learn a better life." "It is all the same," the old woman said. "You learn new ways, this becomes that. But it is all the same." An older, childless couple settled into the mission, big, doughy Brits, at first too stunned to talk. Reverend Hart had florid skin punished by the sun. During services, a girdle of sweat grew steadily down his trousers. Sometimes his wife stood near Eva, wheezing, smelling of white shoe polish, and Eva knew they would not become friends. But one day the woman gave her an envelope with her name on it. "We found this in the desk with things they left behind. I know you helped Margaret with the children. Perhaps she left you something." Eva walked slowly along the river, stroking the white square in her pocket, her senses so altered the jungle came at her in twos. A snake choking down another snake, tails slamming in duet, a pig gnawing the skull of another pig, trees suckling each other, fighting for oxygen. She sat down in a broth of orange mist. It was a letter addressed to the director of the Lutheran Mission Hospital at Wewak, a friend of Margaret's husband, recommending Eva for internship there as medical aid. The letter was signed, but words were crossed out, as if Reverend Burns had planned to draft another version. "But it is signed," she cried, hugging the letter, and it seemed the jungle around her loosened its grip. Fog retreated, snow egrets rose in a column, and a dying sun on huge lotus lilies made the river a floating tapestry. Desperate, Eva sought out the hotel owner's wife, Suliana. She was from a village near the capital city of Port Moresby, where native women went to university and wore lip rouge, and even lived alone. Eva showed her the letter. "Please help me. I want to be a modern woman." Suliana smoked a cheroot and rubbed her wedding band. "I have watched you, Eva. You're a bright girl. If you leave, you can never come back." "Why?" she cried. "I don't want to give up my family forever." "You would return educated, wearing shoes. Your clan would still be wearing mud. What would you say to them? What would you talk about?" She shook her head. "The river flows one way. This I have learned." Finally, when she felt Eva was sure, she sent a runner downriver to a hamlet called Pundi. "That is where you will cross the Sepik." All of that week, the people of her village prepared for a sing-sing, officially welcoming the new reverend and his wife. That night would come back to Eva in memory and dreams, the rhythmical stamping and chanting of men drenched in pig fat, steaming like panthers, faces caked in reds and blues and yellows from plant dye and ash. Legs tasseled in cassowary feathers, crescents of gold-lit pearl shell blazing on their chests. In feathered headdresses and bone nose-plugs, they moved in waves to great thunking heartbeats of slit-gong drums, while women stood aside, swaying with their infants. For hours bodies whirled, voices chanted, finally climaxing in the sacrifice of the pigs, a prolonged baffling shower of blood and squeals. In the light of cane-grass torches, Reverend Hart and his wife lifted their heads and closed their eyes, as if waiting to be impaled. The night before, Eva had squatted beside her mother and grandmother watching them sleep. Her mother had slowly sat up, handing her a rag wrapped around a handsome gold-lit pearl shell carved in the shape of a crescent. This was precious currency. No words were exchanged, but she knew her daughter was going. Now Eva sat with her tribe in firelight, people glowing with the drippings of slaughter. She moved to her father, touching his arm ringed with boar tusks, his kinky hair exploding with trapped fireflies. He would be the angriest, the most unforgiving. She looked at Ernest. He would find better wives. Then she sat beside her grandfather, picking lice from his arse grass, snapping them between his nails. She asked him how the pig was, and he proudly held up a large hunk of pork, as if he had given birth to it. Belong me. All of this is mine." She wrapped her arms around his thin shoulders, hugging him, then turned toward her grandmother, squatting in a circle with her cronies, little sun-dried birds, thoughtfully smoking their pipes. When she was very young, her grandmother had dragged her through the bush at night to stare through the windows of a white man's house lit electrically by generator. They had stood there for hours until he tapped a switch, a miracle, dousing the mysterious light within. Her grandmother had clapped her hands to her mouth, gasping with fear and wonder. Now Eva looked at her and could not speak. The old woman shook her head, knowing, "You will see. This becomes that. It is all the same." She held her hands before her navel as if she'd caught a frog, then reached inside her waistband, drawing forth an object wrapped in cobwebs, pressing it on Eva. An ancient watch face, hands long gone, where rust and lice hung captive. She had carried it for years. "Time," she whispered, stroking the watch as if it contained Eva's future. Then she patted Eva's face and cried. She and Kona ran hard, in fog so thick the villages they passed were soft and blurred like velvet. Stopping for breath, they could still hear the chanting of their village. By now the drums had reached an otherworldly density, clans dancing with ancestral spirits. Kona suddenly fell to her knees, sobbing, "My family will be shamed. They'll slaughter my piglets, Apinum and Papa. There are no trees in the city, no mango and dragon plums. Who'll give us plant herbs when we're sick? Who'll give payback when we're insulted?" Eva shook her viciously. "You fool! Waywalk's a town, not a big city. There are trees and a marketplace. We're not going to Sydney across the bloody ocean. You will one day, Kona cried. What then will become of me? Eva dragged her forward, continuing downriver, avoiding swamps like aspic quivering in their path. They walked all night and slept all day in rain that resurrected sewage and woke beneath a dozing python, like giant bracelets hanging from a branch. Since noon, news of their runaway had echoed on slit gong drums through the jungle. They walked again the next night, paralleling the river, but avoiding the shore and possible search parties in dugouts from their tribe. Through the hours, Eva sustained herself on what Margaret had said, feed your mind, live up to your capacity. Then she remembered Suliana's words, you leave the Sepik, it never leaves you. On the third night they reached the village of Pondi, where a dugout would come to take them across the river. Hiding in the cleft of a banyan tree, they slept fitfully, finally so welted with mosquito bites they dived into the Sepik. The village was quiet, fast asleep, and in the darkness Eva saw the outline of a boy paddling a canoe. He drifted closer, calling her name. Yes, she cried, we are ready. She swam to shore, gathering her things, then waded to the dugout, pulling Kona behind her. But Kona was no longer there, her voice already drifting, calling back from shore, Forgive me, I am not brave enough. In the dark they heard her sobs. The boy stopped paddling, but Eva urged him from behind. Go, we must go on. If they were not across the river by first light, they would be intercepted. Eva's husband would take her back to her village as forced labor. Standing carefully, she took an oar, helping point the dugout toward deep waters. Stars shifted, the night deepened, and Kona's cries grew dim. The current fought them, pulling them downriver, so the trip across took almost all night. In that time, Eva fought against the ineffable softness of river fog, like second skin to her, knowing she would never again sleep beside the steamy breath of these waters, or hear the haunting, eerie insistence of bamboo flutes, or feel orphaned piglets draw tenderness from her like fluid. But no man would ever beat her again, of this she was sure. They paddled silently until contours grew out of the boy's black silhouette, and Eva saw it was a young woman near her age. Night eased, the shore stepped forward, and bats like huge brown pods hung quivering in trees of a village called Wara. The girl turned to her. You're safe. In another district. By running away to another district, she had officially divorced her husband. By divorcing him, she had renounced her clan. Stepping ashore, the girl pointed toward the jungle. Follow the dirt path up the mountain. 1 day's walk, you reach a rusting bunker. Downhill, another day, the coast. Climb the bunker, you'll see Waywalk, the Pacific Ocean. Between Wara and Waywalk lay 40 miles of swamp, flat bush country, jungle-covered mountain. Eva looked back at the Sepik, shaking, then flung herself against the girl. They held each other, then the girl stepped back. Hurry, my village wakes. Why did you do this? Eva whispered. For me, a stranger. It's too late for me, I have children. She handed her some local currency. Kina, from Suliana. Then she pushed her forward. Go, become something. For 2 hours, Eva moved swiftly, looking neither left nor right. She was bright and ambitious, she told herself. Waywalk would be easy. The only hard thing would be talking to people. Then she crawled under a bush and sobbed. At day's end, she reached the bunker. In the dark, she pulled an old sweater from her bilum, falling asleep wrapped in the smell of her childhood. At dawn she woke and climbed the bunker, a lookout point left from World War II. Fog slowly lifted, and looking down she shuddered. In the distance was Waywalk, tall, hard-edged buildings jangled with sunlight, a harbor suckled by giant ships. Beyond it, the Pacific, melting into the world. She thought of all the things ahead, shoes aching to be worn, shelves of books waiting to be read, and she was breathless. Beside a stream, she washed her face, smoothed her hair, and inventoried her bilum. The Reverend's letter of recommendation, a few kina, a gold-lit pearl shell. Deodorant, a rusty watch. She had never owned so much. She climbed to the top of the bunker again and studied the horizon, seeing herself decanted into the future, going even further than Waywalk. One day she would have her legs and cross the sea and walk boulevards of great cities. Asleep alone in the white man's world, she would dream of deep river and remembered soil and puk-puks dancing in the shallows. She would hear the kunda drums and smell the odor of her tribe, and she would wake in birdless dawns, knowing she lived only in the tears of the daughters of memory. Breaking a seed from a lipstick tree, she touched it to her mouth, delicately rouging her lips, then started down the mountain. Ian MacMillan, The Red House, from the Gettysburg Review. So maybe now it's down to the woods. I shoveled the gutters, washed milk pails. The way he looks now at the table, no wonder men in town call him the chimp. I'm going to the woods. A snort. Looks up from an oily dismantled carburetor on the plastic tablecloth, crisscrossed white and red, his creased stubbly face blank. Grins. Honey on your stinger? No, just walking. Sort of told him from the edge 3 times that it's the float lever shaft, that it's bent, or lost, or sheared off. But he won't pick up the clue, and so that old tractor won't ever work right. Right there in the operator's manual. But the last time he had that look, you say that once more and you'll lose some teeth. Out. The woodshed walls gray, melting, clabbered, sliding down toward the stone foundation, whose concrete melted long ago in snow and heat. Decay. Swished through the timothy down the hill toward the woods, a head bobbing with the rhythm of walking. Beyond the woods, more woods, dark rounded humps vanishing in the bluish haze. The chimp. Early in the summer he dragged a dead cow by a back leg to the back of the pasture, and the skin stripped where it slid over the rocky, dry soil, and it rotted there, melted in the sun into a lake of maggots, and the smell went all the way to town. Hey, what's that stink? I don't know. Turn. The house roof sags, rusted, corrugated sheeting, window frames bending away from square porch posts, leaning away from plumb. Decay. Beyond the house, the barn and stalls. Every year the chimp buys a piglet and raises it 9 months, and every year he cuts its throat in June and takes it to Mr. Evans to cut up, and in a week you look at a cooked rib and remember that you ran in the grass with the piglet, sweet-smelling and fast, who saw you and said hello with a heh low in his throat. That when it was 200 pounds you stood at the pen and it said heh, and you said you don't know nothing about your throat being cut. You don't know nothing, and I don't know nothing, and he don't know nothing, and on it goes, maggots and slit throats, summer into summer. Deanna Branch, just past the spring in the looming pine-needle-floored woods by the red house. The first time, walking toward the fence past the red house, and there the dense blue of jacket and white face, a smirk. Ooh, the chimp's kid. What you doing here? Red-faced. Just walkin'. Walkin' where? Nowhere. Just walkin' is all it is. The second time. Hey, what you got with this place? Nothin'. I was just here lookin' at the old house. Gonna rebuild it. First time that idea ever came. Gonna get me roofing. 2x4s, all that. Really? Third time. Hotter, and she was in the woods wearing a t-shirt and shorts. Sneakers, red puffballs above her heels. Hey, it's you again. Where's your hammer? When she moved, the breasts rolled inside there. When she turned, her breasts paused a split second before following her. Deanna Branch. Walking. Jounce, 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 flesh bouncing in gravity. Down the hill to the log road that vanishes into the trees, a dark tunnel lit at the opening by floating dust, like a mine entrance. The leafed tube leading to the red house. Granddaddy Chimp dead a long time. Decayed in the cemetery. Brothers, too, not dead, but gone 14 years, gone without saying anything into the service, and no letters or phone calls since. Can't write letters anyway. Chimp's kids can't read, like the Chimp and Mrs. Chimp can't read. Brother's gone 14 years, and the afterthought walking toward the leafed tunnel. Only strange dreamlike figures looming above when you were 2. But why? Because Jimmy has a scar on his leg from the thrust of a pitchfork when he was 12, because Ricky has a misshapen nose from the Chimp's fist when he was 13. Never saw that, though. Kids at school knew, because they are covered with scars from beatings, from being the Chimp's kids. The Chimp. Why? Because he is bow-legged and stocky and short and has long hairy arms. Because he has a long drooping face with a big lower lip. Because he slaps the shit out of anyone who drops anything. Because when he is mad he pinches the side so that you are caught in a nightmare of pain. Because he can't read, never could. Because he can't write a check, never could. Because he hates any kid in his house to read or go to school, even though when he takes his papers to the village to Mr. Steele, the postmaster, for Mr. Steele to do all his paperwork and taxes, his long drooping chimp face has on it a look of simpering helpless want. Well, here I am again, and by Jesus I can't figure this out, never could. And Mr. Steele says, "Aw, it ain't no trouble for me, Bob." Because even when he watched TV and words come on the screen, you better not practice like you did by reading them out loud, so you mouthed them softly to yourself. Just do it. Don't try this with any plugged-in razor. Buy now interest-free with low monthly payments. Speeds clocked on test track only. 3rd and 2. Into the tunnel. Cool, tree-smelling, with shafts of dusty light slanting to the rotted leaves. Just a few 100 yards, the bubbling spring with the lump of water in the middle, quickly changing shape with the upward current, a little like the fountain in the hall at school. The water cold, and another 50 yards, the red house. Not red now, red 50 years ago, but decayed now, perforated, clabbered, sliding like the woodshed. Sheet metal roofing full of holes through which thin spears of light come, dotting the rotted floor and the rusted stove. Weeks after the cow was dragged back there and the bloat was gone, the skin draped over the bones, the maggots glistening around the edges. A week later, a lake of them. And up behind the barn, the faint stain of the pig's blood. Heh, heh, heh. The spring, just off the log road hidden down in the dead leaves, tiny cliffs of green moss at the edges, a cone of clear water with the lump dancing in the middle. On knees and up it sweeps, dip and drink, the cold metallic water colder than at school. Hate school. Love school. Hate it for the smell of manure and turned milk and gasoline and pine sap in the clothes, the girls and boys sniffing insults behind the back. Hate it for the nurse who finds ticks in the scalp, nits in the hair, who puts gentian violet on impetigo so it is worn like a purple badge on the cheek. Hate it for the sound of their voices, hoo, 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 ha, and the monkey scratch of the ribs. Love it for the books, in the quiet study hall, words, 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 National Geographic, vertebrate paleontology, life beneath the sea. Best, the big dictionary. Precarious is an old silo about to tip over. Precarious is the chimp on the tractor on a side hill turning up so that one huge wheel leaves the ground for a split second. Unblemished is Deanna Branch's face. Unblemished is the lump of water dancing in the little conical pool. Words. And the chimp. You'll quit when you're 16 because I say so. You'll quit because I need the help, and that's all there is to it. You'll quit. Oh yes, the help. In May, Brownie had a shit-sodden tail, and you tied it by its long, wet-end hair to a pipe beam so you could milk her the cow who couldn't be milked by machine, and then you turned her out and she walked away from her tail and the sound of a metallic bong, leaving it hanging tied there, dark empty skin, the cow walking out with a thin red stick for a tail, slick and sharp at the end. And the beating went on for 5 minutes. I forgot. Strap, fist, some with a little piece of 2x4. I forgot. A kick in the ribs that still leaves a shadow all this time, bloody nose and hair pulled out. Oh yes, the help. No more school. Nothing. Only a medical book out of the dumpster behind the bus garage that last day, hidden now in the red house because the chimp won't have it. The family medical guide. Waste of time. A lot of goddamn idling. Cutaways of human bodies and pictures of acne and clubfoot and rickets. The chimp, probably. And uteruses and vaginas and penises and livers and spinal columns and hearts. Pictures of different kinds of decay. Rheumatoid arthritis and cancer and something of the liver. Uh-oh, the body's precarious health. How many thousands of miles of veins and arteries? How many crucial organs floating in that tissue? The heart, auricles and ventricles and valves and arteries as thick as garden hoses. Even the chimp has them. Blood goes from the auricle to the ventricle. Words. Only 50 yards up through the trees, the red house, the tangled brush surrounding the foundation, the overgrown roses and burdocks, the faint impressions near the front where wagons once sat. Inside the house, rotted furniture on the sagging floor, kitchen things, and in a bedroom or maybe some kind of pantry, a box, and inside the box, the medical guide. A kind of flutter in the chest. Words. Peritonitis, plasma, pelvis, prenatal, duodenum, dilation, deltoid. Deanna Branch. As many miles of veins and arteries as the body of the chimp's kid, a uterus and mammary glands, a heart with 4 chambers, a stomach leading to a small intestine, and after that to a large intestine, the whole thing a slick, glisteny 24 feet long. Suppose you stretched one human out that way. All the miles of veins and arteries and the digestive system stretched out in a line so that you could walk along it and see the protective membrane, the surrounding veins, globules of fat. Lay one out, teeth lined up, eyes sitting side by side, jawbone here, one ear on one side and one on the other, between which lies the complicated little chambered system that affects balance, the semicircular canal. Renal failure. Up ahead the red house, emerging with the jouncing rhythm of walking, it leans, doorway still straight, while the corner beams up and down are off plumb, so that clapboard has popped loose and fallen, hinged at the doorway and pointing just a little down toward the corner. A house from a dream. Big hewn granite stones for steps leading to the front door, as level as pools of water. Stop. Listen. Deanna Branch. Only birds, a jay, in the distance the swish-swish of a deer scraping past brush, groaning, breathing trees, and the soft, hushed breeze in the treetops. The red house. Those boards, gray and mossy on the bottom edges, were once red, because in the little cracks you can see it, the paint faded into a dull salmon, and then if you pull a board a little away from the doorframe you can see the red inside, as if painted yesterday. The house pauses in a hush like a breath held. There are clicking sounds, sounds of wood fibers sliding against each other in a slow, painful groan. The floor seems to inflate as it begins to rise, as if the basement were a huge lung gradually drawing air. The clapboards, all still and at their years of angles, shudder and just visibly begin to close up like closing scissors. The pivots where nails still hold, popping and snapping as the gray wood moves. Window frames shriek as the heavy beams move slowly toward plumb, above which corrugated steel pings, surface shimmering like gasoline on water, the rust drawing inward toward its origin, closing up in a galvanized advance, the sheets sliding back into place at the edges, snaking into line and silvering in the sunlight, the blotches of rust that were nails receding into themselves, revealing the perfect circles of nail heads, and as the clapboards line in, their seams go narrow until they become black lines from which the oxidized salmon of ancient paint creeps outward, brightening, advancing across the newing wood like a rapid virus, reddening and growing brighter. Brush grows backwards, shrinking into infancy and revealing windows that creep up like inverted sheets of falling water, beyond which, just visible inside, a rug spreads like a growing viral blotch on the floor that oozes gray to brown, the stain and varnish materializing like a photograph emerging out of a chemical solution, centered by the rug of brightening geometric shapes and flowers. I'll get me a saw and hammer, nails, that kind of shit. What is it today? Renal failure. Reach through the open window to the box, topped with faded oilcloth. In the list of tiny words in the back. What is a renal? Read, read, read. A word is either one thing or can mean something you can't touch. Not a thing, but a... Precarious. But Deanna Branch. Page 66. Development of the breast. Left, rudimentary ducts in infancy and childhood. Center, elongation of ducts and tissue growth. Right, adult breast with milk-secreting lobules. Lobule. Shirt hit by something. Burdock. Away 30 feet she stands smiling. Hey, what you readin'? Nothin'. Put it away and slide off toward the corner of the house. She comes up. Jeans, a halter. Adult breast with milk-secreting lobules. Pull the burdock off. Each little spike has a hook on the end. You ever see that? Let me see, she says. Hand the burdock to her. Studies it, squinting. Yeah, I see them. Neat. Stoops and pulls a pack of Marlboros from her sock. I come here to smoke. So far away not even the dog smells it. The tar is no good for you. Shove it. And she giggles. Brought you something else, too. Digs in her jeans pocket. Nails. A handful of them. Holds the nails out, drops them into your hand. Hey, thanks. Hot nails. From the heat of her tissue, the hot tissue of her thigh. Where's the hammer? I ain't got it yet. Put the hot nails on a gray windowsill. Lights the cigarette with a paper match, slides the book back into the cellophane, puts the pack back in her sock. The first big puff inflates her chest, smoke billows from her mouth and nose. So what you like on TV? Nothing. My dad's always watching cowboy movies and wrestling. And he doesn't let anyone touch his little remote device. Nobody. Knows only a couple of the buttons, but won't let anyone touch it. Channel up, channel down, off, on. Of menu and setup and RES/MEM and PROG and clear, he knows nothing. I like Beverly Hills. Who's she? Laughs so hard that she begins to cough, the veins in her neck bulging, breasts shaking. What's so funny? Face hot, scalp prickling. It's a place, not a girl. Oh. Down below, the fully developed uterus, ovaries, and fallopian tubes rest inside the pelvic bones, all encased in skin and denim. No congenital malformations. A generally healthy development, including the widening of the pelvis. More smoke. Every vein and every capillary now constricting, reducing body heat, especially in the extremities. I like to read. Laughs again. Then, No, I'm not teasing. It's just that, like you say the weirdest things. I was just saying that because I don't watch a lot of TV. I like words, so I read. Anything, I don't care. Well, that's good. I want to read every book ever written. In English, you mean. But there's like millions of them. I mean, and a gesture at the trees. Like, smokes, looking. Red face again, scalp prickling. Words coming through smoke. Kids at school make fun of you. So? Kids at school made fun of all of us. We're trash. Why here? That feeling of not caring, so just say it. I'm the chimp's kid. Funny look. Turns, walks a little along the gray, decaying wood, looks in a window. There's a real sort of new-looking enamel pot in there. We don't have real washing machines and stuff, so my clothes smell like wood smoke and cow shit. Now a funnier look, like she made a mistake by being... what is the word? Frank. Frank is a name, and Frank is a way of talking, and franking has something to do with stamps. I could wash some of your clothes. Your old man wouldn't care for that. Hey, what is this chimp clothes doing in the washer? He wouldn't say that. Then it's up a sapling 10, 12 feet, then higher until it bends like a fishing rod, and hanging, yell hoo, 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 ha, so that the sound vanishes into the woods, while she seems to watch it vanish, and hanging by one arm scratched the ribs and dropped the 10 feet thump in the leaves. Laugh. You make fun of yourself. Sits, looking, puts the cigarette out in the wet, mulchy soil under the leaves, grinds it with the heel of her sneaker. I never made fun of you. Nobody in my family could read. Like, what's that got to do with... So I like to read. I'm going to fix up this house and fill it with books. First time that idea ever came. Looks. I've got books, too. You want some? All you can spare. And paint it red. Was red once. And fill it with books. Almost like a feeling of shock. Undecay it and fill it with books. Oh, Jesus, what an idea. Her arms folded around her knees, the largest joints in her body. Cornered again because of that look on her face. What? I was thinking. I could help you sort of, you know, like with the house. An old house like this. I'd bet it has a good frame still. This house has good bones. Bruise expanding outward from the eye socket. Study it, the reddishness in the eye white, a little scrape where the chimp's fist hit. Then the side pinch. You gonna be late again? No. You sure? Yeah, I'm sure. 'Cause if you are, I'll beat the shit out of you. I won't be late. Damn fool, go to the woods without a gun. What the hell you do out there? Walk around is all. Walking is all it is. But this time something hangs like smoke around the whole thing, around the picture of the chimp swinging, and then the sickening silver flash of sudden pressure in the sinuses and the dizziness. Are you really allowed to do that? Or is there some other shadow of something hanging around all this, and all she can say is don't be late for stuff? You know how he gets. But how he gets is still the question. If you are caught where you are, and Ricky and Jimmy were caught where they were, and the pigs were caught year by year, and the sun went up and went down, and that was all it was. Nobody knows nothing. Why does black paint on the back of a mirror make it silver on the other side? Not silver. It's reflective. Some paint fell off and you can see through a hazy hole. A bruise is a contusion caused by blows or falls that break small vessels under the skin without breaking the surface. Discoloration is temporary. Up to the barn, into the smell of watery summer manure and hay and the molasses smell of grain, the smell of wood and milk and sweaty cowhide. All up in the pasture now. Only an hour ago the breathing and soft stomping on cement and the hiss-chuck of the machines, and the looks on their faces when you dump the grain down in front of their wet, slick noses, their eyes all misty with pleasure from the molasses taste of the grain. Deep pools like wells, their eyes, as if you could look inside and see space itself. And an hour from now, after the scrape of shoveling the watery maggot-speckled manure into the shit-spreader and washing the pails and machines, scrape with the wad of bright coiled steel, the red house. Running down the hill toward the woods, wind pressing the eyes, heart high in the chest, the feet hardly on the ground at all. Thump, 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 speed increasing as if you fly, the dead timothy and bright rocks and the woods ahead a blur, a jouncing smear of color. And swoosh into the tunnel, all the way up the log road past the shimmering spring to the clearing, bouncing in the distance, and up then to the red house, and there she sits, books on her knees. Hey, I brought you these. What happened to your eye? No breath. How? What? Door. Slamming oracles and ventricles. Eyes running, produced by the lacrimal apparatus. I'm a little, lachrymose. Sitting. Her ball and socket joints permit that flexibility and range of motion because the rounded head of the femur fits into a cup-shaped cavity in the hip bone called the acetabulum, so her thighs can be up against her chest while the reproductive organs inside the pelvic cavity rest unblemished. Breathe. Hold out a hand and she places the biggest on it, American College Dictionary. Open it to quarter. Jesus, it takes up a half a page, tiny letters. What? The word quarter. So? A fourth, a coin, part of a football game. But look, look, look. Number 20, a place to stay, residence, or lodgment. Esp in military use, the buildings, houses, and so on and so on. There are 40 meanings. Really? Where'd you get this? Basement, nobody wants it. I don't have anything to... Hey, what's Esp? Hey, forget it, no big deal. Cigarettes out now. I can't take this without... Build me a nice room where I can smoke, dude. A nice room. The gray sliding board still there, the sagging floor still sagging, and if it rained, then what would happen to the dictionary, the medical book? Another book held out, encircled by billowing smoke. Take it. Modern Timber Engineering, Schofield O'Brien, Chapter 1, Structure and Characteristics of Wood. Wood differs from most other structural materials in that it is made up of cells, hollow tubes, many times as long as they are wide. If you like books so much, why do you quit school? My dad needs help here. Looking up through the window past the rotted ceiling into the beams, then the smell of smoke. Close, can feel the funny tangible shadow of her. What you looking at? Look here, pointing to page 74. Truss types. That looks like a fan truss or a king post truss. You're crazy. Close. Can see every eyelash, the blondish down on her upper lip, the subtle pulsing of veins in the neck. Or is it arteries? Soft tissue surrounding the shoulder joints, which are really 3 separate joints acting together, permitting the great range of flexibility of motion. Do you have a hammer? From her voice box. There's a broken one in there, pointing. Leans over into the window and looks, her hands on the sill, profile of breasts and stomach stark against the gray wood. Something to do. A smoking room, I mean, that's... You would start up above the ceiling, up in the trusses, to make sure they are all right, but the house has good bones. You would start up there. Okay, I'm going to climb up there and check the trusses. Hoo-hoo-ha. Baling. Ahead pulling the baler, the chimp on the bigger tractor, eating windrow after windrow, the hay pounded into the box where the heavy knives shear it off, and thunk, thunk, thunk it is pounded out the square chute, the knotting mechanism no good on one side. Sit there in the billowing cloud of chaff and wait until the bale is just so, and tie a square knot with the twine before it fouls in the tying box, over and under same side. No granny knots or they will explode. No hesitation, because even with the square knot tied too late, the bales will look like amber bananas. And then it will be the slap to the head, the pinch on the side. No red house today. No Deanna branch, the perfect specimen of muscle and bone and organs and fissures and tunnels and chambers and tubes and secretions of enzymes and oils and lobules, all together in the unblemished finishment of healthy womanhood. No king post truss, no joint A and joint B, no nails for clapboards that close up like scissors into their places, while only 200 yards away past the green amber blocks of hay, the newer house sags. Mother in the kitchen walking across a sagging floor so that glasses in the cupboard tinkle and the table vibrates, while only 200 yards away wood rots, softens, fungus and moss working inward, dry rot obscuring square corners, beetles boring holes and planting grubs in the basement beams, fingerprints of rust on the stovepipe deepening until threads of smoke ooze out like tiny snakes. Slowly it melts, clapboards opening like scissors, paint fading, beams bending downward in the basement until cracks appear and widen, and then one of them breaks, fibers opening so that the rest open and follow. No red house today, dude. You can't leave until you're 18. I didn't say I would. They did, so why wouldn't you? Look. Funny expression the chimp has, hand still gripping the taut baling twine, the bale still poised on his knee. Then up it goes onto the wagon, follows it, pauses with his hand on his back. Shit. Disc problem, maybe? I think I know how to fix the knotter, the shit you do. I watched how the other one worked. Leave it the hell alone. The chimp. Has his way, and that's that, dude. Leave everything the hell alone. Cut up the red house for firewood, probably. First time that idea came. True, though. The red house. Toast. But you can't burn words. Through the woods, upper body rocking back and forth like a game-legged person walking, something heavy in front of her gripped with both hands, rocking and stomping, her hair swinging under her chin back and forth, gasping for breath. Stops. Hey, give me a hand with this. Stand there with hands on hips. Not hips, but larger outside bones of the pelvic cavity, since to put your fists on your hips would mean them sliding down your thighs. Closer. A bead of sweat has left her armpit, and leaving a bright trail out of the edge of white deodorant, hovers like a shimmering diamond just above the side strap of her halter. To halt what? Fabric now so insignificant compared to the weight and substance of what is halted inside. Shorts today, revealing the long pale thighs that vanish into the tubes of the shorts' legs, up just a little more to the other stuff standing straight on in a transparent display of bilateral symmetry. Two of each thing, except for all the single things in the middle. It's paint. Really? Red, like you said. Barn paint. My dad said take it. It's getting so old the can'll rot. Carry it the rest of the way. Strong she must be, because this is 5 gallons almost. Strong biceps and long muscles in the back. From her house? Jesus. In the shade, sitting by the red house. Geez, this is beginning to look good. Well, I replaced some beams inside, from old barn junk from the pile over there. Point. In those burdocks and weeds, in that tangle of old rose bushes, a foundation full of boards, some good. The book only shows examples of a flat how truss, but I used the picture for the end joints. Cool. Siding from the barn junk goes on top instead of that old sheeting. Piece of cake. Make a stovepipe out of roof sheeting. Misty, distant look. You know, I looked it up. There isn't a restaurant within 20 miles of here. Really? Isn't the cafeteria a kind of restaurant? No, we're like in the middle of Nowheresville. Isn't the hotel bar in town a restaurant? It's a flop house for old drunks is what it is. I never realized. Hugs the knees, her chin propped so that her head moves with each word. We're out of it. Here I am sitting here by this old red house. Jesus, now even I'm seeing it red when it isn't. Stands up now, hands on pelvic bones. Don't you want to go someplace? I mean far away. Those girls at school, they go where they want. They rent videos, they... Stops. Where? Or why? I want... Like a funny swirl of something in the head, a circling, a sweeping cyclone-like movement inward toward... What it is that we're in the middle of decay. Sits again, squints. I mean, we're at the bottom of a V of decay, and now we're going to undecay. First time that idea ever came. I think you went right past me there, dude. That's why this house is going to sort of go backward away from it. But what do you want? Nothing. Only to see the... Jesus. Again like something clarifying in the air, something moving in the head, feeling the brain. The design of things, that's what it is. See inside things. A truss, a knotter on a baler, the human body. Another one. Jesus. That is it, the design of things. Looking down, sort of into her halter almost, down at her lap. Uh-oh. Laughs. Red-faced. Caught. The idea that she sees the idea is awful, like nakedness. Did you know that a pillar of bone is much stronger than reinforced concrete? A shake of the head, that funny look as if she is examining the tiny movement of chemicals through the various wires and tubes of your brain. Awful, like nakedness. Girls' bodies, too, I bet. Lighter and more flexible, too. Bones, I mean. Like, oh my God, in a squeak. Hey, which room is mine? Step to the window, her breath behind, the sort of electrical field of her substance tickling your back, of bone and muscle, body heat, and the aroma of her, somewhere between sweat and apples. Right here, I think. pointing inside. The best room. Cool. You can smoke in there. Read. A hand on your side. Oops. Almost fell. The buzz of the contact of hand on side, still there. Watch out for nails. Looks down at the dead leaves. Sure thing, dude. A tattoo of sensation, the handprint on the side, and all through the milking, and then sitting there in the dark living room while the chimp watches wrestling and up-downs channels, you wait for words to come on the screen like you used to. Use as directed with diet plan, individual weight loss may vary, world television premiere, handcrafted pottery bowl with chopsticks. The handprint a strange good burning on the side, as if it would be visible there, a little redder than the skin outside it. The touch of her flesh against his flesh, the result an oozing of that touch down below, making a boner that just won't go away until you make it go away later in the dark when they won't hear, when the cows and birds and insects won't hear. The tattoo of Deanna Branch, who in a frontal transparency has what looks like a funny tree in her stomach, the ovaries out and hanging off single branches. Sit and watch her, scrape, scrape, scrape on the pot, while under your hand the carburetor stain blotches the tablecloth. Mother. Once a long-tailed pollywog called a sperm bit its way into one of her eggs, and out you came covered with a cheesy material called vernix. Out you came knowing nothing. Just do it. Funny prickling of fear. Ma, I'm tired of getting beat up for nothing. Don't drop stuff. Turns from the sink and rubs her hands on the 2 gray spots on her apron. It's like he's trying to make me leave when I'm 18. Stares, like the peculiar, precarious beginning of an idea, mosquitoes around her ear. He don't mean no real harm. A pitchfork is harm. Who told you that? Everybody knows the shit they do. Funny, open look, like she's thinking now. I'm fixing up the red house and putting books inside. What red house? Grandpa's? Don't you go getting ideas. Ideas is what I'm getting. I read like crazy. If he finds out, he will. That's my place. Tell him I won't leave when I'm 18 if he leaves it alone. Tell him I won't leave if he lets me show him how to fix the carburetor for the Ford. Tell him I'm gonna fix the knotter on the baler, or at least show him how. Tell him if he punches me again, I'll stand outside the house and read a book at the top of my lungs, night and day, until he goes nuts. Tell him that. Tell him I'm finished with being the chimp's kid. You watch your mouth. You gonna tell him? Nothing. Looking as if what is sitting at the table is a thing from another planet. Almost scared she looks, as if she has to watch her back because the thing is going to put a knife in it when she isn't looking, or knock her over the head with a dictionary. To the woods, the red house, Deanna Branch if she isn't already in school, running down the hill with the soaring feeling of it. It's out of the bag now. You're in trouble now, dude. He's gonna kill you. But it's out of the bag now with the soaring feeling to the red house, the woods. Stand outside and read at the top of your lungs until he goes out of his mind. Mouth words to the TV, 2.9 APR, no dealer markup, make brass shine like new, coming soon to a theater near you. Mouth words so loud that he'll learn them too whether he wants to or not. In the bouncing, shifting plane of vision it comes into view, the corner nearest red almost above the window, the planking from the barn tight as anything on the beams of the roof with the king post trusses. Out of breath. Deanna Branch. Nope. Shit. So, more paint then. Least if the brush isn't so goddamn hard that it'd be more like a pancake flipper. What word is that? Spatula. Hoo-ha! And bingo, even before the can is open, up she comes, same shorts and halter for her mammary glands with their milk-secreting lobules. Know how I knew you were here? No. I heard you crashing through the woods like a bull. I told my ma this house is mine. Hey, when do you go back to school? Week. Hell, we'll be finished by then. I don't want to go back. Makes me want to walk out of my skin, dude. Stop. Everything held like a photograph for a split second. The skin lies in a heavy pile on the ground, the largest organ of the body, and there she stands, glistening red, musculature crisscrossed by almond-shaped muscles and thin, powerful ribbons of pale tendon, eyeballs huge in their wet sockets. What? I saw you without your skin. Oh, that again. Thanks. Uh-oh, an idea of some kind. Stares away at an idea just coming out from behind a tree. Come here. Why? I mean, aren't we going to work on the house? Looks, hands on her hips. I want to show you something about the design of things. Wait a minute. When I heard you coming, I went and hid in the bushes just to see if you'd go for the medical book. I know which pages you like, 'cause the edges are all dirty. The part about girls' bodies. Come here. Hate it. Flushed face and shaky knees. Hate it. Caught doing something dirty. No, I won't hurt you. Like the ground tips, trees lean, the sun jerks over a little, and the swirl spirals inward, and the smell of sweat and fear billows out of the shirt top like stale breath. At school, they talk about it all the time, the town girls, and what do I get to talk about? How I went and picked flowers for my mom, changed my little sister's nasty diapers. Actually, the best ideas I ever got were when I was talking to you. Okay, like here we go again. I mean, like, geez Louise, what the hell does that mean? All I wanted was just to... I mean, it isn't like it's something I, plan to talk about, all right? What do you want me to do? Come here is all I said. Step, step, crunch leaves. Awful, like the time the teacher said stand at the front of the class and tell us blah, blah, blah. No control. The muscles just don't work. Give me your hand. Laugh. What, do you unscrew it, or does it just pop off? Come on. Takes it by the wrist with her right hand. Pull back. Come on, I'm not going to bite you. Geez. Close your eyes. Red, black. Sight through the lids. When the hand touches flesh, there is no question. The softness and warm liquidity, the weight, the electrical current of living human tissue, with the faint, precarious blipping of a rapid heartbeat, faster than your own. The hand gripping the wrist pulls it tighter on the flesh, and the eyes open to her face staring back, mouth open, a look of experimental awe, eyes boring straight into a face with the same expression. Lifts the wrist a little, mashes the hand around in little circles, and the index finger feels the harder, rounded edge of pectoral muscle deeper down the surface of a rib. Then the wrist is released, and the hand departs slowly, the soft tissue following it until the last contact is gone. Back goes the halter. Giggles. Scared you? You scared? Yeah. Heart slamming, even blips the vision brighter with each beat. Yeah, scared. It's like no big deal after all. I just wanted to show you something about, design. Can we work on the house now? The face so sort of normal, little hairs on the upper lip reflecting sunlight in tiny amber and golden needles. Calmer now. Raise the hand and smell it. What? Laughing, shaking her head. I couldn't help it. You smelled your hand? Look away. Think. Nothing to think. You ever heard of narcolepsy? Her face held still, a mask of wonder on the edge of laughing. Or catalepsy? How they put epsy on the ends of things? Uh-oh, here we go again. Always know by the way the chimp sort of circles that he's getting ready to swing. The idea backs away. The idea holds up a hand and tucks the operator's manual under the arm, and... Look, all I'm saying is that of all the parts on the table I didn't see no float lever shaft. Get high and mighty with me and I'll clean your clock. All I'm saying is that without the float lever shaft you can't put it back together. Sneers. You read that in there? Yeah, I read it in here. Hold it out. Hey, it won't bite. If we can't find it, we can make one out of a piece of wire or a little nail or something. You think you're hot shit, don't you? No, but that isn't the problem. Listen to this. Circles a little, looking, that wounded anger on his chimp face. Oh, does he hate it? Does he ever hate the idea that there's an idea in front of him? Engine backfires but will not start. This symptom indicates that the spark plugs are not firing in their proper order, either due to the ignition high-tension system being shorted, the spark plug wires being transposed, or the camshaft out of time. Perform the following operations in the order given. That might be the problem. Surprise on the chimp's face. Let me see that. Hand it to him. Where's it say that? Point. Here. Engine backfires but will not start. That's what that says. No shit. That's what it says. So what are these operations? We put the carburetor back together first. What about that thing? We'll make one. The chimp thinking. The idea of beating up on the little chimp gone, like smoke in the wind. Thinking, churning something through the brain like food in the stomach. You don't know nothing, and then you know there's something you don't know, and that's where it all starts. Holds the lower lip between a dirty, grime-blackened thumb and a dirty, grime-blackened finger, pulls on it a little. So how much more schooling would you have to do the paper stuff? Milk, check, and taxes and all that shit. How much more? I can do it now. The shit you can. No, I can do it. You wouldn't have to take it down to Mr. Steele. I can do it easy. Like shit you can. In the red house, the medical guide. Nothing about weight or heat. Nothing about the bright secret buzz of electricity. Nothing about the power of human tissue to scare. Nothing about the awful tickling surge of some strange, complicated system of racing liquids built into the design that squirt around every cell and tickle every organ and vein, all 4 chambers of the heart with its precarious blipping. Nothing about standing so close and being engulfed by the vapor of her presence, by the contact with one body part radiating inside into all the secret tubes and chambers and valves and membranes and filters and tiny assembly lines of cells. 3:30 has to be, the way the sun slants in through the paneless window onto the gray, dusty floor. Dictionary. Go for the page even before the idea of going for it has formed, and there it is 1/3 of a column long. Don't close it. Up from the chair, heart slamming. Jesus. School sucks. You should have heard those girls. Turn, heart still slamming. Don't touch it. I want to see what you looked up. What girl's body part did you look up today? As if the heart sort of exploded right out of the chest cavity, sending bits of lung and bone pinwheeling through the air and going splat, some sticking to the wall, some arcing out the open window hole to land in the leaves outside. A grenade made of tissue. Blam. What's the matter? You scared me. I got you these. Books. Focus now. The same halter and shorts. She has changed out of her school clothes. Take the books, the hand holding them, leaking electricity through the pages and covers into your own. Electricity from the whole of her body, from every corner, having passed through every part, having made every single hair sort of glow like a tungsten filament. Little Women and exploring poetry, hot from her hands. Thanks. What were you looking up? Move toward it, and she tries to go around, laughing. Been eating mint candy, she has. It's in her breath, going in and out of her lungs and then into your nose, proof that you breathe her breath. By the way, Little Women isn't about midgets. Oh. And they will go in alphabetical order, even though there are only 5 of them, all lined up neatly on the shelf like shoulder to shoulder, dictionary one side, modern timber engineering on the other. Nothing to do now. Caught again. Leaning over, her hands on either side of the dictionary, palms down, the long muscles of her back making the valley of her spine, the denim depressing the flesh in a circle around her waist. Apples and mint, and the hushed odor of mysterious enzymes evaporating on her skin. "It's nothing, I was just... shh." Finger moves down the first column and you are caught, standing at attention as if waiting to be shot, as if the next words will be hoo-ha, as if she will laugh and run, something to tell the oh-my-gosh girls. Like, would you believe what... Finds the word love and stands up, face stilled with a dumbstruck wonder, the idea exploring her brain like little hands feeling their way while she holds still feeling them. The little hands making something like a sculpture that the backs of her eyes seem to follow, to watch. Then it forms, and she blinks, her mouth slowly opening in the formation of a word. Uh-oh. Mary Gaitskill. Comfort. From 14 Hills. Daniel sat at the dining table in his San Francisco apartment, watching his girlfriend read and contemplating sex with her. They had just eaten dinner, and at his elbow were the pungent remains of the feast, tiny bones, wet trails of sour cream, lemon juice, and scraps of mashed fish skin. He was supposed to be composing sheet music for himself, but he was too seduced by Jackie in the armchair, encoiled in a blanket, holding a book in her small stubby hands. As she read, her gold-brown eyes moved intently back and forth, giving off a spark of private frisson. Half hidden under her lowered lids, the movement of her eyes reminded him of a leopard, glimpsed as it slips quietly through the underbrush. He'd decided to write just a few more bars when the phone rang. "Probably somebody we don't want to talk to," said Jackie. It was Daniel's brother calling from Iowa. "Hello, Albert," said Daniel, looking at Jackie with mild accusation. "Dan," said Albert. "Something bad happened." "What?" "Mom had a car crash. She's alive, but she's really hurt. She's broken her neck and smashed her pelvis." He paused, breathing heavily. "And she also broke some ribs." Daniel gasped with pain. Jackie glanced at him. The concern in her eyes felt almost sharp. The rest of the evening was a feverish melding of misery and sensual tenderness. Jackie held his head against her breast and stroked him as pain moved through his mind and body in slow, consistent waves. At moments the pain seemed to blur together with the contours of Jackie's body, to align itself with her warmth and care, as if by soothing it she actually made it greater. Even then he loved her embrace, her presence, her comfort. But later, when he thought about it, he did not quite remember the way Jackie had comforted him. Much stronger in his memory was the conversation they'd had later that night. They were lying in the dark on their narrow single bed. Jackie held him from behind, one strong arm firmly around his chest, her dry feet pressed against his. She spoke against his back, her voice muffled, her breath a warm puff against his skin. "Your family gets in a lot of car crashes, don't they?" He opened his eyes. "Yes," he said. "So do a lot of people. There's car crashes all over America all the time." "Well, there was the one with the whole family in it when you were a little kid, and then the one when your father drove into the fence, and then the one where your mother got hit in the parking lot, and now this. That seems like a lot for one family." "What are you trying to say?" "I'm not trying to say anything. I just noticed it. My mother's lying in the hospital with half her bones broken, and you just noticed that?" Jackie took her arm away from him and turned the other way. For a moment, rage towered over his misery, then subsided into exhausted bewilderment. There is something wrong with her, he thought. They had been together for 2 years. This was not the first time he had had this thought. He flew to Iowa the following day. He had not been in his brother's suburban house before. He found it bland and characterless, and he was glad of that. A more decoratively expressive home might have piqued his sensibility and made him feel worse. Albert was a pharmacist. Together he and his wife Rose reminded Daniel of 2 colored building blocks made to illustrate solidity, squareness, and rectangularness for children, the kind of blocks that, when picked up, turn out to be practically weightless and not solid at all. Apart from Rose, Albert became heavier, more sullen. His problems expressed themselves in his heavy brows. His hands took on a morose, defensive character. The brothers were 8 years apart in age. They had never been close, and they had become less close in adulthood. On the night of Daniel's arrival, they sat at the kitchen table eating Mexican takeout and trying to comfort each other. Their words were difficult, and on the surface, irrelevant to comfort. Their halting conversation would have been small talk, but for the emotional current moving under it, sometimes rising to fill whole strings of words with mysterious feeling, then subsiding to a barely felt pulse. Rose sat forward attentively, as though she were silently monitoring the unspoken current. When they got up from the table, they all hugged, mostly touching shoulders and hands. Albert hugged as though part of him wanted the embrace and part of him wanted to get it over with. When his face came away, Daniel saw Albert's left eye staring over Daniel's shoulder, wild, bright, and oddly furtive. All night he lay awake in his hard little guest bed, thinking about his mother. He remembered her serving dishes of yogurt and cut fruit for dessert. He remembered her sitting with her feet up on the couch, painting her false fingernails pink. She was wearing her nightgown, and he could see that her knees were rough and that veins had flowered on her legs. Her hair was a manic knot of curls. She looked at her watch often. He could see all these images, but he could not feel them. He turned them this way and that, trying to feel his mother. She used to sit across the table from their father, working her jaws stiffly and minutely. "Daniel," she said, "I want you to ask your father where he was last night." For 5 years preceding the divorce, his mother and father had addressed each other primarily through their children, although when it got truly ugly, his mother would drop the circuity and scream at her husband straight on. Daniel brought his hard guest pillow to his side and hugged it. "Mother," he said. It was already dark when they drove to the hospital. Daniel cracked the car window, and the winter air drew his cigarette smoke out like a thin ghost. He saw square porches, bricked-in flower boxes, and shiny black lampposts standing in puzzled isolation before entrance walks. The familiar landscape soothed the itch of memory. He hoped they would pass the church, the stained glass windows of which he and his friends had smashed with rocks when they were in the 6th grade. The day after they'd done it, he'd heard his mother on the phone discussing the incident, which had destroyed thousands of dollars worth of stained glass. She had speculated, as had the papers, about the rise of juvenile crime and what it meant. Daniel had felt embarrassed and slightly disoriented, as though he had nothing to do with the maniac who had destroyed the church windows. "You must have been very angry." Jackie had said that when he'd told her about it. "I was just being a kid," he'd returned. "A very angry kid." He'd rolled his eyes. The ugliness of the hospital seemed appropriate, and that pleased him. The lounge was furnished with smudged plastic chairs, a vinyl couch with a strip of masking tape on it, and a candy machine. There were people sitting in varied attitudes of unhappiness. Daniel looked at them. One man looked back. His hair was standing up, and his hands appeared numb. He looked as though he might say something hostile. Daniel looked away. A girl with a bitter mouth and blue eyeshadow that deepened violently in the crease of her eyelids handed them purple guest passes. A female voice, enlarged and blurred by a loudspeaker, clouded the hull. The elevator bore them up. They entered a room. Daniel saw a person he didn't identify as his mother until Albert said, "Mom?" Tufts of pale silken hair floated from her partially shaved head. Blue veins lumped her scalp. The skin on her face and neck was lax, yet stiff as old papier-mâché. A ghostly array of bottles hung from metal poles around her bed. Little rubber tubes were taped against her arms. A thick rubber hose protruded from her distended mouth like a visual bray of anger. She was held erect by a brace at her back. It was a minute before he noticed that holes had been drilled into the frontal bone on either side of her forehead, and that metal rods had been driven into the holes. Her head was suspended in a metal hoop centered by the rods. Her eyes were closed. Her breath rasped. Daniel thought, Frankenstein. He began to sweat. "You can talk to her, Dan," said Rose. "She's sedated, but she understands." Albert sat in a chair beside the bed and touched the papery arm. "We brought Daniel, Mom. He's here from California." The eyes opened. It was her. Daniel's ears were suddenly filled with internal noise. A tremulous black fuzz blocked his vision. "I'll be right back," he said. "I have to go to the bathroom." He stumbled out, palming the bumpy wall of the hallway. He banged his shins on a bench and sat on it, dropping his head between his knees. The fuzz parted to reveal an expanse of gold-flecked tile. "Daniel?" Rose's voice. "Are you all right?" When they got back from the hospital, their father called to talk to Daniel. He invited him out to have dinner without Albert and Rose. His father preferred taking them out to dinner one at a time, a preference neither brother questioned. They rarely went out as a group. Before hanging up, his father said he was involved in a new business. His last venture, importing tropical fish, had lasted 2 months. "It's some weird thing to do with videos now," said Albert. "Something about videos for tourists in hotel rooms." "That sounds viable," said Daniel. "If he can hold it together," said Albert, "which I doubt." It was understandable that Albert would say this. Their father never succeeded in his business ventures. Still, the comment annoyed Daniel, and he changed the subject. "Has he seen Mom often?" "Yeah," said Albert. "He's been good that way." He sighed and stiffly stretched in a hard, ungiving little chair. "He was there the first night they brought her in. All Mom's family were there, and I guess it was a bad scene. It might have been better if Rose and I were there, but we didn't arrive until after the blowout." With a sort of angry relish, Albert told his second-hand version of the story. When their father had arrived in the waiting room, no one in the family could tell him what exactly had happened to their mother, what condition she was in or where she was, apparently because they had been given inadequate information by the doctors and were too timid to press for more. Their father had roared around the waiting room, cursing and calling them all sheep. Aunt Pauline had wept, and Uncle Jimmy had called their father a bastard. Eventually their father had forced the hospital staff to be more communicative, to the secret relief of all, Albert hypothesized. "Once again, Dad does the thing everybody wants done, but no one will do," said Daniel. "Yep," said Albert. A smile of unhappy vindication made his dull eyes glint. "Later, after we got there, Grandpa came up to Dad and tried to make up, but Dad told him to fuck off, literally." "Oh, man." But Daniel felt a little flutter of triumph, even though he thought it was mean to say fuck off to an old guy whose daughter had just been smashed to shit. Jackie thought his father was handsome but mean. "He looks like Johnny Carson," she said. "Too bad he's such a prick." "Don't call my dad a prick," said Daniel. "You don't know what you're talking about. My dad's a good guy." "He tortured your mother, and he abandoned you and your brother, psychologically. That's not a good guy." "Have you ever heard the phrase, 'get on with your life'?" "Yeah," snapped Jackie, "and I've seen what passes for life among the general population." "Oh, excuse me. Everything's got to be perfect. Everyone's got to be perfect." They tried to scoot to the far ends of the bed, but it was so mushy in the center that they rolled together anyway. Daniel and his father went to a seafood restaurant. It was an expensive restaurant with deep red carpeting, brown paneled walls, and shiny tin decor meant to evoke railroads. Waiters wearing their names on plastic cards came to the table, folded their hands, and recited the names of fish. His father sat away from the table, his long legs crossed, a cigarette lax in his fingers. He wore an expensive suit. His eyes were harsh and watchful, his thin mouth downwardly taut. As they ate, he described his new idea, which involved the production of informational videos made specifically for people who have to stand in line, at the post office or the DMV, or any place else where lines are formed. "I was thinking maybe you could represent us in San Francisco." His father's eyes shifted up. "If you're interested." "I've never done that kind of work before. That doesn't matter. You'd be a natural." His father speared a slice of lobster meat with a tiny aluminum pick. "The next time you start worrying about your career as a musician, I want you to do this. Just put on your best suit. Then go stand in front of a full-length mirror and take a good look at yourself. Just see what a good impression you make. You'll always have that. Whatever happens, with your music or anything else, you can always sell." He drew on his cigarette, his eye wrinkles tensing. "Although you'd have to cut your hair." No matter how thoroughly his father failed, Daniel saw him as a suave gambler vested with sneering cool. The ridiculous tropical fish business, the trips to South America, the drunken squabbles with surly young girlfriends in motel restaurants, the seedy hotel rooms, the dirty socks that must surely be under the beds of the wifeless. It all merely added to his allure. Even the vision of his father rising from a badly scrambled bed in a box-shaped hotel room and staggering into the bathroom to vomit gave him a pang of admiration and love. When he was a teenager, his father had said to him, "You're the son I don't worry about at all. You're a cat that lands on its feet. You could be stuck in the middle of the desert and you'd find your way." They dabbed their shrimp with lemon and delicately ate it with toothpicks. "How did your mother look when you saw her?" "Well, as a matter of fact." He hesitated, and to his dismay smiled. "It was horrible. I almost fainted." His smile was watery, his lips felt weak. Why was he smiling at all? He had exposed a tender spot. "I had to leave the room." "It is horrible." His father vigorously uncrossed his legs. Horrible and unfair, after all she's suffered. He neatly separated some lobster meat from its shell and then lost interest in it. "You know we had a bad relationship. That marriage was ruined by her family." He grabbed his fork, put it down again. "But I'll tell you something. Your mother and I are still close in a way I've never been with another woman. We're still man and wife, even if we never speak to each other again." He chewed rapidly and lightly, then swallowed. "Marriage means something to me, and so does family." "Me too," said Daniel. His father looked up. "I still can't believe that idiot family of hers, sitting there letting nurses tell them what to do." He snorted and poked his tongue around in his mouth. What a bunch of sheep. "How is Ray?" asked Daniel. "Do you still see her?" "Oh, yeah." His father smiled, a little archly. "She's crazy as always. Last time I saw her we went to some restaurant, pretty late at night. She had coffee and she poured about 4 sugars into it. I told her it wasn't a good idea to eat so much sugar, and she said, 'What the fuck do you know about health, you alcoholic old asshole?'" It was late when they left the restaurant. The night cold reached in through Daniel's nose and seized his lungs. Buildings and cars looked stunned and abandoned in the intense cold. His father's big car shuddered in the wind. Its rusted, corrugated ass end stuck out from the other cars, proud and devastated. They got in the car and sat silently for several minutes while his father worked to make the engine turn over, grunting slightly as if he were lifting a heavy object. Wind-blown snow rose up from heaped, dirty embankments to scud through the parking lot in clouds. Daniel felt suddenly deeply connected to his father and this place. He thought of Jackie, thought of showing her the connection as if it were something he could hand her. He pictured her looking at it, an expression of understanding slowly altering her face. When he got home, he called Jackie. Her voice softened the sharp, sudden line of connection between him and his father. She was glad to hear from him. She had thought he was still mad at her for wondering aloud about all the accidents in his family. "No," he said, "I'm not mad." He had been, but now he could not remember his anger. He was trying to make the feeling world of him and Jackie congruent with the feeling world he had experienced with his father. "I'm sorry," she said. "I realized it must have sounded cold, but that's not how I meant it." "It's okay. You were just freaked out." He imagined Jackie, sitting invisible in the car with him and his father, feeling his father. He felt certain that if they knew each other as he knew them individually, they would love each other. That certainty crested, subsided, and broke up into different feelings. "I talked about it with my therapist," she continued. "I told her about this thing that happened when I was a kid. I mean, in relation to what I said to you about the accident." He barely listened to her. He was too involved in thoughts of being with her on their bed, massaging the little bones between her breasts. These bones were spare, and they gave slightly if he pressed hard. She loved to have them rubbed, especially the places in between the bones. Massaging her there made him feel her secret frailty, made him feel privileged that she let him do it. "We were going to the ice cream social at my school," she said, which naturally I liked because it meant a ton of ice cream and cake. But as we were pulling out of the driveway, we ran over our cat Midnight. She was up under the wheel and she didn't get out in time. It was awful because when we got out we saw her hips were crushed, but she was still moving reflexively, trying to get up. He stopped imagining and listened, alert and puzzled. I said, "Look, she's still alive," and my mother said, "No, it's just reflex," and my sisters immediately began to sob. But I didn't. "Do you think you were shocked?" "I don't know. I don't think so. I think I just wanted to go get ice cream." We went to the ice cream social and I sat there and packed it in. My sisters were too upset to eat, but not me. I remember thinking it was weird even then. It is weird, don't you think? No, and neither does my therapist. He sighed and stuck his feet in front of a furnace vent made of metal strips and dark, heat-breathing slits. "What did your therapist say?" "That I was probably not as oriented toward the sensate as my sisters, that I probably had a very practical and cerebral turn of mind as a child, and that simple death didn't seem terrible to me. Like, the cat's dead, there's nothing we can do, so let's go have our ice cream. But it's normal to care about pets. It wasn't that I didn't care, I just had a different set of responses than the conventional one." He recognized the therapist's voice in that last phrase. "Actually, I remember getting more upset about Midnight's brother, Walnut. He was obviously very distraught when he saw her body. He walked around the house for days looking for her and meowing. That did seem sad to me, partly because he didn't understand what had happened and we couldn't explain it to him." He got off the phone feeling okay, but later that night he lay in bed, wide awake and furious at Jackie. It was weird for a kid to eat ice cream over the body of a squashed pet. It was even weirder for her to tell him a story like that in such close proximity to his mother's terrible car accident in which her hips were crushed. He visited his mother every day during the 10 days he stayed in Iowa. He got used to the thin hoop haloing her impaled head. The tube came out of her mouth and her eyes began to show expression, usually a dull and cantankerous one. Cards and flowers proliferated in her room. Daniel noticed with irritation that nothing had come from Jackie. Finally she was able to talk. "How is Jackie?" she asked. "Pretty good." "That's good. She's a nice girl." Her voice was devoid of inflection, flat and invulnerable. There was an undercurrent of grudging bitterness in it, as if she had concluded some time ago that there was no hope for her, but that she was willing to pretend otherwise so that you wouldn't feel depressed, and that this pretense was a nuisance. Daniel realized with discomfort that she had talked like this for years. "Has she started acting classes yet?" "No, she hasn't saved enough money." "Oh." Her eyes shifted vaguely around the room. "She is a nice girl." Her hand began to twitch on the rumpled bedsheet. He put his hand out to still it. It felt like an injured and panicking bird. His hand sweated, and he wondered if it repelled her. No, he thought, just hold her hand. "Has Harry been to see you?" he asked. Harry was a talkative gynecologist she had been dating for the last 3 months. "Oh, yes, several times. I think he's afraid of running into your father." "How is he?" "Oh, he's hairy. He's incredibly hairy." She smiled, and her eyes wrinkled elfishly. He saw for a second the pert little girl that smiled at him from old black-and-white photos in the family album. "Tell me about your music," she said. He told her about his one steady job in a dark little bar with a crippled neon sign that blinked "Free Crabs, Jazz Night." He told her about playing in the park and being chased by cops. He told her about the time the famous piano player had told him he was the Death. He wasn't sure what it meant to her. It could seem seedy and pathetic. He finished talking and they were quiet. She whispered, "Honey, I'm so glad you're here. Let's just sit quietly together now." The flat rasp of her voice made the endearment strangely poignant to him. He shifted his sweating fingers, stretched them to air them out, and then took her hand again. The room was a lulling beige and cream terrain permeated by the muted hum of the building. He listened to it and became aimlessly thoughtful. He thought of Mrs. Harris, whose son had been killed in an amusement park accident several years before. The son had been an acquaintance of his. He had liked him, and yet when confronted with the weeping Mrs. Harris, he'd been embarrassed and hadn't known what to do. He wished he could see Mrs. Harris again so that he could hold her and console her. His mother opened her eyes. "I've never felt so much pain before in my life," she said. "It's unbelievable." She closed her eyes again. Daniel stroked the length of her arm with his hand. When he was little and he had a headache, his father would put his hands on either side of his head and say, "I'm drawing the pain out of your head and into my hands." He would stand over Daniel with his hands firm on his skull, a terrible look of concentration on his face. Then he would step away and say, "Now your headache is gone." Daniel would still have a headache, but it didn't matter. He loved it when his father came to take the headache away. He held his mother's shoulders, watching her face for signs of relief. Her face sagged. Her eyes were peevishly closed. It struck him that this was only an extreme form of her habitual expression. She always seemed to be suffering in some remote frozen way. He had been so used to it that he hadn't recognized it as suffering. He didn't think she did either. It seemed to be her natural state. It seemed natural in part because of her courage, which was also habitual. He thought of her driving on the highway, dressed in her checked business suit, drumming her fingers on the wheel and moving her lips in silent conversation with herself. The door opened. A dark-haired nurse with a still face came in, pushing a small metal machine. His mother poked one eye open and regarded the nurse like an animal from within a lair. The nurse told her she had to do a test, extract something. "It won't be painful," said the nurse. "Bullshit," snapped his mother. That night Daniel thought of calling Jackie again after Albert and Rose were in bed, but he was still mad at her about the cat story and half afraid that if he called again she'd say something else that would piss him off. He sat alone at the kitchen table, picking at a powdered donut. He felt he was learning something important, something to do with families and with himself that he needed to sort out. But when he imagined telling Jackie about it, he imagined her becoming antagonistic. She often got that way on the subject of families generally. Once she had gone to visit her married sister Angeline. She had come home upset about the way Angeline's husband had treated their 3-year-old, Kimberly. She was upset as a child would be, agitated and disbelieving. It was Easter time. Kimberly had brought her parents painted eggs that she had done in daycare. She had wanted to eat them, and her father wouldn't let her because he didn't think they were free-range chicken eggs. Kimberly cried and threw an egg on the floor. Her father spanked her. "She'll get over it," said Daniel. "Kids understand rules." "It's not just that," said Jackie. "He disrespects her all the time. She'll run up to him and show him something, and he'll say, in baby talk, 'Oh, look at what Kim has,' and then look over her head at me and roll his eyes and say, 'Really interesting, huh?' That's wrong, Daniel. It's totally confusing for her. Maybe he's embarrassed to be talking baby talk in front of you, like you'll think he's uncool or something. That's no excuse. She's going to grow up and have all kinds of problems with men, and nobody will understand why. Not even her. Oh, come on. Basically, they love her, so they have margin for error. Kids grow themselves up anyway. That's why the world is so shitty. Kids are growing themselves up, i.e. never really growing up. Because what's called love and nurturance in most families is so small and inadequate. Loving doesn't mean being perfect. Jesus Christ, I'm not talking about perfect. I'm just talking about respect and kindness for your own kids. You think that's too much?" He didn't, but something in her words annoyed him. She was looking at him like a stray animal with wounded eyes and a snappish air. It was ridiculous. Jackie was a strong girl. She had square shoulders and a tough, full ass. She took dance and karate lessons. She lifted weights at a gym. Competence and gumption seemed built right into her. Most of the time he could see her gumption in the animal vibrance of her gold eyes, but sometimes her eyes would reflect a sense of stubborn injury that he could not understand. It was an expression that seemed to regard competence and gumption as contrivances that, while they kept her going, had nothing to do with who she really was inside, as if who she was had been determined by circumstances beyond her control, and that she resented it. The look aggravated him, but it also made him sense something in her that he couldn't grasp and therefore titillated him. He could feel the look in a different way when they had sex. They would embrace, and he'd feel her engage him from the surface of her skin to the secrecy of her hidden female organs. But there always came a moment when he stopped feeling her. She held him close, but she was somewhere else. He would look at her face and see it twisted away from him, her eyes closed as if she were looking at the inside of her own head in horror and fascination and need. There would be a moment of cerebral tension like a fishing line pulled taut, and then he would feel her slowly return. She would open her eyes and look at him and clasp his hand, her ardent palm open on his, her expression clear and triumphant. He thought of asking her why she went away from him, of trying to make her stay, but then he wouldn't have the pleasure of her return, that clasping hand meeting his in a declaration of secret victory. "You say you don't like those things, and every time I turn around you're eating another one." Albert stood in the kitchen door in his pajamas, blinking. "I know, it's funny. I'd never eat them at home." Albert went to the refrigerator to get a drink from his water jar. He was only 35, and he already walked like an exhausted man in late middle age. The last time he went to see his mother, he went with his father. In spite of what his father had said in the restaurant about how close he was with Daniel's mother, there was a sense of overwhelming discomfort between them. It was clear that they were both sad, but they seemed to be sad in separate, restricted ways, as though they were hoarding it. His mother's mouth was sarcastic, as though she found it ridiculous to be suffering before her ex-husband. His father was gentle, but the gentleness was excruciating. He didn't say anything to her about his new business. They didn't refer to the past or to her family. They talked about the accident, about Albert and Rose, and a little about the country club they once belonged to. When Daniel talked, he felt that he was, in a more advanced and subtle form, serving the same function as he had when they relayed messages through him. They had been in the room for about half an hour when 2 interns came in. They said they needed to do a brief examination. One of them asked, "Are you Mr. Belmont?" Daniel's father said yes. "And you're the son. Then you can stay if you want. This will only take a few minutes." Then, with gestures that would have been rapacious had they been less efficient, they stripped the sheet from Daniel's mother, jerking up her gown to expose her lower body. Her pelvic bones stuck out like horns. Her pubic hair was thin and snarled. "Whoops, sorry," said an intern. He pulled down her gown and absently patted her belly. "All in the family." Jesus Christ, thought Daniel. His mother smiled like a bitter doll. "Oh, hello, doctors. You might be interested to know that Mr. Belmont and I have not been married for 10 years. His father didn't say anything. It was strange to be back in San Francisco, having dinner with Jackie in the apartment again. He told her about how difficult it had been to see his mother that first time, and how he had almost fainted. He told her about his father, and how he had routed the relatives in the hospital waiting room. He told her how his mother had said bullshit to the nurse. She listened attentively. He had the impression that she didn't know what to say. She worked on her sweet potato with inordinate delicacy. Her gold eyes subtly glimmered with inchoate thoughts or feelings. He wanted to tell her about the moment he'd had with his father, but it was too far away from him now. "Could you tell me again why your grandparents hate your father?" she asked. "I know you've told me, but I can't remember exactly." "Mostly because my father is more adventurous than they are. When my father worked for my grandfather, he had a lot of ideas. He wanted to expand the business into something bigger than this little local thing, and my grandfather just wanted to keep it the way it was. They were arguing about it, and then my grandfather found out that my father was expanding production in certain branches of the company. So he fired him." "Really? I thought it was something different. I thought you told me that your father lost the company money, and that's why he fired him." "I told you that's what Grandpa said. You weren't listening to me." She tilted her head toward her plate in a vaguely deferential way. "I always wondered how your father could possibly be angry at them. "I want to ask you something," he said.
"What?"
"Why didn't you send my mother a card?" She looked startled. "Well, from what you said, I thought she'd be too bad off to read it or even know about it. Actually, I looked at some cards today, but they were all really ugly. I'll look at a better store tomorrow. You think she cares what the card looks like? If I'm going to send a card, I want it to be a good one. You don't understand it all." He stood up and walked away from the table. "You're just thinking about yourself and about the impression you're going to make. The point isn't a cute card and a cute comment inside it. You're right, of course. She's too bad off to look at it. She can hardly fucking move." "It wasn't about making an impression." Jackie's voice was going high and stricken. "Sending cards isn't something I usually ever do. I was going to send one to your mom because what else am I going to do? But it's a stupid, inadequate way of saying anything to anybody. That's not the point. The point of all these stupid cards on her table is one thing. They're all signed Love. That's it. Every time she sees another card signed Love, she knows somebody else is behind her, caring about her. That's what counts. And last week was the time to send it. Of course it's inadequate. It's still better than nothing. Do you know how much pain she's in? They've got her so sedated she can hardly talk, and she's still in pain. And you don't send her a card?" For a moment she seemed to hover between emotions, her face shadowed by expressions too pale and quick to recognize. Then her features went into an afflicted flinch. She covered her face with her hands, and he knew she was crying. This was what he had wanted to see, but now he felt sorry, even though she wasn't crying much. "It's not that I don't care about your mother. I just didn't want to send a card that didn't mean anything. I hate cards. I wanted to send her a letter, but I knew she couldn't read it." She wiped her face, lifted her head and faced him. "I was going to send her a book after she gets better. I have it picked out. It's not that I wasn't thinking of her." He sat down next to her and put his arm across her shoulders. "I know you care about my mother," he said. He paused. "You've just never been in this kind of situation before, and you don't know how to respond." Her quivering slowed, and he felt her listening. "I used to be like that. Something like this is so awful that you don't know how to react, and part of you is worried about how you're going to look. But the important thing is just to say that you care, somehow. It doesn't matter if it's not exactly right. You just do it." She looked up at him. "But I can't think that way, Daniel. If I make a gesture, I want it to be real, especially if the situation is really bad. It seems insulting to act out of convention. It's like saying, 'Have a nice day.' It isn't connected to anything." He dropped his arm from her shoulder and turned away. He thought of himself alone in Albert's guest room, holding his pillow and saying, "Mother." He felt defeated and cold. "I can't hear this stuff again," he said. "I just can't. It's fucking therapy talk, and I can't believe you're saying it now." There was a moment of silence. With a soft rubbing noise, she embraced him from behind. "I'm sorry, Daniel," she said. "God, I'm sorry." He felt her heart, moving in loud, hyper-extended beats against his back. He felt her intensely in the heat and solidity of her body, felt who she was underneath her silly, snobbish words, a fullness of woman, an abundant expanse of heart and life and comfort. He turned into her embrace and held her. He could be patient with her, he thought. He could help her see what things were really like, wean her away from the mysterious aggrievement that led her to recite platitudes borrowed from therapists. He took her chin in thumb and forefinger and tried to tip her head so that he could see her face. She resisted, avoiding his fingers and poking her head more firmly into his chest. He thought she might be crying again, so he sat quietly with her. He felt clear and curiously maternal. She shifted in his arms and reached up to hold his face in her hands. "You're such a darling," she said. She disengaged herself, got up and went into the bathroom. He heard the dull ruffle of toilet paper unraveling from its roll, the hiss and squish of a dainty nose-blow. She emerged into the room again, moving in a familiar gait of authority and confidence in her strong body. But her face, half turned away from him, was strained, diminished and searching for something that he didn't know, something that had nothing to do with him. Nothing at all. Robert Morgan, The Balm of Gilead tree. From Epic. I wouldn't say I noticed a thing unusual at first. There were airplanes coming in and taking off most of the day, and the new road was right under their path. It was the height of tourist season, and the sun was so bright you didn't want to glance up at the sky anyway. I wanted to look into the shade of the trees beyond the highway construction and forget about the awful heat and the headache I'd had all day. "Hey, look at that," Roy hollered. He was pulling up surveyor's markers and throwing them into the foreman's pickup. "He's going to hit." I looked to where he pointed. The airliner was coming in from the south, probably the flight from Atlanta. It was a DC-9 with its flaps down, slowing for landing. I knew what kind of plane it was because I had flown on them when I was in the service. With the sun high in the sky, you couldn't see much else about the plane. It was near 2 o'clock, and I still had that heavy feeling from eating my bologna sandwiches too fast, and the headache wouldn't go away. I wished I had some aspirin. "He's going to do it," Brad said. Brad stopped with a load of dirt in his shovel raised about a foot off the ground. My eyes stung with sweat and the bright light, but I saw it too. It was one of those little private planes, bigger than a Piper Cub, a Cessna, coming from the west and headed directly toward where the airliner was going. "My God," Joey, the foreman, said. He was tinkering with his transit beside the pickup. "I don't believe it," he said. I guess everybody on the job was looking up there, except maybe the earth mover and bulldozer drivers who couldn't hear anything and had to keep their eyes on the grading markers. "My God," I said, sounding like my Uncle Albert without meaning to. It just came out. "He ain't going to do it," Roy said. It felt like electric shock jolted through me as the little plane came on. It stretched on and on toward the airliner, seeming to rip the sky in front of it. "The Lord have mercy," Joey said. It didn't seem possible. I expected the big plane to turn aside, or the little plane to bank and dive or suddenly climb. But both pilots must have been blind. It all happened in a second or two, but it seemed to take hours. I couldn't watch. I had flown in planes in the Army all the way to Vietnam and back, and I thought of those people up there, in the clean air conditioning, just having finished lunch and thinking they were about to arrive in the mountains. Women in their fine clothes and perfume, and men in business suits and double knits in the middle of August, and kids with toys in their laps. "My God," I said, and raised my shovel like I was trying to push the little plane away. Dirt slid off the blade onto my sweaty arms and chest just as the two planes touched and turned into a fireball bigger than the sun. I don't remember if there was any noise or not. Maybe the sound of the motors continued even after the collision. The fire just hung there in the sky for a second, and then the two planes pulled apart. The little Cessna went down like somebody had dropped it. It fluttered into pieces that wobbled. I didn't see it hit except out of the corner of my eye because I was watching the DC-9 as it swung away from the impact in a steep curve, carrying the fire on its back but not spiraling. "These people falling," Roy said. And sure enough, we saw the dots and little figures thrown from the burning plane. At first it looked like debris from the explosion, but you could see the tiny arms and legs. "God damn," Brad said. Suddenly the tail of the plane broke off and more people spilled like seeds out of a pod, and the two main sections of the aircraft dropped like somebody had pitched them. They fell among scraps and burning pieces all the way down the sky. I thought at first they were falling right on top of us, but as they descended it was clear they were going to the south, further down the new roadway. As they fell, the pieces seemed to get further and further away, and by the time they hit in showers of fire, they looked about 2 miles down the road, down the river of red clay and machinery. "God damn," Brad said again. "Let's go," Roy said. He jumped into the cab of the foreman's pickup and started the engine. Brad and me threw down our shovels and climbed into the back. "Hey," Joey called. But Roy ignored him. Roy and Joey had been playing a game of chicken all summer. Roy would see how much he could get away with without being fired. Joey would see if he could act superior to Roy by not losing his temper and not cussing. We had all gone to high school together and played football together, but Joey had stayed out of the draft by taking a course in engineering at the community college, and when we got out of the service he was foreman on the new highway job. The roadbed was graded dirt, and Roy had to swing the pickup around bulldozers and fuel tanks and piles of crushed rock. Some of the earth movers were still working, and we almost hit one as it lurched across the bed with its belly full of dirt and both front and back engines blasting diesel smoke. "Watch out!" Brad hollered, and beat on the cab with his fist. But what we had to worry about most was other vehicles racing down the soft roadbed, dozens of people on the job site headed just where we were, and people from town and from the shopping centers had seen the crash and were driving in the same direction. "People is going crazy," Brad said. We had to hold on because Roy was hitting rocks and bumps and piles of dirt that hadn't been smoothed. The new road looked like bomb craters in places, a shelled zone. Roy hit a caterpillar track that had been left rusting in the dirt, but he kept going. It was further to the crash than we had thought. The first body we came to, Roy slammed on the brakes. A farm truck loaded with hampers of pole beans roared past us, raising the orange dust. "Damn buzzards," Brad called after it. Nobody but those building the road were supposed to be on the site. The headache pulsed like a strobe light under my hard hat. Roy got to the body first. It was an elderly woman with blue-looking hair. She was lying on her side with a shoulder drove into the ground. Her glasses lay in the dirt nearby, looking like they had been tossed there. Her dress was thrown up over her thighs, and you could see the straps of her garter belt. Roy rolled her over and felt for her pulse. Her eyes were open, and a thin line of blood ran from the corner of her mouth. "She's dead," he said. "No shit," Brad said. "She just fell a mile out of the sky." "Excuse me for being so obvious," Roy said. "I forgot to be subtle." I bent down to look at her, and when I straightened up I felt dizzy from my headache and the blinding sun. Cars and pickups, jeeps and tractors whined over the rough dirt toward the black smoke of the wreck. I saw another body about 100 yards ahead, right at the edge of the highway cut, half in the weeds. "Can't do her any good," I said, and started running. I tried to think of what first aid I could remember from the army in case any of the bodies were still alive. I glanced back at Roy and Brad, and they had started going through the old woman's pockets and purse. For the first time it came to me why so many people were running to the crash. We all wanted to get there first, before any authorities arrived and secured the area. I ran up the bank to the edge of the construction. It was the body of a businessman that lay half in the weeds and half in the grated dirt. There's a sad, dry look to dirt and weeds in late summer, and the body had fallen right against some blackberry briars. The berries were ripe and splattered, and I couldn't tell at first what was berry juice and what was blood. The man was lying face down in the weeds, and I rolled him over. The face was mashed in a little, nose flattened, and the eyes popping out with dirt and trash stuck to them. He was dead as a doorbolt. There wasn't a thing I could do for him. A bad smell rose from the body like it had just farted. His suit coat had been ripped at the arms, maybe by the explosion or by the wind when he was falling. I lifted his wrist to feel the pulse, and his watch was cold, as if it had been in a refrigerator. It was still cool from the air conditioning in the plane. I was really sweating from the heat and running, and from the headache. I reached into his coat pocket to get his wallet. I knew businessmen did not keep wallets in their hip pockets, but in their breast pockets. I thought I'll just see what his name is. He had this fancy wallet made of madras cloth and rimmed with gold on the corners. I opened it, and there was his driver's license and a bunch of credit cards and pictures of kids. The license said Jeremy Kincaid, and the address was in Aiken, South Carolina. I looked in the bill compartment, and there was a sheaf of 20s, and behind them a couple of 50s and a single 100. I thought I'll just leave this here for his wife and kids, and then I thought somebody else would go and take it. Might as well be me. The whole road was crawling with people, far as I could see. More were arriving in trucks and cars on motorcycles. In the distance I could hear a siren, and then the donkey horn of a fire truck. The bills felt cool and new. Cold cash, I thought. A cool million, as they say. It amazes me sometimes how people have already thought of everything. I took out the bills and put the wallet back in the coat. His family will get all the insurance money, I thought, and none of this would ever get back to them anyway. I folded the bills like pages of a little book and slid them in the pocket of my sweaty jeans. Then I thought of the credit cards and reached back into the wallet for the shiny plastic. But I saw they were useless. I'd have to forge Mr. Kincaid's signature on any charges, and I didn't want any of that. "Hot damn," I said, and stood up. The headache crashed down on me. I'd had headaches ever since I got back from the army. I wished I had some cool headache powders. some stand-back or aspirin. People swarmed over every inch of the highway, among the earth movers and bulldozers, backhoes, between piles of dirt and holes dug for culverts. Somebody had left a tractor running. I saw there was no way to look further in the highway site. The smoke of the wreck seemed to come from a field or apple orchard to the left, toward the Dana Road. I ran out through the weeds in that direction. The blackberry briars reached out and clawed as I passed. I had to stomp down cat briars and hogweeds, big ironweeds, and the first goldenrods. I could see people ahead running out through the brush and into the trees, like they were racing each other. Cold cash, I kept saying to myself in the terrible heat. I thought of cool, sharp-edged bills that would slice a finger. I thought of a whole plateful of $50 bills served like a feast, and the filling station I would buy to get out of construction work, and the mechanics courses I would take at the community college. Ever since I got out of the army, I'd had to work so hard I couldn't make use of the GI Bill. I thought of my girlfriend Diane and her cool lavender shorts, and how we could get married and build a beauty shop next to the filling station, and she could get out of the hot basement at Woolworth's. Diane was the prettiest woman I'd ever seen, and we had been engaged since last year. I thought of us under the cool sheets at night. She deserved a beauty shop, and I deserved a filling station. Enough for a down payment, and the bank would loan us the rest. Suddenly I saw somebody bent over in the weeds ahead of me. It looked like an animal pawing carrion, a big dog or a bear. But it was a man's back rising and falling. I was going to run around him. I didn't care what he was doing. But he had already heard me and looked around. He was a big red-faced fellow that was almost bald, and he was wearing the gray uniform of a delivery man. I think it was a bread company. He was one of those men who drive bread trucks. "Hot dog," he said. He was going through the pockets of a boy and had found a wallet. He had the boy's watch already, and he was fumbling with bills in the fold of the wallet. "Hot dog," he said. "What a way to get a case of chiggers." I ran around him, still headed toward the smoke, and he looked at me like he wanted to stop me, like he didn't want anybody to get ahead of him. "Hey, boy," he hollered, "you ain't trying to hog it all for yourself, are you?" I ignored him and ran on. There was a fence with a hedgerow in front of me, and I was looking for an easy way through the barbed wire when I saw the body in a post-oak tree. The body was caught in the limbs about 12 feet off the ground. Some of the branches had broke, but the body was stuck there. I thought of climbing the tree. I grabbed the ends of a limb and tried to shake it loose, but the body had lodged between the branches and would not slide off. I looked around for a stick or pole to push it loose. The bald-headed man in the uniform was running toward me, and I figured if I could just get the body down before he reached the fence, it was mine. There was a dead poplar sapling leaning in the hedgerow, and I jumped on it with both feet. But it didn't break. It was still rooted in the dirt. "Hey, hog," the bread truck driver hollered. "You can't claim all of them." He had a look in his eyes, like he didn't hardly care what he was doing. "You stay away," I said. "You stay away," he said. He reached up for the oak limb and tried to shake the body loose. He shook the tree like he was trying to make acorns fall. The second time I jumped on the poplar, it broke. I snapped off the tip and had a pole about 10 feet long. "You stand back, bastard," the bald-headed man said. He took a hawkbill knife out of his back pocket. It was the kind of knife you used to cut out cardboard or linoleum. "I'll cut your balls off," he said, holding the knife with one hand and jerking the oak limb with the other. I swung the pole and hit him on the back of the head. He went down like a sandbag in the weeds. "Bastard yourself," I said, but he was out cold. With the pole, I knocked the body in the tree loose, and it fell almost beside the bread truck driver. The arms and legs were turned wrong, where they had been broke when they hit the post oak. The man looked about 70 and was wearing a Hawaiian shirt. There wasn't more than $40 in his billfold, but he had a book of traveler's checks in his pocket. I tried to think if you could spend traveler's checks, but they were already signed in one corner, and I threw them in the weeds. I was about to run on when I noticed the great bulge in the bald man's uniform pocket. I reached in and pulled out what must have been a wad of $120 bills. I would leave him his wallet, and whatever he had, that was his. But I would take the wad because he had threatened me with the knife. On the other side of the hedgerow was a bunch bean field. It had been standing in water earlier in the summer, and most of the vines had turned yellow. The ground looked painted with baked silt, like the bottom of a dried puddle. There were suitcases and overnight bags fallen among the vines, most of them busted open. I looked through some of them, but they were mostly just shirts and blouses, hairbrushes, women's shoes. I didn't even see any jewelry. There was a piece of blackened airplane lying in the row, still smoking. It smelled of burnt fuel. It looked like a piece of the DC-9 with a shattered window. There was a whole lot of sirens now coming from all directions, and there were voices and horns honking. I knew the police would arrive any time. I heard a helicopter coming from somewhere. That really reminded me of the army. But at no time in Nam had I seen this many bodies. There was a woman on her knees in the bean rows near the creek, and I thought she must be picking over a body or a suitcase. I saw her out of the corner of my eye and avoided going in that direction. But after I went through 10 or 15 pieces of luggage and found only one purse with $70 in it, I looked her way again. She hadn't moved, and she was leaning in a peculiar way. Her back was twisted. I ran over there and saw the strangest thing I'd seen all day. She was sunk in the soft dirt by the creek up to her knees. She had fallen out of the sky standing up and drove into the ground like a stake. Her face was stretched from the impact. Her necklace had broke off and was lying in the dirt. It looked like diamonds. I didn't see a pocketbook. It spooked me to look at her face with the eyes pushing out. My headache thundered louder. I grabbed up the necklace and ran on. To go toward the smoke of the wreck, I had to cross the creek. The stream was low from the late summer drought and almost hidden by weeds. Mud from the highway construction lined the banks, and the creek itself seemed one long pool through the level bottomland. It was green, stagnant water, a dead pool, like a coma of water poisoned by bean spray and weed killer. There was no easy way to cross. A snake slid down a limb and plopped into the water. A scum like green hair and paint floated on the top. I didn't see any way to cross except walk right into the creek, so I splashed in. I was halfway across and the water up to my chest when I bumped into something. The body must have been floating just under the surface, for when I touched it, it turned over and the face shot right up in my face. It was a man whose head had been burned and his brains had busted out. I pushed the body away and crossed the creek quick as I could. I climbed up the other bank, brushing moss and green scum off my jeans. The water smelled sour, but I didn't pay it any mind. When I broke through the tall weeds, I was at the edge of a field of apple trees. The wreck was burning still further on, beyond another hedgerow. I could hear people hollering and sirens in that direction. I figured I would stay away from where the crowd was. The orchard seemed to be full of bodies and pieces of the wreck. It was a young orchard, which meant there were wide spaces around trees, and you could see a long way between rows. There were dozens of people picking through the rows. I figured if I moved quick through the trees, I wouldn't be any more noticeable than the rest. I hoped I didn't see anybody I knew. I hoped I didn't see Roy and Brad again. The orchard had been plowed once that summer, which meant there was an open break of red dirt around each of the trees. The ground had baked hard and rough. Weeds rose right out of the unplowed ground into the limbs of the tree. The trees were loaded with green apples. The spray looked white and silver on the fruit. I had been raised in an apple orchard down near Saluda, and it sickened me to think of the sweat that had gone into that grove. You grafted and fertilized, pruned and waited, sprayed and plowed, and still a late frost or early frost, a beetle or fungus, drought or wet summer could ruin you. A hailstorm, a flood, a plane crash, a drop in the market price could wipe you out. You have to fight, I said to myself. I thought of the filling station and the beauty shop I would build. The sirens were getting closer and growing in number. It sounded like all the fire trucks and patrol cars and ambulances in the world were screaming and wailing. I was glad I had got off the road, but I had to work fast. The fire truck horns were blasting toward the column of smoke, and car horns answered the sirens. "Clear the area! Clear the area!" a voice thundered out of the sky. I looked up and saw the chopper. It was the sheriff's chopper, the one they used to look for marijuana fields in the mountain coves. "Clear the area! Clear the area!" the voice boomed again, rattled by static on the loudspeaker. I could feel the wind off the blades washing over the apple trees, fluttering leaves and shaking green apples. For a second I thought they were going to land and try to arrest me. I kept my head down in case they were taking pictures. The heat of the wind and the pulse of my headache made me feel I had slipped through a time warp. If they landed, I could try to run for the woods at the other end of the orchard. Then I realized they couldn't land among the apple trees. They were trying to scare people away from the wreck. The helicopter tilted and swung away ahead of me. I gave it the finger, but there wasn't much time. I ran around a tree, and there was this old couple in Bermuda shorts bent over a body. Their straw hats and sunglasses told me they were tourists from Miami. The mountains had been overrun by retirees from South Florida ever since I was a kid. They filled up the streets and highways with their long Cadillacs, driving in the middle of the road. "They come up here with $1 and one shirt and don't change either," my Uncle Albert liked to say. God. They were crouching over the body, and the old woman jumped when she heard me coming. She had on thick red lipstick and makeup. "We were just trying to see if we could help," she said. "You go right ahead," I said. "Is there nothing anybody can do?" the man said. He was holding his right hand behind his back. He must have taken the wallet from the body and hadn't had time to slip out the bills. "We're just trying to help," the woman said. "These could be our family. They could be somebody's family." "You all help yourself," I said. I ran past them, and they watched me in horror, expecting to be mugged. There was a piece of the private plane lying up against an apple tree. It was a part of the cockpit. The fuselage had been sheared like it was cut with a torch. The metal was blackened but not burning. I thought I saw a face behind the window, and I ran closer. It was a face, and I lifted the torn section of the plane to free the body, but I instantly wished I had left it alone. It was a little boy about 8 years old. The half of his face I had seen through the window was unmarked, but the other half had been sliced off by the impact. The kid never saw what hit him. Nothing I had glimpsed in the infantry was more sickening. I dropped the section of the Cessna and ran. "You will clear the area," a voice said over a bullhorn. It was from a police car cruising around the perimeter of the orchard. "Looters will be arrested." I crouched down behind an apple tree until the flashing lights were past. It made me think of those preachers' cars with loudspeakers, one horn pointing forward and one backward on top of the car. "Got to fight," I said to myself. "You've got to fight." It's what I said to myself for a whole year in the army. It's what I said to myself as a boy working in the orchard, in the heat and mud and stinging spray. "We're sweeping the area and arresting looters," the loudspeaker crackled. There were bodies and pieces of bodies all over the orchard. I ran quick as I could from one to the other, avoiding the people like it was a game of hide-and-seek. Flies were finding the torn limbs in the weeds. There was a beautiful stewardess still in pieces of her uniform, but she didn't have either jewelry or a billfold on her. She had fallen into the lower limbs of a spreading apple tree, and looked like she had gone to sleep there. Some bodies were naked, but I avoided those, not only because I knew there wouldn't be any money on them, but because it was embarrassing to get close. I didn't want to be seen looking at naked corpses, and I didn't want to see myself doing it either. My pockets were stuffed with cash, some of it slightly burned, some of it bloody, some of it dirty. Some of the money had been soaked in diesel fuel. I found more and more businessmen, but most of them had credit cards and little money. The women carried more cash in their purses. I threw away a lot of travelers' checks. I found bodies that had already been searched. I was nearing the edge of the orchard and getting closer to the smoke and the gathering sirens. There was another hedgerow, and then a field where the main part of the wreck seemed to have come down. "Clear the area immediately," the bullhorn blasted. "All looters will be arrested. It is a federal offense to tamper with an airplane crash." I dashed out of the orchard and across the Hall Road. A pink lady's purse lay in the brush against the hedgerow. I was about to reach for the handle when a black bullet shot in front of my face, and then I saw the hornet's nest about the size of a peck bucket behind the purse. The falling pocketbook had knocked off a section of the nest, and the hornets boiled out of the hole. They hummed and shocked the air like 10,000 volts. The purse was made of soft pink leather. I just knew it was full of money, but it was dangerous to get near a nest that big, especially if they were all riled up. 10 hornet stings can kill you, can put you to sleep forever. There must have been 1,000 in that nest. "Everybody clear the area," the loudspeaker said. "Only members of the volunteer fire department should be in the area. They will be wearing red armbands. All others will be arrested." I thought I might have 10 minutes before they got to me. The cruiser with flashing lights was circling back on the Hall Road. I wiped the sweat out of my eyes and watched the hornets circle. The handbag lay among the weeds in baked late summer dirt. As I broke a twig off the tree above my head and brought it to my lips, I smelled the aroma. It was balm of Gilead. The bright, spicy smell woke me up from the heat and reminded me of the tree by the old house down at Saluda. The twig smelled like both medicine and candy. Somebody was coming. There were voices, and it sounded like the volunteer firemen were already sweeping the area. Of course they would take everything they could find for themselves, same as the cops would. Wasn't any reason to leave the money for them, money that would never get to heaven or hell with the owners, or to the rightful heirs. I had heard boys brag about breaking off a limb with a hornet's nest on it and running down the mountainside so fast the hornets couldn't sting them, but I never believed them. A hornet can fly faster than the eye can see, and these were already boiling. I didn't have any smoke to blow on them, and I couldn't wait till dark, and I didn't have a cloth to throw over them either. I took the red bandana off my neck and wrapped it around my left hand and wrist. The hard hat would protect part of my head. I grabbed the handle of the purse and jerked away, but the first hornet popped me on the shoulder, and another got me on the elbow. I ran hard as I could through the weeds. A hornet's sting always hits you in 2 stages. First the prick of the stinger, and then the real pain of the poison squirting home. A hornet must release its venom with powerful pressure because it always feels like you've stopped a bullet or had a bone broke and your flesh rings with the pain. I got hit twice more. I ran along the hall road like a scalded dog until I didn't hear the hornet circling any more. There were voices on the other side of the ditch, and I dropped down behind a sumac bush. The heat was terrible. It magnified the pain of the stings and speeded the ache of the poison through me. A hornet sting makes your bones and joints feel sick. It makes you feel old with rheumatism. But my headache didn't seem as bad. I had heard people say you could cure a headache with a bee sting, but I never believed it. Most likely the hurt of the sting makes you forget the headache, but there was no doubt the throb in my head was fading. I thought of the cool, frosty powders of aspirin, and looked up at the snowy edge of a cloud far above me. The voices on the other side of the hedgerow got closer, and I hunkered deeper under the sumacs and the balm of Gilead trees. There must have been a whole row of the trees, which is real unusual. I tried to quiet my breathing by chewing a twig. In the shade, I could smell myself, the sweat from work in the sun and running, and the raw smell of fear and pain from the stings. My sweat dripped all over the soft leather handbag. It was the most expensive leather work I had ever seen. Every seam was rounded, and the stitching was concealed. It was leather made for royalty. At first I didn't see anything inside but a compact and lipstick, some keys to a Mercedes, and a bottle of perfume. There was a wallet with credit cards in the slots, but I didn't find but $30 in the bill compartment. I started to throw them all out in the weeds, but that seemed disrespectful, though I couldn't explain why. The woman was dead and wouldn't need her purse again. There was a driver's license that identified her as a resident of Coral Gables, Florida. I pushed aside the little bottle of mouthwash, the cellophane-wrapped peppermint candies, a couple of unmailed letters, and was about to give up when I saw the zipper almost concealed under a flap of shiny lining. I unzipped the pocket and felt inside. I touched edges that seemed stiff and sharp as razor blades. I got my finger around the packet and pulled it out. There was a wad of folded bills, brand-new bills, some 20s, some 50s, and some 100s. It was the old woman's stash for her vacation in the mountains. The bills were starched with newness, the green and black inks printed in biting freshness, with some serial numbers and seals in blue. What fine cloth money is, I thought. There must have been over $3,000 in the folded pages. They were like a new printed book, every page pretty. I stuffed them in my pocket, deep so they wouldn't fall out. All my pockets were full of bills and jewelry. If I found anything else, I'd have to stuff it in my underwear, though that was dangerous, for it might fall out. Better to stuff money in my boots. I took the red bandana off my hand and tied it around my right arm. It probably wouldn't work, but if anybody stopped me, I could claim I was a volunteer fireman. There were shouts from the direction of the crash. The fire trucks wailed, and somebody was on the bullhorn again. I could see lights flashing through the hedgerow. "Clear the area must be cleared," the voice echoed across the fields and back from barns. A patrol passed on the other side of the ditch, not more than 15 feet away. They could see me if they looked close. "Whatever we get, we will divide up," one of the men was saying. I had to think fast. If I was stopped by the firemen, they would just take everything I had found. There were too many of them, and they would claim I was looting, or resisted arrest or something. If I was caught by the sheriff or one of the troopers, they would either take what I had or beat me up with their clubs, or both. I chewed on the spicy twig in my nervousness. I used to do that when I was crouched down hiding from my brother, or waiting for the enemy to move or fire. It seemed to help. The medicine smell of the balm of Gilead woke me up a little from my worry. There was something about the smell of the bark that reminded me of soft drinks like root beer or Dr. Pepper. I wished I had a cold drink. If I ever got out of there with my money, I would celebrate with a case of cold Pepsi. "This is the U.S. Marshal," a voice said over a loudspeaker. "All who don't leave the site will be arrested. It is a federal offense to loot an airplane crash." There were shouts and more sirens arriving. A truck horn blasted for a full 10 seconds. I waited until the firemen had gone on 50 or 75 feet on the other side of the ditch, and then I laid the purse down and stood up. The blood must have drained out of my head because it felt like a shadow had passed over everything. I waited for a few seconds to focus my mind. The stings ached worse than ever, but the headache had gone. There was nobody in sight, and I started walking to the east toward the Dana Road. I figured it was safer if I stayed away from the new highway where all the trucks and cars had converged. I would try to get back to the place we had been working before anybody else did. If I got back soon enough, I could put my money in my lunchbox and nobody would ever see it. That's what Bishop the bulldozer driver did when he uncovered a mason jar of money on the pasture hill down at the south end of the county. When they first started building the highway, he cut into a bank and a fruit jar rolled out, a quart stuffed full of 20s. He got off the dozer and emptied the jar inside his shirt, then threw the jar away. Wouldn't anybody know he got the money except one of the ward boys saw him. But when the ward boy told the foreman, and they asked Bishop, he said he hadn't seen any money, and he showed them his empty shirt. He had already moved the money to his lunchbox and thermos. Wasn't long after that, maybe 3 months, till he bought a store and fruit stand over near the line and quit driving the bulldozer. I walked fast as I could without seeming to hurry. A hurry will draw suspicion. I was about a quarter of a mile from the end of the orchard when I saw the red and tan sheriff's car coming down the middle of the grove with all its lights flashing. At the same time I heard the chopper again. I don't know who spotted me first, the patrol car or the helicopter, but the next thing I heard was the bullhorn in the sky. "Hey, you there in the hard hat, stop!" I kept going for a few steps, and the bullhorn blasted again. "Stop there or I'll shoot!" I could hear the patrol car whining through the apple trees toward me. The chopper came in closer, and its wind hit me like a slap. "Halt there," the voice in the sky said. "You're under arrest." I wondered if they had seen my bulging pockets. I had to think quick. The whole road was too narrow for the chopper to land in, but the sheriff's car would run me down in a few seconds. I had to do something, or lose everything. The chopper wind smacked at my face. I dove into the brush and rolled under some sumac bushes. Then I crawled on my elbows through the blackberry briars. The grit cut into my skin. I hadn't crawled like that in years. A moccasin snake plunged into the ditch ahead of me. The water was cloudy with chemicals and moss. I threw down my hard hat and slid in after the snake, and was going to head east, the way I had been running. But I changed my mind and started back the other way, toward the creek. I crawled as fast as I could until the sheriff's car stopped, and then I backed in under some honeysuckle vines and listened. "Right in front of you," the loudspeaker from the chopper said. The deputy who got out of the car looked like he had never been out of air conditioning. His shirt was starched and ironed to his back and shoulders. He walked to the brush and peered into the hedgerow. "He went right in there," the voice from the helicopter said. I wished I had something to darken my face. There was a good chance my skin would shine right through the honeysuckle bushes. I sunk low as I could, almost to my nose in the water. There was green paste, thick as pancake batter, floating on the surface. I squeezed my lips to keep water out. "Look right there," the loudspeaker boomed. The wind from the blades shook the leaves of the Balm of Gilead trees and trembled the surface of the water. If the chopper came in lower, it might blow the vines aside and expose me. The deputy parted the sumac bushes and looked into the ditch. He looked like he was afraid ticks and chiggers and snakes and spiders would attack him. He never took his sunglasses off, otherwise he would have seen me for sure. He looked at the water and paused, and I was certain he had seen me. I could feel the ditch water soaking into my pockets among the wadded bills. Luckily, money won't melt. The ditch water was warm as a mud puddle. But the money still felt cool. "Look to the left," the voice on the bullhorn said. The deputy peered past the sumac bushes and took out his gun. He must have seen my hard hat. "Come out or I shoot," he said. I pushed back under the vines far as I could. He fired twice and sent the hat skipping into the ditch. "Look to the left," the voice from the chopper said again. They had seen me running that way and guessed I would continue in that direction. I waited until he had gone 40 or 50 feet, and then I slid out of the honeysuckle vines and began crawling on my side through the ditch scum. I didn't have to worry about noise because of the chopper, but if I came out in an open place they would spot me. The chopper hovered just above the deputy. Another snake slid off a limb, unwinding like a corkscrew, and disappeared into the cloudy water. I'd heard snakes have trouble biting in water because they can't brace themselves to coil and strike. I hoped that was right. The ditch was full of bottles and cans and all kinds of trash. Everything was covered with a slimy coat of silt. Everything felt like mucus. I could have made it out of sight, except there was this burlap erosion dam across the ditch, the kind we're required by law to put around construction sites. They don't do any good, but they're supposed to catch the dirt washing into ditches. The burlap was almost rotten and covered with leaves and dried mud, but it wouldn't tear. I had no choice but to climb over it. If I stood up, they could see me through the hedgerow. The deputy was about 100 feet away and the chopper right above him. I hesitated for a moment, but realized I didn't have much time. If they didn't find me in that direction, they would come back looking in the other. I stood up slowly and bent across the dam, and just as I was swinging over, the voice from the chopper blasted, "Look over there! Look over there!" I had taken my chance and failed. I was going to have to run for it as best I could and hope they didn't shoot. I wheeled myself over the burlap and started running, but out of the corner of my eye I saw these 2 boys come out of an orchard row lugging a big suitcase between them. They looked like farm boys, maybe 14 or 15, barefoot and without shirts. They started running back into the orchard, and the deputy took after them. "No use to run, boys, no use to run," the voice from the chopper said. I knew that was the best chance I would have, so I dropped back into the ditch water and crawled on my hands and knees for another 100 feet. There were sirens and horns and screams and loudspeakers from the side of the crash to my left. It sounded like hundreds of people had gathered there now. I couldn't go in that direction, and I couldn't go east to the Dana Road. I had no choice but to head toward the creek, and then to the highway construction. After crawling another 100 yards, I climbed out on the bank and started running. I crossed the Hall Road, dripping on the scorched weeds, and darted into the apple trees. My pants were heavy with wetness, and the wet bills weighed in my pockets, but I dashed from tree to tree. I didn't know if the helicopter could see me, but I couldn't pause to find out. I ran like I used to as a kid through the orchard, throwing myself forward into every stride, thrusting my chest out and pushing the edge of the world ahead of me. As I ran, I thought how cool my wet pants were in the wind, and how cool the money in my pockets was, even where the wet cloth pinched. I passed a sprayer covered with white chemical frost and swung around it. It was about a mile to the new road, but I could make it in a few minutes. Another half-mile, and I would be home free. Thomas Glave. The Final Inning. From the Kenyon Review. And whether or not Dwayne had really made a beautiful or no fly corpse, or not, with all of his fingernails and fierce teeth intact beneath the lid of that closed coffin, and why the fuck his mother had just had to wear that shit-colored crushed velvet or whatever it was tacky suit to match her just as tacky crushed velvet also shit-colored hat with that old cheap-looking St. Patrick's green fake daffodil on it, and if it was true that Uncle Brandon McCoy had made a goddamned fool out of himself again by crying like a big old drooping-ass baby in front of all those people instead of acting like a grown, old, broken-down man should, even in the midst of all that grief for the fallen brother, and what it was exactly somebody had said to the minister, Reverend Dr. Smalls, old pompous fire and brimstone drunk-ass, about going on and eating up all the greasy, nasty, Cece had said, greens, so that there wasn't none left for nobody, not for nobody, honey. When it was all over and they were all over it and just dying to get home and take off heels and pantyhose and loosen up bra straps and what not, those things, they all agreed, weren't even really the issues. By then they just wanted to leave it all behind, especially what had happened in the church, and get back to where they were now, which was back in Tamra's house in that most northeastern and inaccessible, the black people who lived there cursed and praised, Bronx neighborhood, Sound Hill. In her living room, with the heat on because it had gotten even colder, hadn't it, she said, and the television on too because it always was, and like always now was showing some dumbass sitcom about two high yellow girls as usual who couldn't even keep their trashy-looking hair straight. Do you believe the shit they were putting on TV these days, Jackie said. But it couldn't get no worse than that other show about that black family that was all doctors and whatnot, Cece said, 'cause I ain't never seen nobody like that acting like all we got is fly furniture and no problems, did you? Nicky said, and all of them, even Jackie's husband Gregory sitting off real quiet in the corner with 2-year-old Gregory Jr. asleep on his knee and the Sports Illustrated open on the side table in front of him, said they hadn't, and laughed. Laughter out of and into sound, and pulse as sharp or strained as anything else they might be feeling or making out, and maybe even that 0.5% better. The sad occasion had been over, more or less, for a few hours, ever since they'd all laid Duane away in the hard late autumn earth of St. Raymond's out by Whitestone, beneath the watchful, distrusting eyes of the fastidious when it came to Negroes groundskeeping Italians, most of whom felt they themselves had pushed this far, and even farther, into the merciful hands of the Virgin, in order to escape those colored hands stretched out today in grief and unbelieving fury to the hard-edged sky. Would the colored people even want heaven, too, now that they'd taken over everything else? The main after-burial get-together was still going on at Miss Geneva Mack's, in the valley, near the church used by some Sound Hill people, where the service had taken place. But after a few too many minutes of gossip that didn't interest anybody, kids who weren't cute, if only you knew, ma'am, and just about enough senior citizen small talk of my Lanta and blood clots, and how it would come to us all some day, and Lord, what a tragedy it was that such a fine young man had met the Savior so early, but he sure had gone on up to him with a beautiful-looking coffin, praise Jesus. The 5 of them plus Gregory Jr. had piled easily enough again into Gregory Sr.'s car, the same way they had on the way to the church. A little respite was in order, now that they had done with the St. Raymond's part of it that everybody hated, but for decency's sake couldn't miss, since all present had wanted to appear duly respectful, you know, the way you should for someone like Duane, whom almost everyone had loved in spite of that. Yes, that, but still you had to have some feeling for the dead, didn't you? Last regards had been paid at the cemetery to Duane's mother and stepfather, still in a severe state of shock after what had happened. Cece and Nicky and Tamra had finally been pulled away from the chatting with the Reverend, who had proved inconsolable despite his drunkenness. It wasn't none of it his fault, what had happened in church. He shouldn't even worry about it, they'd said, although everyone knew that if the old alcoholic nigger had put the whiskey behind his shelf instead of all out front on it for a change, none of the disgraceful shit today would have happened. Now, back in Sound Hill, they were all tired and cold and disgusted and just flat out, that was all. Tamra had put on the lima beans, Cece was helping with the rice, and Jackie was trying to season the meat in that kitchen that was looking more nasty to her today than ever before, because, yes, Tamra was her friend, but, well, speak the truth before God, girl, she thought. She had seen not 1 but 2 roaches about which she would be sure to tell Gregory later. But then, petty shit like that didn't matter so much now after such a sad occasion, with everybody talking and the TV blaring, and the 40s of Old English out on the living-room table, and Tamra looking for her house shoes, and her husband Kevin still not back with their kids J.C. and Cassandra from Mrs. Shirley's, watching football with Mrs. Shirley's Harry after the funeral. Now wasn't that some shit, she said. All the others except Gregory sucked their teeth and shook their heads. The house was still too damn cold, right down there on the Sound after all, but the principal shit was Duane and those others, too, still on everybody's mind after what had happened. "'Cause, girl," Tamra was saying to any one of them except Gregory, popping a half-cooked lima bean into her mouth and spitting out the skin, which she never ate, into the sink. "Lemme tell you, I ain't never think I'd live to see no shit like that. You know." "Word." "You," Cece said, pushing Jackie out of the way to stand in a corner over the rice. The best corner, in fact, for affecting officiousness, while nudging surreptitiously out from her behind the underwear that insisted on catching up in it beneath the folds of that stiff morning dress she hardly ever wore. "A damn shame, that's all that was," she said, and lifted the lid off the rice pot to stir the water. "What was?" Jackie said, swaying to nobody's rhythm. "Why you holding your face over the pot, Cece? You think we want your makeup all in the rice? Bitch, don't try it, you the one—" She replaced the lid on the pot and managed easily enough to rub her backside against the stove door handle, and there she was free again. "You the one put on so much damn makeup couldn't nobody see that pimple on your chin you so determined to try and hide. Who you calling a bitch? Me and your grandmother? Your funky ass. Don't be talking about my grandmother. She could— Now, what y'all fussing about? Tamara, this food is not even ready." Nicky strolled into the kitchen on long legs, not quite hidden beneath the most elegant-looking black wool pantsuit all of them had ever seen, and would have done more than kill to have. She had already had some of the Old English, finally had found her cigarettes, and now, with the contentment of the smooth, dark cat that always lolled somewhere in the marshy fields of her eyes, slowly began to pull in sweet, soft drags of a Newport. "I forgot his name already," Jackie said. "After he got up there and dissed everybody, I wouldn't even want to—" "Dissed? That's what you gon' call it? Dissed?" Cece stretched out 3 fingers toward Nicky's cigarette in a gimme-one gesture. "That shit wasn't even about no dissing. That was just goddamn disrespecting blasphemy, that's all. I wish it had been me sitting up there with Dwayne's mother. I would have knocked the shit out of him first and put a foot in his ass second." "Okay." "Y'all come on and sit in the living room," Tamara said, wiping her hands on the curtains over the kitchen window. "One thing I can't stand is sitting up in the kitchen talking about dead people while food be on the stove. And I can't stand Nicky with her nasty self putting no damn cigarette ashes in my sink neither," she thought, but didn't say either as she pulled one more lima bean out of the pot, and this time pulled the skin off her tongue before she flicked it off into the sink. "Y'all still going on about what happened in the church?" Gregory said, looking up from the Sports Illustrated and over the head of his sleeping son just long enough to give Jackie an appreciative glance before he returned to a photograph in the magazine that had caught his eye. The look was returned with another deeper one, which could have passed between them comfortably enough then as only one edging of that almost unbearable love she possessed, not only for the man whose gaze mirrored the silent ponderings and longings of her own, and whose lashes, like those arcing hummingbirds they yearned to become in dreams, nightly fluttered over the comforts her body offered that the dreams did not, but also for their child spread in smallish sleep across her husband's broad thighs. The child did not yet bear Gregory's unmistakably solitary look, which to her eyes had always spoken either of too many winding rivers already walked by the soul, or the hand's constant reaching for what the 10 fingers could not provide. Any or all of it might have worried or pleased her at the same time. Speculations aside, they missed the look she gave him just then. Like so many others who knew them, distinct but distrusted, only occasionally acknowledged other versions of themselves, they rarely looked far enough into those interiors that were both theirs and hers, the here-and-always silty brew and the joy, the source of which none of them, through choice or necessity or the simple desire for safety, however they imagined it, had ever plumbed, had ever wanted to plumb. Their attention for the moment was, anyway, as almost always, scattered. Between the TV, they turned it off, they wanted music, it would go better with the Old English, and Cece's "Don't be mean, girl, I gave you 5 cigarettes last week," to Nicky's "I know you did, 'cause I gave you 6 the week before, so now I guess you could go out and get you a pack," but then finally handing one over as the marshes wavered to stillness accord in her eyes. Cece didn't never buy no cigarettes, but still that was one of her main home-girls, and Tamara putting on some Aretha and doing a jerky, rhythmless white girl dance to the first song that made them all laugh again. None of them had time to notice the new little things like that distant ticking sound in Gregory's voice when he spoke, or how hard up tight his right hand was gripping his little boy's small, soft baby shoulder. "Let me take him, Greg," Jackie said. "I need to put his ass in the bed." "You could put him right upstairs, girl," Tamara said. "Ooh, I love this song." "He all right, I got him," Gregory said, shifting thighs. "Anyway, like I was saying," Cece said, exhaling a cloud of smoke and rolling her head back to rest it on the back of the couch where the three of them sat across from Gregory. Tamara was dancing. "I ain't never seen no shit like that neither, all in the church, and you know Dwayne's mother was through." "Not just his mother," Jackie said. "You ain't seen Mr. Jackson?" "I did," Tamara said. "We all did, honey," Cece said. The cigarette was sweet, the smoke was floating over her tongue, and breathe it in, she thought, just like. "That old man got up and started screaming, honey. 'You will not say these things about my son. You will leave this church now. Get out of God's house.' Honey?" She raised her head and looked out at them with both arms stretched out along the sofa back, the easy, lazy stance they all associated with her. "I thought I was goin' to fall out myself," she said. "We all was," Tamara said, shaking on to the chorus. "How could you not? I mean, now, that was wrong. Damn right. It was, you know. I mean, now, how you goin' to sit up in church at somebody's goddamn funeral and bring out all kinds of shit? That probably ain't even true," Jackie said. "Well, I don't know about all that. But I'm saying, how you goin' to get up there and do that shit when ain't nobody even want your white-looking ass up there in the first place?" "He wasn't white," Gregory said. "The dude that got up and spoke, he wasn't no white. But I wish y'all would stop." "Looked white to me," Cece said, chugging. "Aw, girl, he did not. You gon' sit there black as me and tell me you can't tell a half-breed when you see one? Come on," Tamara said. She came and sat down on the floor next to Jackie and looked up briefly at Nicky, who the entire time had remained silent and still behind the marshes on her second glass. "Humph, half-breed. Somebody's business." Cece pronounced the words with particular contempt, as if describing someone who habitually shit on the only good side of his mother's bed. "See? That's why. Breeding, honey. Wouldn't no real black person do some shit like that?" "I don't know," Jackie said. "A whole bunch of them stood up when he asked everybody to stand." "Yeah," Tamara said. "The faggots did." "Well, they was all faggots. Like I said," Cece came in again. "Wouldn't no real black—" "On that side of the church," Tamara said. "In the back, thank God, all sitting in a group. You see that shit?" "You know we did," Cece said, putting out the cigarette. "Faggots and bulldaggers, ain't that some shit? With their hair all shaved off and zigzagged and earrings and nose rings. Nasty. Probably all boggered up." "That's how that shit spreads," Cece said. "Girl. And carrying on." "Why y'all gotta keep talking about it?" Gregory said, shifting again and fastening his grip on his son, and again staring down and out at the something-anything, not there but there. "Why not? A goddamn freak show," Cece said, leaning forward. She snatched another cigarette out of Nicky's pack on the table, lit it that fast, and exhaled 2 river-colored smoke streams from angry nostrils. "Why the fuck not?" she asked again, turning to Gregory and then away and over to Tamara, stretching her legs out on the rug. Now it was her turn for the Old English. Aretha was crooning out that very oldie Who's Zoomin' Who, and Tamara's lips were there with her, and her hips, too, lacking the grace but filled with the intent. "It wasn't all that, Cece. You got a real problem when it comes to—" It was the first time Nicky had spoken since they had left the kitchen. The marshes in her eyes had filled with the afternoon light of that other place, quite clearly known only to her. The heavy sunset color of drowned fields descending beneath those lashes, a small space of enclosed time hours, even light years beyond the chilly Soundhill late afternoon. "It wasn't even all that," she said. "What do you mean?" Cece said. "I mean, you got a problem." "What kind of problem?" All eyes in the room drove toward the marshes and stopped there. "I mean, like you don't like them." "Them who?" Well, homos." But oh no, now she thought she could be stronger than that with the Old English, she thought, braver and maybe even gay people, she said. "Well," Cece was facing the marshes directly. They were deeper than they had ever appeared before. They had, in fact, without warning or comfort, given way to that untracked country, which, even for those who thought, or had dared to think, they had always known the easiest way in. That simple road, the things you said or didn't, The half-smiles and the sliding glances, right? Confounded even the most scrupulous eye on the way back out into the farther brown that signaled both the marsh's end and the deeper water's beginning. Well, no, I guess I don't. But it was all getting in her way, all around. Was that why her own voice suddenly sounded so... And what was there just beyond those marsh reeds pulling her out into... The quick chill before that unknown whatever, nothing else and nothing noble either, hurled her back onto firmer ground. Like no fucking faggots, girlfriend. Not up in no damn church. Not all up in somebody's goddamn funeral. Not calling nobody out when... You acting like there's something to like. You gone sit up there in this house in Sound Hill with Dwayne dead and buried over in St. Raymond's and his mother and Mr. Jackson over in Co-op. I know where we at. Ooh, yeah, Cece. Nicky knows where she at, Jackie said, and poked Nicky in the ribs. 'Cause why we gotta go into all this now, she thought, feeling suddenly the surge of an unwelcome river rising up around their feet. It might have been the strangeness of panic, or anything else which had the all-knowing eyes of recognition, but no comforting or settled-in name. The other woman smiled and slapped away her hand, but they all knew that meant nothing. Y'all know Miss Nicky ain't got just one but 2 men up on Gun Hill Road. You stinking hoe, Nicky said, almost laughing. Liar. One named Billy and the other this Puerto Rican dude who ain't got shit in his pants to satisfy nobody. You know them Ricans just swear they all that. They were all laughing easily enough now, and the two were half-wrestling where they sat until Nicky let out a scream of half-real enough now as Jackie pulled at the weave that had cost $85 at Joe Nay's up on White Plains Road, and which even in play she wasn't about to have anybody mess up after the rain that afternoon had almost reclaimed it for free. Liar, liar. Straightening up, and straightening out the hair, and Jackie smiling in a relief wide enough for all. The river had returned to its proper place, wouldn't rise up, and... You 1 hoe and a half, honey. You gon' go and bring in all you think you know about my business. You said it wasn't true. Don't want nobody to talk about your business, baby? Don't have none, then. Like you. Maybe, Cece came in again. But I'ma tell y'all one thing. When I die, ain't nobody... She leaned forward suddenly, the lioness in her jaw. Ain't nobody gonna drag my shit all out in the street in no church. You know what I mean? Not like how they did Dwayne, you mean, Nicky said. Poor old Dwayne, she said more quietly. Word, and you know, Cece lowered her voice to the confidential tone, I got to say, when he got up there and started to speak, I got scared. I'm telling y'all, I thought I was gonna pee on my dress. Wouldn't be the first time, Jackie said. Shut up. What you was scared of? That one of 'em was going to jump up and bite you? Nicky snorted. On the titties, probably, Jackie said, and laughed over in Gregory's direction. He returned a weak smile. So put on some Luther ready, Tamara. I don't want to hear no more Retha's old fat ass. I was just going to do that. I knew they wasn't going to bite me, Cece was going on, but I'm saying... You thought Dwayne's mother was going to get up there and smack the shit out of him. Jackie helped. Exactly, you said it. Well, she didn't. Nope, just sat there screaming and crying. So did everybody else, Tamara said. Why y'all gotta keep going on and on about this damn funeral, Gregory put in again. I just can't stand... Oh, shut up. Your own Aunt Hattie almost had a damn heart attack. That's 'cause she ain't used to people talking about... Faggots, Tamara helped this time. Luther's croons did not quite cover Nicky's and Gregory's flinches. Faggots. He heard the word. But it had flown up against his cheek where he sat almost but not quite motionless, holding his son, holding him, faggots, and caressing him, the word searing his flesh, and thinking. Again? Thinking, but didn't want to now. Oh no, but yes of those places. Parks, alleyways, red-lit, blood-lit bars, fuck rooms, dark rooms, and those piss streets, too, he knew had known, and... But no, hadn't been him there. Had never been him among the ghosts and the searchers and the lonely ones, walking, looking, stroking and sliding, talking in, going in, now give it to me tight, tight, tight. Never him back there, but somebody else, one of the ghosts, a spirit, A dream or some other buddy fucking else in the moment, and moments there, lonely. And so he, the some other buddy sucking a pair of thighs or a bootstrap with lace, so that he had wanted, remember, oh shit now, to go down to that part the belly or the, oh yes, and travel it, Jesus. Hold it or him, the whole thing body, and go to the feeling, Jesus. Kissing and stroking and holding and take it and, oh, fuck Jesus, yes, and faggots. But nah, don't be calling them that now, nah. But okay, sucker and punk, call them that. Wandering again on those streets with the faggots. He, who had been unhappy and had wanted to wander, kiss man-flesh. Find Jackie, but then can't tell Jackie. Wandering again, and he'd been so scared. Because, yep, one time he had kinda sorta without words told Dwayne about all of it, everything. Parks, bathrooms, movies, and the... Dwayne who had understood, kind of. Dwayne like a brother down homey who wouldn't never say nothing to nobody. Dwayne dead now, and... So now, he being Gregory who could, or couldn't, go on with this kind of shit much more Jackie could, or couldn't lie much longer, Jackie, or keep on pretending to want to be with her like that, when no, he didn't really want to, and honest to God, one time thinking about Dwayne, and not safe, and at the funeral shit scared, 'cause maybe one of them would have known, or thought maybe could tell. He, Gregory, was a little that way, was close to them, living as he did up there in Co-op City, nearby Sound Hill and Baychester and Gun Hill, with a family, but who still no goddamn-it fuck it all would not, couldn't ever stick up for their faggot asses, nor get into it when the homies was beating up on them, would not, couldn't, claim his hidden name among them and the shared desire, anger, simply to be allowed to live and be, not near his family, he thought, not with them, he thought, holding his little baby boy, Jackie nearby, not with them, never. You see what I mean? Jackie was saying. You could talk to the nigger till you dead in the face and he'd just go right on acting like he don't hear nobody. Her tone was the Betty's outer crust, firm to the touch, but almost all of them knew where the good-feeling sweet lay beneath it. He just sad, that's all, Cece said. No, he ain't sad, he's sorry. Greg, answer Tamara, did you know Dwayne was funny? What? Did you know Dwayne was a faggot, Greg? Tamara asked him herself. 'Cause, I swear to God, y'all, I ain't know till now. Today, you hear me? Might not be true, Jackie said. Oh, girl, it's true, Cece said. And Tamara, you knew. No, don't open up your face to say nothing, girl. How you going to sit up there and say you ain't know when you living right here and Dwayne and his mother and Mr. Jackson used to come over here almost every week for Friday dinner? Used to. Used to, could've, was gonna, but they did, right? And you used to go with them up to Holy Rosary Church on Sunday, and then y'all would come back here and hang out and whatnot. Don't tell me, girl, I know. And him sitting up in here at your table, switching his ass round the house, helping you decorate and shit, and watching him swing them earrings and carrying on talking about going down to D.C. for some march and shit, and all of that. And you gonna sit up here and tell me you ain't know? Come on, now. You would have been blind if you didn't. Word, Jackie said. She got a point, T. Plus, or stupid. Cece was not through. I know you ain't stupid, and you ain't blind neither, so how the fuck you gonna sit up here and say you ain't know? Well, dag, Cece, he ain't never told me. That was one fine-ass nigger, too, girl, Jackie said, glancing over at Gregory, but that was all right. He was staring out the window. Another light rain had begun to fall. And had somebody on him, she added in a lower voice. I know, he ain't never tell nobody, but... That's a lie, Cece, he told me, Nicky broke in. Told you? When? Yes, he thought, the God's honest truth he had told her, Nicky. But why? Did you have to tell her or anybody up here, Dwayne? Why? Couldn't you keep it downtown with all them downtown faggots? Don't call them that came up to the funeral? Why? But had to, Dwayne had said. They were all his family and friends, weren't they? Had always loved him, they said. Would always care for him, they said. Wouldn't they? Hadn't become like whiteys who diss their own at the drop of a hat, had they? Ooh, but they didn't want nobody to know you had it, Dwayne. When they heard you had it, said, "Yup, serves his ass right, 'cause you know he got it from hanging out with them nasty old white boys, village faggots downtown too much, and that's why you was funny," they said. Even now they won't stop talking about it, and Nicky was saying, yes, he did. Said he thought his mother might have said something. Yes, he did, couple of months ago. Oh, yes, he did. You lying, Tamara said. Girl, you ever see me up in here lying? His mother? Ain't that some shit? I ain't even know she knew. Hell yeah, she knew. Nicky turned the Marshes toward her cigarettes, lit one, and sat back, closing her eyes for a moment. The Old English had begun to feel reckless in her veins, as it had in everybody's. She just didn't want to say nothing, that's all, she said. But see, I'm sorry, I can't blame her, Tamara said. I can. What you mean? Cece said. Luther was still singing. The Marshes opened again and turned, flickered ever so slightly, toward Gregory. They were black as the night now, descending, revealing only the shape of small scurrying things before the moon's glide. Because, her voice soft as the marsh darkness, he didn't turn his head to see, shimmying out toward him as if seeking a partner for that step and feint they might both have recognized on some other night, the most elusive, most interlocking dance of all. Because y'all, they was gonna bury him with a lie. Can you imagine? Imagine what, girl? Tamara said. She buggin', Cece said, but she was sitting very still. Nah, I ain't buggin'. I know just what I'm saying. It's like he lived his whole life. See, y'all don't know. Y'all didn't know Dwayne the way I knew him. For the first time, Gregory turned toward the Marshes and felt their sweep of memory and night knowledge shawl down over him through the silence. Luther sang no more. The way he used to talk about how hard it was being so outside the family and everything. What you mean? The new anxiety in Cece's voice could have built easily enough to agony someplace else. The simple shame of crucial words unspoken, the fear latch left undone. He heard with them and knew, or thought he knew. What you saying, Nicky? Cece went on and was leaning forward almost on her feet. He wasn't outside the family. All them people, his mother and Mr. Jackson and his Aunt Gracie and Sheila, that girl that got pregnant with Marcus. She did. Get out of here. They all loved him. Cece would not stop. How you gonna say he was outside the family when you saw the way everybody was crying and carrying on when they brought him in? Does that sound like somebody outside the family to you, does it, Tamara? Tamara remained silent, a headshake saying neither yes nor no. Does it, Greg? Holding his son very tight on his lap, tight like back in the church, and sitting, staring, at that very too shiny coffin, he sitting there senseless, staring but not believing, no, that what had been Dwayne was in there 90 pounds lighter than what Dwayne had used to be. That ain't even you in there, he had thought. Oh, my God. Not even no you with all them purple marks on your face. The coffin had been closed, and your hands with them purple marks on them, and up on your chest, too. Oh, my God, Dwayne, even on your eyes and in your mouth. And you skinny like a damn rail with your hair all funny, too. Chemotherapy, radiation, drugs had made what had been hair into that. Oh, my God, Dwayne, remembering and holding still on his lap tight his son, not even you, wasn't even no you, he had thought. Jackie's shoulder pressed tight into him, but she wouldn't cry, he'd thought. She wasn't no crying type. Knowing he would much later. Yes, God, with his face pressed into that warm, hot, full space between her breasts, sobbing like a damn baby. That wasn't no Dwayne. He had half wept silently at the cemetery into her soft, warm body. Dwayne didn't die, he didn't. Just like Dwayne's mother screaming, my baby, in the church, and carrying all with all them others screaming, no, Jesus, to Jesus, who didn't never listen. All of them sitting up and frozen, hands flying up to heaven when it had happened. The faggot. Got up out of his place, honey, Tamara was saying. His place, in the back where all of them had been asked, or no, told, to sit, and who invited them anyway, Jackie had asked him later, but he couldn't answer that, wondering if the I don't know in his eyes behind the grief and the pain and so much else she didn't have no idea about had been good enough for her. But then it was like the faggot who had been crying with the rest of them had looked dead straight at him, Gregory, sitting there holding his son on his lap, next to that strong-looking, serious woman, Jackie, his wife, and Gregory Jr.'s mother. Had been as if the faggot had recognized something, or maybe had Dwayne told him something about the men, Dwayne, about the black men and the brown men and the white men who had done him, Gregory, shared fuck heat and wanting someone for whatever heat in all them dark places. Holding his son tight, tight, tight. "Don't hold me so tight, Daddy," Greggy Jr. had cried out over the cries of the women, with the sound of that light autumn rain falling over the church. Had the faggot walking up there to the pulpit seen that in his eyes, the wanting and the searching and the seen it, and gone on to push aside the minister, and in his black leather jacket and jeans and boots, wearing goddamn Lord Jesus not one earring but 4, and looking out at him and everybody past the minister, who began to shout, "Sit down, boy, this is a funeral, where you think you at?" as he, the faggot, began to say, "You're killing us with this silence. You won't stop, you keep on killing us," Tamra said, almost laughing, imitating. Just like that, he thought, seeing it yet again, still holding his son tight, tight. The one they had called a half-breed, light-skinned, who even talked white like them trying to be white downtown niggers on the west side and the east side and in the village, that one, starting to shout from the pulpit with his back turned to the choir and all eyes looking at him in, had it been disbelief, disgust, hate, or the rage of, "We ought to kill that fucking faggot right now, kill his motherfucking faggot ass, outside the church or in it, right here, anywhere." Or had those down-turned mouths and pressed lips finally been feeling with the outrage and hatred scorn that more unavoidable discharge of loss, the need to spew out with the screams and shouts what the hands and heart couldn't contain, the eyes not witness and live, that their very same adored Dwayne Taylor Clayton Ross was laying up there with his hands you couldn't see folded over his chest, all hidden beneath the wood and flowers, and his mother and stepfather screaming over him, and screaming even more when the faggot began to shout, and you could see them, everybody, going from one to the other. The faggot, remember, don't call him that. "And my name," then louder, "my name is James Mitchell Scroggins, and no, you won't make me shut up, 'cause I'm proud to be here today as a gay friend of Dwayne's, and a," shouting over the rage, "human being, goddammit, just like Dwayne was too. And now why don't you say it? He died of AIDS, of AIDS." Lord God, the screaming, remember how their eyes looked, everybody shouting, "Sit down where you think you at, sit down. Say it, AIDS, we all know it, because I know some of you know I have this disease too, and I took care of him, so I know many of you know me, and what you're doing today is wrong, wrong. Dwayne wasn't ashamed of it either, but all of you people, you're killing us. You won't stop. You keep right on killing us, like you didn't even want us to come today to say goodbye to our friend, our lover. And then we came, but you made us wait out in the cold rain, and then sit way in the back of the church. How can you keep on doing this? When is it going to stop? Now how can you bury him and say you love him, and not say one word about how he loved other men? He loved all of us, and we loved him. Yes, he had AIDS. It killed him. We us here now, we should say it, say it. You're trying to in him. I'm bringing him out again, for God's sake. Please, I'm asking you for once. Won't you just say it, say it?" The faggot continuing, "Jesus, I want all of you now who were proud of Dwayne as a proud, out, open, gay man to stand up with me. Stand for a moment of silence. Stand." The others, everybody, they, thinking, everybody, yes, with hands up in the air over hats and balding heads, hands fluttering to the top of the church, and oh my God, Lord, sweet Jesus, what is happening? God, who is this boy standing up there? Where's the minister? Well, why don't you stop him? What kind of going on is that? And faggot shit, growls, sissy shit, abomination, growls. Oh, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. No, my son ain't no homosexual. No, my cousin ain't no faggot. No, my nephew didn't have no damn AIDS, the devil's disease. Don't you say that in this church. And oh, you filthy. And the screaming, and the children. Mommy, who's that man? And look. Oh, God Almighty, the women, the ladies crying, and the men their nostrils flaring, and saying, muttering, growling, we should kick his motherfucking mulatto-looking ass, and getting ready to do it, too. But then you could see some people thinking from what you could see in their eyes, the way their heads nodded soft and slow, and the ladies' dark eyes, so dark, revealing that way, showing so much, so little, under those tacky hats, their eyes saying only in part, you speak the truth up there, boy, but oh God, oh Jesus, but still you speak it all the same, because it's all true, all of it. Under 3 hats, 3 ladies in particular, nodding, yeah, we sure do know how he died, but ain't nobody saying nothing, 'cept a long illness, and that boy is right. Could even be my grandson, my godson, or... but something, and no, it can't keep going on, because he, the one, knows, don't he, knows the truth about all of it, and if we sitting right here with the dead boy's mama and can't even speak the truth now, so damn late in the day, when are we ever gonna speak it? And now, just think about it. What in the hell kind of going on is that? He had said, stand. The last inning, the inning was over. Yes, he did, honey, Tamara was saying, and every face there was attendant, looking or unwilling to look into that slow yet sudden shock of memory, asked us all to stand up in the church. Which one of y'all proud of him? Stand up. And everybody back there in pain, he thought, crying, eyes closed, hurt by the truth. The truth. Couldn't take it. Not about nobody like you, Dwayne. They all could take the truth about everything else, but about knocked-up teenagers, crackhead sons, numbers-running uncles, raped nieces, drive-by shootings, mixed-race marriages, retarded cousins, rat-filled projects, shit-bigoted Koreans, pig-faced skinheads, African famines, Chinese massacres, psycho-Jamaicans, right-wing terrorists, sell-out nigger judges, even white trash serial killers. But not about nobody they cared about, supposed to be black and strong like you was, Dwayne, but with that faggot shit. What to them was white folks' shit, another sick, nasty, fucked-up white thing like that nasty old AIDS, just like nasty white folks. Not for no black man we know, and Jesus have mercy, Jesus don't want to talk about it, never. Not to kiss another man, rock to slow dreams between his hips, lay across his dusky thighs, smell his dusk, his musky parts in the hands, a palm to those musky, dusky parts moistened by the mouth. Not to love, nor touch, nor hold, nor look him in the face and see. Never. Not one of your own, not in the church. Too many rivers to cross, and especially not one of them telling your business about how he loved you and how you had it, and how Jesus Savior, he had it too. Couldn't take it. I couldn't take it, Dwayne. Can't. I can't neither, Tamara, Jackie was saying, a hint of that something of outrage or shame clouding into the same storm in all their eyes that was now descending not as cool, easing rain, but as that same old and loathsome bitter ash weed. What would linger there long after the storm's eye and the parched brown field always beneath it, always so untended, had gone. It was there, from within those separate and gathered storms and the ash, that they sensed what she, out of that silence, suddenly knew, that he whom she loved, still holding on his broad lap their son, was, but for how long, and why, in flight, heavy with purpose and sadness, away from her, from all of them. Because the faggot had wanted to show out, that was all, he thought. Say no, this was Dwayne who died of that thing he, Gregory, knew he didn't have, did not have it. So then, y'all, Nicky's voice, still soft, full of the evening that had crept down from beneath those lashes, see, Jimmy went back. Jimmy! Cece and Tamara shouted at the same time. You know him? Jimmy. James Mitchell Scroggins. Who got up? Yeah, Jimmy, I know him. So softly, like music, and looking straight at him, penetrating, parting him, his hands on his son, tight, tight. "How'd you know him?" Jackie asked, moving her feet back. The river was rising again. The other woman didn't answer. Her eyelids were drooping down. She settled herself back on the sofa, stretched out her legs again as if the living room had once more become that which it could no longer be. Comfortable, that was all, with nothing more than the smell of cooking rice and lima beans drifting into them from the kitchen. "I don't think y'all really want to know," she said from the twilight. "Do y'all? Don't play, girl. Say what you got to say." So alongside, or even above their pursuit of something reckless, aloft, she spoke. "He used to be over there all the time," she said very softly. "Who? Not Jimmy. James. Over in Dwayne's apartment, Jackie. Right on over there in Co-op. The same one." Hearing the tiredness in her voice, he thought, thinking as she was of that time of catheters and blood and— "He used to go over there, you mean?" It was Cece again, beginning to grasp the vaguest sense of it, except for what was passing in silence between Nicky and the man seated there holding so tight his child son on his lap. Understanding even that maybe the heavy falls behind the silence cast over what did not fit, what could not ever be imagined to fit, there. "I guess," Nicky, sitting up with that startling abruptness they would all later remember. Nicky all at once fierce, the marshes afire, the dry storm ignited, swirled into their midst. "I guess if y'all had gone over there more often, y'all would 'a seen him. Y'all would 'a seen him holding Dwayne up in his arms like he was a little baby, or I don't know what, kissing up on him even with them purple spots all on his face, telling him he loved him so much and all kinds of shit, wiping the shit out of his ass, holding his son. But Jesus, don't let her go off on them. Jackie getting ready to get up and sit down, Jackie, and Tamara looking like she want to curse somebody out now. Please, Nicky, don't say no more, girl." "Nicky!" Tamara's voice rang out, not calm, but calm, crackling the incipient warning ice. "Don't be talking that kind of shit in here, girl. You see, we all just come from a funeral, and I don't think—" And him holding him. Implacable in the deep river dark now beyond the marshes. "Holding him, Tamara. Where you going, Jackie? You see, we got food on the stove, don't you? Kevin and them'll be back soon from—" "Sit your behind down." More than the hint of a snarl. "Girl, see now, I know you must be bugging. This ain't even your damn— Sit down." Leaning forward very far, the eyes very bright, the storm fire running wild. "Y'all don't want to hear it. We sitting up in here talking about faggots this and faggots that, talking shit. Tamara, don't you open up your face to say nothing to me. I ain't say shit to you, but I'ma tell you now," holding him. Very tight. Tight. "You ain't gonna tell me nothing. Y'all can't say shit to me, 'cause, word, the whole time Dwayne was sick, I ain't never seen not one of y'all up in his house, not to stop by and visit, not even to call. So now y'all can sit up in here talking about faggot so-and-so, but when the shit was down, y'all couldn't even visit the motherfucker. I ain't never seen not one of y'all, not one. Hold on, girl. I don't know who she thinks she talking to, like she crazy. You, Cece." Nicky got up to stand over her. The other woman's angry face didn't turn away from the possible smack it anticipated. If smack were to come, it would be easier to take than that acid wash of the truth, the little jump-up truths, or the greater wordless one, from which it had already turned long ago like the rest of them. "I'm talking to you, and you, Tamara, and you, Jackie. Don't put me in it. In it. You already in it. You don't even know how much you in it." Not looking at him. "You just as bad as everybody else, running your mouth after he's dead, talking about his lifestyle and carrying on. But word, Jackie, I ain't never seen your black ass neither when he had to have that old nasty catheter up in his chest. Y'all can talk a whole lot of shit, but what the fuck y'all really know about faggots? You ever kiss one?" "Nicky!" But too late, much too late. She had jumped way past what they would have once called their own innocence. It was only then that they saw that, like all those others who inhabited their eyes, she had in fact never been innocent, had never had any use for it, As differently they had never been either, but did. They couldn't pull her back now, or even, especially, themselves. "I'm telling y'all now," swaying over Cece. "Y'all don't know nothing, 'cause y'all didn't want to know. I was going up there every day, oh yes I was, every damn day, and I saw what y'all so busy calling faggots." Not looking at him. "Taking care of him, Jimmy, 'cause didn't nobody else do it, not even his mother. Nicky, not even that bitch. You know she come by there 2 days one time and ain't never come back, and Mr. Jackson ain't never come. Guess maybe they couldn't take looking at all them faggots. Nicky, Reverend Smalls didn't neither. Miss Cece, where was you at that whole time?" Her power, fascinating him, terrifying him, he couldn't speak. Could only stare the way he had stared in church. But now even his face was gone. He had left only a pair of hands to hold on to things, a clenched asshole to relieve the icy lead in his bowels, a pair of legs with which he could run away from her voice, saying, "So don't say shit, Jackie, 'cause I heard Dwayne say, 'Tamara, don't you walk out of here. I ain't going no place, girl. But you are. You damn right, when I get ready. You listen. I heard him say on his deathbed, Nicky, girl, don't let Mama and them tell no lies. They gon' try to change it and say I died of something else. I know she gon' try to cover it up,' he said, and she did. Everybody did, tried to, till the one y'all keep calling the faggot, who got a name, by the way, in case y'all forgot, his name is Jimmy, James M. Scroggins." Tamara had already retrieved Nicky's coat from the closet hall, and then that fast, not hardly fast enough, they would say later, was in front of her with it, and then, since even that didn't work, thrust it full force into those furious arms and jerked her own head back toward the front door. "You got 5 seconds to get out of here," she said. "Or what? You gonna throw me out? Bitch, ain't nobody scared of you, just 'cause your man fucks every hoe up and down the valley. Get out! Get the fuck out!" And there would have been a fight then, for real, if Cece hadn't sprung up and separated them, and with Jackie's help, who hadn't wanted to go near the crazy bitch, she would say later, but she hadn't been able to stand one more minute of all that goddamned cursing in front of her baby boy and her husband, got her to the front door and out into the dark, cold Sound Hill evening, with that constant breeze off the Sound, more chilly tonight, that carried her words down to Noah Harris's, and O.K. Griffiths and the Walkers and the Goodmans, and God knows even as far away as Pelham Parkway and Baychester. "Just get that low-class, ugly-mouthed bitch the fuck out of my house," Tamara was screaming, with Gregory Jr. awakened by all the commotion, crying Mommy and then Daddy, and Jackie screaming back shut up at the baby because Nicky had almost punched her in the mouth on the way out, shouting as she went that didn't none of them know what a real faggot was, or a real man neither, since it was what they'd called the faggots who'd kept Dwayne alive as long as they had, and y'all bunch of bitches was as bad as the worst kind of crackers, and now quiet as y'all wanted to keep it, except there, for so many curious faces had begun to peek out from behind curtains and from over awnings along Sound Hill Avenue. Everybody in Sound Hill and Baychester and the Valley knew Tamara's Kevin had picked up that nasty VD last summer from that old broken-toothed crackhead Jamaican hoe up on White Plains Road. And wasn't it true that Cece's brother Jervis had gotten another one of them Puerto Rican bitches pregnant, 'cause everybody knew that yellow nigger didn't never date no black girl, and all of that wasn't even the real shit to what she could say, but she knew at least one person there had loved Dwayne, and anyway she had promised the dead she wouldn't never tell nobody's secret that shouldn't be told. Looking back at Gregory once more with a last fire, which scorched him to crucible ash on the spot, a moment of fiery intelligence from which he would never, for the rest of his nights and days in and out of that company and others, recover. It was only after they closed the door on all that outrage and pain, and then became aware of their own gliding up the smooth back of their necks, gathering spit at the swallow point in their throats, bristling on to the ever-so-delicate eyebrows' curve, that they realized that what could serve as distraction relief and the greatest tragedy of all had actually occurred. The lima beans had burnt black. What had been the rice had scorched, and not 2 but 3 enormous roaches had gotten into the meat and ruined it, ruined it, ruined it. Tamara began to cry, her sisters standing all around with their faces hidden within those sudden useless cages of their hands. A flock of fragile birds, clustered for safety beneath that lingering storm and every other yet to come, descending. Up, up the stairs, feeling all the light and shadow in the universe flying about him, holding on to his baby boy who had fallen asleep again on his shoulder at the end of all that. Nobody wanting to mention Dwayne's name, nobody wanting to follow up on what had been said, nobody wanting to... Then he had slipped away with his child and begun to climb the stairs. Time to put my baby boy to bed for real, he'd thought, and would do now, 'cause I can do that much, and maybe even a whole lot more, he'd thought. I got that kind of courage, enough for everybody. Now at the top of the stairs, almost believing his own nerve chatter as he thought again, too, of how that night, fuck yes, that night, he would nuzzle into that space always there between her breasts, always there, warm, dark, rich, deep, for him, he thought, where he could without fail find just enough of himself and know that she would always offer that shared part of the inner life to him without complaint or anger, without inquiry, without demanding too hard what she still thought he, even as far as the sheathed truth stripped naked and lean, could give. Once somebody gave up their soul to you, he thought, you could always go back to that part of them where it was safe. That was true, he thought, opening the guest bedroom door, feeling his child pressing into him. That space would always be there for that smaller version of himself, he thought, prayed, and was, at least tonight, wasn't it? Smiling that not happy but weary smile as he listened to Jackie and the others downstairs fussing, thanking something deep within himself for still being able to feel within and without that offered no questions part of her, as he felt again the rise within of the stranger, the he without face or name, placeless, loose, as the grief began to settle over him again. For Dwayne, grief for whom he had loved, he thought, remembering, grief for all of them. Dwayne, who was with him now, scolding him, hovering, admonishing him as he lay the sleeping child down on the star-patterned quilt made by Tamara's Aunt Ganell, his right hand beginning to stroke his baby's sleeping cheek, as, lowering his face to that other, his left hand folded the broad blue quilt thickness over the child, who smiled just then, as if even from so far away in that dream forest of tall dandelions through which he was now walking with two tiger mammas, he felt the long, passionate, protective kiss his father's mouth and eyes and entire body bestowed upon him. With him now. That presence, you, Dwayne? That... He couldn't be imagining it, he thought. Put a consoling arm about him. But don't worry, he mouthed out soundlessly to the darkness. I ain't gon' bring home nothing to make her sick, Dwayne. Those deeper eyes watching him in the dark, admonishing, sorrowful. Oh, shit, Dwayne, you know I just let 'em suck on me a little no more. Well, know the truth like you know, sometimes a whole lot more. Lowering his eyes before the ghost or whatever it was, watching, waiting, then bending over his son whom he knew then more than ever he would defend from everything. Everything, Dwayne, even you the dead, and... But now too much to remember, he thought, too many names, faces, things to take in, forget, release. So go on now. Leave. Go on now, get out. And then the thing, whatever it was or once had been, sorrowful, longing, mute and invisible as every other fallen body in that infinite outer and inner world, vanished into the darkness, and with that vanishing he knew it would appear no more. Jackie's footsteps on the stairs, he thought. Thinking, knowing, more than ever, praying, he didn't need Dwayne nor nobody to tell him what was right, nor how to take care of his own family, how to protect them and himself and everybody. Didn't need no ghost to tell him, nor no faggot screaming up in no church neither. I'm the one, he thought, the main one up on it, he thought, sensing Jackie slip through the door behind him as she came up and squeezed a hand deep into the exhausted, sunken field of his left shoulder. Before she sat down next to him on the bed for what he knew would be the beginning of a long something or other between them, a meeting of lips and lipstick, he pressed the covering in more tightly around Gregory Jr., and thought with some surprise, "He's mine. I made him. I ain't never gonna let nobody, not nobody, hurt him." She'd begun to massage his neck. He'd begun to give himself over to her. And yes, girl, all right now, yes. Not nobody. Not no vicious gossip, nor what nobody says. I'ma keep y'all safe from that, he thought. As sure as he knew his name and who he was. He had always known his name, he thought, who he was. Keep them very safe from ghosts and secrets and red rooms filled with... It wasn't safe. Some other ghost had once hissed into his innermost parts. Not safe, not safe. Wasn't safe that time, another had said. Who wants to be safe? Keep them secure from all that, and much more, he thought, lowering the grief veil in his eyes as he gave what remained of him, the closures and the fells, into her openings. I got it all under control right here, he thought, stroking she who was with him now, alive, Jesus, amen, yes. The other hand caressing his child, knowing now for all time in that darkness that this silence and shadow were it, where they had always lived, would continue to live, where he would keep them with every power possible, safe, safe. Now there and falling back into the dark above the world where the dead and the ghosts slept and rose, walked, searching. His hands there now clasping them, the living and the flesh and the protected hot blood to his chest tight, 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 for that time and ever after, shielded from that outer world of lies, safe from other people's eyes, he thought. Safe from the truth. Deborah Eisenberg, Mermaids, from the Yale Review. Good? Not good? Mr. Lasky said. What do you say, girls? Kiss, kiss, Alice said, making 2 spoons kiss, and Janey was just staring rudely into space, so it fell to Kyla, as it had all day, to make things all right. It's perfect, she assured Mr. Lasky, and, true, the old-fashioned gleam and clatter, the waitresses in their pastel uniforms, the glass dishes with their ice-cream spheres, the other little groups of wealthy tourists, and even New Yorkers, all of this would be exactly what her mother was back home picturing. Spring vacation had been hurtling down toward Kyla for weeks and weeks, at first just a fleck troubling the margin of her vision, then closer and larger and faster until it smashed into place, obliterating everything that wasn't itself, and Kyla's mother was dropping her off at the Laskys, where they were waiting for her, and Mrs. Lasky was smoothing Janey's dress and giving little Alice a hug, and for one fractured and repeating moment Kyla was saying goodbye to Richie Lasky, and then the car door shut Kyla in with Alice and Janey and Mr. Lasky, and Mrs. Lasky and Richie were waving goodbye, and Alice began to cry at the top of her lungs as though she were being snatched away by killers. "Oh, grow up, Alice," Janey said. The airport was gray and shiny like a hospital where Kyla was to be anesthetized and detached hygienically from home. A corridor of shiny gray time sucked her in along with Janey and Alice and Mr. Lasky, and then the crowd in which they were to be conveyed away compressed itself into the tube of the airplane. "You get the window seat," Janey said to Kyla. "You're the guest." 7 days, Kyla had thought. 7 days before she could go home. 7 days of being the guest. 7 days of having to have a good time, even though she was with Janey Lasky. "That's okay," she said. "Take it if you want it." "You take it," Janey said. "I've been on lots of planes before. I get to go on planes all the time." Kyla looked around for Mr. Lasky, but he was already settled into the seat across the aisle from Alice, and one of the stewardesses was leaning over him, laughing and laughing, as he told a joke about a fox and a bunny rabbit. And Kyla would have taken the window seat then, because someone should show Janey she couldn't always get away with that sort of thing. But the thought of her mother's pleading look intervened, so she just shook her head and sat down, thunk, where she was. Janey shrugged. "Okay," she'd said, squishing her porky rear end past to the good seat. "I guess some people don't like it. Some people are scared to look out the window." She opened the big book she was carrying and squinted down at it, following the print with her finger. Her thin hair, the color of cardboard, drooped forward. Obviously, she should be wearing glasses. Poor Janey. "What's your book about?" Kyla asked. Janey jumped slightly. "Oliver Twist?" she said, and looked at Kyla. "It's about orphans." "Sorry," Kyla said. Air whooshed through some little spouts above them, the lights flickered, and a heartless angel's voice instructed them to strap themselves in. No, Kyla thought. No, 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 no. She closed her eyes. The gravity of her will flowed around the seats and into the little compartments. The plane was growing heavier and heavier. It would sit, the plane, heavy with her will. Darkness would come. Someone would open the door and they could all go home. But for one instant there was a flaw in her concentration, or was it in her sincerity? Her will was flicked aside like an insect, and the plane rose through a great roaring. The stewardess returned to make a big fuss over Alice. "Kindergarten already?" she sang out, amazed, to Alice, who confirmed this with a gracious nod. The stewardess straightened up, twirled a bit of stray hair around her finger, and tucked it back into place, smiling brilliantly at Mr. Lasky. Janey stared at her with loathing, and then turned to the window. "Guess what you can see from up here," Janey turned back to say to Kyla. "You can see the bodies in the lagoons." "There are no bodies in the lagoons," Kyla had said firmly, for Alice's benefit, but Alice was playing happily with the safety instruction card, like someone who has no troubles in the world. "They look just like mermaids, except they're face up," Janey said. "Their hair floats, and their legs are green and slimy." "Don't," Kyla said. 11-year-old Courtney Collier disappeared from the mall at 10 o'clock this morning while her mother was buying a new tie for Mr. Collier, Janey said. "Courtney was a beautiful little girl," authorities said. "We're totally positive it was a sex crime." 7 days. 7 more days. Minus the 3 hours and 15 minutes between getting from the Laskys' house to wherever it was they were now. Minus this second. Minus this second. Kyla leaned across Janey to see. Naturally, there were no dead girls. You couldn't even see the lagoons. All you could see were clouds. Now, most of that 7 days was over with. Sunday night, Kyla had settled into the room she was to share with Janey and Alice, with the blue carpet and the alien blue-flowered wallpaper, and she'd carefully put her clothing into a bureau drawer, or hung it on the hotel's heavy wooden hangers. How strange it looked on those hangers in that big dark closet that smelled like wood and furniture polish, and very faintly of other people, though nobody in particular. Then she and Janey had to play brides with Alice to calm her down, and they had all gone to sleep. "I want you girls in bed early," Mr. Lasky had said, "except on the nights we've got tickets. And there are going to be some serious naps around here, agreed? The days will be pretty strenuous, and I don't want to arrive back home with 3 little zombies. Now, I'll be right next door, but I'm looking forward to a little stress reduction myself, and you have an entire hotel staff downstairs at your disposal. Kindly take advantage of that unusual fact. If you need anything, Donald will be at the concierge's desk every afternoon and night." And it had been strenuous. On Monday evening they'd gone to a restaurant with waiters in tuxedos, where Kyla had worn the new party dress her mother had gotten her for the trip, and Tuesday night she'd worn the dress again, when Mr. Lasky let them stay up late, and they'd gone to a show with poor people who were singing and dancing. And yesterday evening they had gone to another amazing restaurant in Greenwich Village, where everyone, all the waitresses and all the customers, looked like models. And during the days they'd gone to the Empire State Building and the Planetarium and the Statue of Liberty and the Museum of Natural History and various other museums, which Janey claimed to enjoy, and they'd walked in the big, dirty, interesting park with the little fringe of silver buildings at the edges, and they'd gone in a horse-drawn carriage and had taken a boat around the whole island, and along with all that there had been a revolving display of fascinating delis and coffee shops and people you couldn't believe had even been born, and the long, sludgy naps in the sad blue room where it seemed Kyla had been living with Janey and Alice forever. So now there was only tonight, and then Friday, and then Saturday, and on Sunday they'd get back in the plane, and on Monday morning Kyla would wake up in her own bed, and all the big blank obstacles that at one time had been between her and home would have dissolved into a picture she could remember for her mother at breakfast. Of course, at the time something was happening, you didn't know what it was like. At the time a thing was happening, that thing was not, for instance, New York. New York was what her mother was at home picturing. The place where you actually were was a street corner with wads of paper in the gutter, or it was standing there, facing the worn muzzle of the horse that had pulled your carriage, or it was sitting in front of a little stain on the tablecloth. It really wasn't like anything. It was just whatever it was, and there was never a place in your mind of the right size and shape to put it. But afterwards, the thing fit exactly into your memory as if there had always been a place, just right, just waiting for it. On Monday morning she would be home. She would be telling her mother over breakfast all about New York, and Kyla would know, because she'd be remembering it, just what New York was like. But today was the biggest obstacle so far. She was so tired that her body kept forgetting to do things in its usual way, even to sit in its chair properly, and Alice was easily upset, as though the nightmares that had plagued her all night long were rustling and hissing at her feet, and Janey was behaving abominably, so Kyla had to be extra careful about everything. "It's just perfect," she said. "Yes, this girl's is New York as it used to be," Mr. Lasky said. "Genteel, clean, gracious." He sighed. "Oh, where are the snows?" Janey rolled her eyes. It was preferable, Kyla thought, when Janey just said whatever horrible thoughts were in her mind. Otherwise they just leaked out and dripped all over your mind. "Try to have a wonderful time, darling," Kyla's mother had said, "and make sure to remember everything for me." And she looked at Kyla so sadly and sweetly. Her mother was far away now, and Tiny, standing there and peering through a dark distance for Kyla. Oh, why did her mother look so sad? Why? Kyla knew. Because of her, because she had made her mother feel bad. She had made her mother feel, and this was a fact, as though she had forced Kyla to go on this trip against her will. And now there was her mother, tiny and fragile across the miles, straining anxiously, as if Kyla had become lost right in the field of brilliant stars that at home shone so sparsely and coldly and far away. Mr. Lasky raised his hand in the air to summon a waitress. "We'll see if the ice cream is as good as it used to be," he said. "When Grandfather Lasky used to bring you here," Janey intoned. Mr. Lasky hesitated. "Yes, Jane," he said seriously, as though Jane had brought up some interesting point. But soon, Kyla thought, and her insides felt odd and sparkly, Mr. Lasky was going to decide to get angry. "When Grandfather Lasky used to bring me to New York." "On business," one of Alice's spoons said enthusiastically to the other. Janey snickered. "Put those spoons down, Alice," Mr. Lasky said. He signaled again for a waitress. "It's not nice." Alice dropped her spoons on the table and put her hands over her face. "Aha," Mr. Lasky said as a waitress appeared. "There you are." The waitress smiled unhappily around the table. "What pretty blue eyes," she said to Alice, who was peeking skeptically through her fingers. The waitress turned to Kyla first. She would be supposing, Kyla thought, that Kyla was one of them, that she belonged to the handsome man who only had to raise his hand in the air to bring over a waitress. Kyla, and not Janey, because no matter how much Mrs. Lasky paid for Janey's clothes, plenty, Kyla's mother said, Janey always looked as if she'd been dressed out of some old lady's trunk. Yes, the waitress was smiling in such a kind and unhappy way. She must be admiring Kyla's soft brown hair, the dainty little skirt and sweater her mother had chosen for her at Baskin's. The waitress herself was not pretty at all, although that, of course, made no difference. Just, it was what Kyla could feel Janey thinking. "I'm sorry," Kyla said. "I haven't decided." "So what can I get you, Dollface?" the waitress asked Alice. "What will it be for Alice?" Mr. Lasky said. "Ice cream for Alice," Alice confided huskily to the waitress. "Yes," Mr. Lasky said. He smiled at the waitress. "Are you sure? Or do you want cinnamon toast?" Alice looked at Mr. Lasky uncertainly. "Simona—" she began, and halted warily. "Do you know, Alice," Mr. Lasky said, "that this is one of the few places on the planet, along with our hotel, that still has cinnamon toast on the menu?" He looked at the waitress, who made a little giggle and then looked surprised at herself. "That's right," she said. Mr. Lasky tugged a lock of Alice's soft hair. "She's been eating nothing but cinnamon toast since we got to New York," he said. "Haven't you, Alice?" Alice appeared briefly puzzled, then nodded vigorously. "Good old Alice, sucking up to everyone as usual," Janey remarked in some neutral area between audible and not audible. Mr. Lasky's expression wavered, then settled down. "And what's your pleasure, Kyla?" he said. "Decided yet?" This was always a terrible moment, and it was one that occurred about 3 times every day. Her mother had told her to be especially careful not to order the most expensive thing on the menu, but it didn't seem that the price of something was what Mr. Lasky was particularly thinking about. She shook her head, watching him. "Well, I'm having a hot fudge sundae," he said. "Why not join me?" She felt herself beginning to blush. "Okay," she said. "Good girl," he said, and Kyla tossed her hair back. Alice, Alice began. "Chill out, Alice," Janey said. "You want cinnamon toast, sweetheart," Mr. Lasky said. "Oh," Alice agreed cheerfully. "Janey," Mr. Lasky said. Janey turned to him with the look she could make that was as if she were gazing at something on the other side of a person. "A promise is a promise," Mr. Lasky said. "Would you like a hot fudge sundae, too?" Janey continued to stare at him as red waves came up into her face. "Fruit salad," she said. Mr. Lasky looked down at the table as if it were an old enemy. "I'd like the fruit salad, please," he said. A promise is a promise. And what it was that had been promised, Kyla had been there, she had heard it, was anything we like. It was a night she'd had to sleep over at the Laskys. "I hate going to the Laskys," she'd said. "Well, where will we put you, sweetie?" her mother said, "because you've had too many sleepovers at Ellen's lately." Kyla hesitated. "Could we call Courtney?" she said. "Oh, no, sweetie," her mother said. "I don't think so, do you?" "Why not?" Kyla said. "Well, we don't really know the Colliers very well, do we? We can't ask them for favors." Favors, Kyla thought. Was she a favor? Besides, we don't really know what kind of people they are. Kyla looked at her mother. "They're nice," she said. "I'm sure they are, sweetie," her mother said. "But no." "Why do I have to sleep over at anyone's?" Kyla said. "Oh, because," her mother said, "I'm going out to dinner with a friend." "But," Kyla said, "so why can't I just stay home by myself until you've eaten dinner?" "And what would you do for dinner?" her mother said. "I could have something," Kyla said, "from the microwave, just like I do when you work late." Her mother stroked her hair, "Just as I do." "Why not?" Kyla said. "Well, darling," her mother smiled gently, "because I need time to see my friends, just as you need time to see your friends." But the point was, Kyla thought, she didn't need time to see her friends. All she and her friends had was time, time and time and time. Waiting through the long, dull afternoons, the whole funnel of Kyla's memory, playing upstairs with the dolls or games or trading cards they'd been given to play with, doing each other's hair, pretending brides or baby or shopping just like Alice did now, pretending, there was nothing else to do, that they were pretending, until it was time to come back down for milk and cookies, or for one of them to be taken home. Waiting to understand the point of the dolls or games they'd been presented with, waiting for the afternoon to turn into night, or for Sunday to turn into Monday, or for August to turn into September, or for 9 years old to turn into 10, and 10 to turn, heavily, into 11. Waiting alone in front of the television for the long evenings to fall away, staring at the screen as if they were staring through periscopes for land, and in the dim evening rooms, the world, the distant world, which was what they must be waiting for, approached, welled into the screens, and the evening fell away in half-hour pieces. And then, finally, there was bed, and another long day had been completed. "What friend do you need time to see?" Kyla said. "Stand up straight, darling," her mother said. "You don't want to look like Margie Strayhorn, do you? Dr. Leffler." Dr. Leffler. Kyla stared. Dr. Leffler had come over the week before and filled up their pretty living room, which she was much too big for, and her mother had made Kyla sit there for no reason at all, and the whole time, while Kyla looked at the shiny black hairs on the backs of his hands, this Dr. Leffler had had a little smile, as if something were funny or ridiculous. "You were planning this," Kyla said. "Why didn't you tell me before? You knew you were going to do this." Darling, her mother said with a breathless little laugh. What do you mean? A tear had squirted into each eye, and yet the thing that Kyla meant, which had been so clear the instant before, was gone, simply gone, as if a hand had materialized and closed around it. I don't like Dr. Leffler, she said. Sweetie, her mother said, and no trace of the laugh was left. You mustn't be so severe. You only met him once. Dr. Leffler's a very fine man. He's only 42 years old, and he's the head of the entire division of internal medicine at Hillsdale. Only 42 years old, Kyla said. Don't be such a cross old thing, her mother said happily. Besides, maybe the Laskies will give you spaghetti again. The Laskies had not, however. Instead, there had been some sort of meat with a strange dark sauce and a fancy name. How was everyone's day? Mr. Lasky said, which was what he said first thing every time Kyla had ever had dinner at the Laskies. He looked around the table. Richard? Richie raised his serious dark eyes and then lowered them again. Fine, he said. Yes, Mr. Lasky said. He waited, his fork in his hand. Dinner had only begun. Soon Mrs. Lasky and Janey and Alice would be crying and shouting, and then there would be after dinner, when Kyla would have to play with Janey, and then there would be morning, when she'd have to play with Janey yet again before her mother came for her. Biology was interesting, Richie said. We're studying the wheat rust cycle. Very good, Mr. Lasky said. And what about calculus? Didn't you have a test the other day? I never heard how that went. That's a third-year class, Mrs. Lasky said. Isn't it enough that— It went fine, Richie said. I got an A. Mr. Lasky nodded. There you go, he said. You see? Chew slowly, one of Kyla's teachers had said once. Your stomach has no teeth. But what she was chewing, she thought, was the body of an animal, with blood cooked into it. And track, Mr. Lasky said. Okay, Richie said. A silence rose separately from Richie and Mr. Lasky, and consolidated. Richie was so dignified, really, was the word, Kyla thought. Everything about him was clean and dignified, even the way he ate, as if food were clean, as if all the frantic things your own animal's body did with it, with even the body of other animals, was just clean and ordinary. Alice, Mrs. Lasky said, and the block of silence over the table became porous and dissolved. I came in ahead of Nelson Howell today, Richie said. What did I tell you? Mr. Lasky said. You don't have to kill it, Alice, Mrs. Lasky said. It's already dead. I did my report on Native Americans today, Janey said loudly. Miss Feldman said it was the best report. Kyla glanced inadvertently at Richie. Mother, Richie said, Jane's prevaricating again. I am not, Janey said. It was really interesting. In lots of tribes, the girls— Alice began, scowling quizzically at Mr. Lasky. What does— Absolutely nothing, Alice, Mr. Lasky said, in this case. In lots of tribes, the girls bleed and they go out to little— Not at the table, Jane, Mrs. Lasky said. Janey made it up? Alice said. No, Mr. Lasky said. Yes. They do, Janey said. You heard your mother, Mr. Lasky said. Not at the table. He turned to Kyla. And what about you? Did you do a report today, too? I did mine last week, Kyla said. And then, because it looked like Janey was about to erupt again, it was about ballet dancers. Ballet dancers, Mr. Lasky said. He dipped his head as if he were tipping a hat. Ballet dancers, Janey said. Yeah, wow, ballet dancers. Well, throw you a bone. Mrs. Lasky snorted. Now, Mr. Lasky said, who wants more of this this— Kyla? No, thank you, Kyla said. The child eats nothing, Mr. Lasky said admiringly. She will vanish into thin air. More for Alice, Alice shouted, flinging herself at the serving plate. Alice, Mrs. Lasky said, kindly restrain yourself. Look what you've done to your father's tie. Plus, guess what, Alice, Janey said. Your table manners make us all puke. Jane, Mrs. Lasky said warningly. Alice? Incidentally, Richie said. Incidentally, Kyla thought. Scott Ryerson invited me to go skiing with him and his family over spring vacation. I want to go too, Janey said. "Oh, were you invited as well, Jane?" Mr. Lasky said. "Mother," Janey said, "why does Richie always get to do everything?" "Nobody said anything about," Mr. Lasky said. "But Alice and I never," Jane said. "Stop that this instant," Mrs. Lasky said. She turned to Alice, who was plucking at her. "No," she said, "and I am not going to ask you one more time to behave." Mrs. Lasky's fury was always like a gun pointing at the table. It made you tired, Kyla thought, waiting for it to go off. Her own mother never raised her voice, and she was always kind and patient. Everyone knew how patient she was. Lots of people said it was why, and the other people said it was because, she was such a good nurse. But that was frightening, too. No matter how angry Mrs. Lasky got, it was better than the look of disappointment her own mother got when Kyla did something wrong. Because when people got angry, they were angry, and then they stopped being angry, and it was something that went from them to you. But when people were disappointed in you, it was something that went from you to them. You did something to them. It was as if you had made a hole in them, or had gotten a spot on them that could never be taken away. "Where do Scott's people ski?" Mr. Lasky said. "See, Mother," Janey said. "Mother, don't you—" "Jane," Mrs. Lasky said. "If I don't get—" "All right," Mr. Lasky said, and everyone stopped talking. "Yes," he said quietly. "Fair enough. Janey, your point is well taken, and has given me an excellent idea. Rich will go skiing over spring vacation. I will take you and Alice to New York, and your mother will have one entire week of peace all to herself." Mrs. Lasky put down her fork. "Excuse me," she said. Richie continued his pristine eating. "Correct me if I'm wrong," Mrs. Lasky said slowly, "but weren't you just in New York?" "On business," Mr. Lasky agreed pleasantly. "And now you propose to go right back," Mrs. Lasky said. "Not right back," Mr. Lasky said. "No." "May I please be excused?" Richie said. "You may," Mr. Lasky said. "In the future, please do not interrupt." "I'm sorry," Richie said. "Apologies accepted," Mr. Lasky said. "And when did you become so enamored of New York?" Mrs. Lasky said. "The last time you and I were there together, hellish sewer, I believe, was what you— It's a filthy place, and you loathe it, and you are now proposing to go right back and expose the girls to it. For what reason I cannot—" "As you know," Mr. Lasky overrode her. "As you know, Carol, the events of my childhood upon which I look back with the greatest affection are those trips I took to New York with my father. As you know, I consider those excursions to be the single most meaningful experiences of my childhood. It was during those trips that I felt closest to my father and learned to honor his values." Mrs. Lasky was staring at him incredulously. "His values," she said. She picked up her glass of water and drank until, to Kyla's amazement, the glass was empty. "I should go with you," she said. "That's what I should do." A long, long look, arcing between Mr. and Mrs. Lasky, was pierced by a rising wail from Alice. "Alice," Mr. Lasky said, "what's the matter, sweetheart?" Alice put her head on the table as though it were about to be chopped off. "It's all right, darling," Mrs. Lasky said. "You're just tired. Soon to bed," Mr. Lasky said. "But first, what's for dessert? What kind of ice cream do we have back there? Ice cream, Kyla?" "No, thank you," Kyla said, "because before you knew it, you could turn into a clump like Janey." "Yes, please, chocolate," Janey said. "There's some fruit for you," Mrs. Lasky said. "Remember those 5 pounds?" "Daddy," Janey said. Mr. Lasky glanced at Janey. His glance held and sharpened. "Your mother has spoken," he said. "And you can take it easy, too," Mrs. Lasky said. "I don't want to get a phone call from New York telling me you've dropped dead in your hotel room." "I don't want to go to New York," Janey said suddenly. Mr. Lasky took Janey's wrist, and Kyla heard her quick intake of breath. "You cannot have it both ways, Jane," he said. "You cannot complain that Rich has privileges and then behave like a prima donna yourself. Of course you want to go to New York. We'll have a wonderful time if you'll just stop this nonsense." He released her wrist and patted her hand. "We'll treat ourselves like royalty. We'll do anything we want and have ice cream whenever we want. A trip to New York City, isn't that ideal? Ideal, girls? Ideal, Alice?" Upstairs in her fancy bedroom, Janey had more toys than anyone, a whole closet stacked with games and toys and dolls, too. She was spoiled, Kyla thought, and that was a fact. But the only things she ever wanted to do was play Scrabble or read one of her great thick books. Or worse, talk. "My great-aunt Jane, who I was named for," she said, "used to have a mansion in New York. She had a lot of famous paintings that you see in books, and jewels. Unfortunately, she passed away, or I'd get to stay there when I go to New York." "What happened to all her stuff?" Kyla said. Oh, why was she doing this? Encouraging a person who couldn't help lying was worse than being the person. "How come you don't have it?" "Because, unfortunately," Janey said, "her husband gambled it all away. At the gaming table. So we'll have to stay at a hotel, like the Plaza or the Carlyle, but places like that are all right." "Do you stay at those places a lot?" Kyla said. "Well, not just actually," Janey said. "But whenever my parents go anywhere, they always write me letters about it and bring me back mementos. When they went to San Francisco this fall, they brought me back a whole huge suitcase full of presents." "That's nice," Kyla said. She stood up and stretched. "I don't feel like talking anymore." "So what?" Janey said. "Neither do I. I want to read my book." And then, in the morning, of course there was Scrabble. Kyla could see Richie out in the front yard with John Hammond, and then, finally, her mother's car. "My mother's here," she said. "I'm going down." "Relax," Janey said. "She'll call up for you when she's ready. We've got time for one more game at least." "You're cheating," Kyla said. "Cheating?" Janey yelped. "Sousing is not a word," Kyla said. "It is too," Janey said. "It means to send an SOS. Besides, you have to say something when the person does it." "I'm not playing any more," Kyla said. She wandered down to the living room where her mother was talking to Mrs. Lasky. "Good morning, sleepyhead," Mrs. Lasky said. "Hello there," her mother said as Kyla leaned on her arm. "Have a good time?" Kyla nodded. "We'll go in just a minute, sweetie," her mother said. "But first I want to talk to Carol a bit. Now run on back upstairs, quick like a bunny." Kyla freed herself from her mother's careless arm and wandered out to the hall, where she inspected Mrs. Lasky's collection of little crystal animals. "I saw him get the idea," Mrs. Lasky was saying. "I saw it happen. And then he hauled in this load of horseshit about how his father's values, as vile an old swine as ever lived. What a genius Dick has for exploitation. He exploits his children, he exploits his poor old dead, disgusting father. Well, Carol," Kyla's mother said carefully, "you have been dying for a break, and this is and besides, he probably does want to spend some time with—" "Dick?" Mrs. Lasky snorted. "That's very funny, Lorraine." "Well, that's what I mean," Kyla's mother said encouragingly. "After all, it's not something he does very often." "And poor Janey," Mrs. Lasky said. "That poor kid is a born stooge. She was so cute when she was little. Of course he simply adored her then. Now there's nothing the poor child can do to—" "She just needs friends," Kyla's mother said. "If she just spent more—" "Oh, no," Kyla thought. But fortunately Mrs. Lasky had interrupted. "The worst thing," she was saying, "is you can see the man operating from a mile away." "Well," Kyla's mother said, "of course this is a side of Dick I never—" "And it's compulsive," Mrs. Lasky said. "He doesn't even know he's doing it. Do you know I actually used to feel flattered by it?" "Still," Kyla's mother said, "it is a wonderful opportunity for the girls. I only wish Kyla could—" The little glass owl Kyla was examining almost slipped from her hand, but Mrs. Lasky had interrupted again. "I used to feel flattered that he would expend so much energy just to manipulate me," she said. "That's how pathetic I was. That's where my self-esteem level was. But then I realized he was expending the same amount of effort manipulating everybody. He can't just buy a quart of milk, he has to get the store to sell it to him. But he's really got me over a— I'd just love to call him on this, but I don't dare give him a reason to— "No, no," Kyla's mother said. "At this point I don't think you want to do anything to—" "New York," Mrs. Lasky said. "All those filthy people from God only knows where. I just wonder how long this has been going on." "Carol," Kyla's mother said, "I'm really serious. I really don't think it's prudent to jump to any— And besides, it's bound to be a wonderful learning opportunity for the girls. I only wish I could give Kyla an opportunity like this. And if anyone deserves a little time to herself, you know it's you." Mrs. Lasky sighed loudly, and for a moment, since nothing else was happening, Kyla wondered if she could go back into the living room to get her mother, but then Mrs. Lasky laughed. "So speaking of duplicitous sons of bitches," she said, "how was last night?" "Why do you have to do it?" Ellen had said. "I don't have to," Kyla said. "You want to go on spring vacation with Janie Lasky?" Ellen said. It was already the end of February. Snow from a recent storm still covered the ground and lay along the branches, and the sky was a glassy blue, but Kyla could feel spring marshalling strength right behind winter's fortifications. "I feel sorry for her," Kyla said. "I feel sorry for her too," Courtney said. "Well, I feel sorry for her too," Ellen said, "when she's not around. But it's really hard to feel sorry for her when she is around." "She's troubled," Kyla said. "Kyla," Ellen looked at her. "She's troubled. Besides," Kyla said, "I get to see New York." "New York's great," Courtney said. "I used to get to go all the time. It's the worst thing about moving here." "We'll probably stay at the Plaza or the Carlisle or someplace like that," Kyla said. "I still don't see why your mother's making you do it," Ellen said. "She isn't," Kyla said. She looked at Ellen in bewilderment. "Oh, of course." Ellen was jealous. "She just wants me to be able to go to all the museums and the ballet and that stuff, and Mrs. Lasky's her friend." "Kyla's mom is so sweet," Courtney said dreamily, and Kyla looked at her with gratitude. She was so pretty sprawled out on Ellen's bed, the prettiest girl in school, and she was their friend, Kyla's and Ellen's. Her short blonde hair fluffed out evenly, like a dandelion. Her blue eyes, lighter than the sky, reflected nothing. "But why does your mom like Mrs. Lasky so much?" Ellen said. "Ellen," Kyla said. "They have bags of money," Courtney said. "They have a big, huge money bin in their basement, my dad says." "I think Mrs. Lasky's crazy," Ellen said. "My mother doesn't like her at all." "My mother feels sorry for her," Kyla said. And then she said the thing she was never supposed to say, not about anyone, or was even supposed to know. "She used to be in the clinic where my mother works." "I bet she takes pills," Courtney said. "You know the way she's all puffed up?" She studied her fingernails and frowned. "Mr. Lasky's handsome, but I'd hate to be married to him. They came to my parents' cocktail party last week, and Mr. Lasky and Peter Nussbaum's mother were flirting away like crazy." "Really?" Ellen said. "Mr. Lasky was flirting with everybody," Courtney said. Kyla looked at her. Flirting. Flirting, actually, was when you— "What was he doing?" she asked. "Just," Courtney said. "Just nothing. He was flirting. He was flirting with my mother, too. I bet he flirts with your mother." "No, he doesn't," Kyla said, and her heart veered. "Rich Lasky is nice, though," Ellen said. "Rich Lasky?" Courtney said. "Rich Lasky is gorgeous. But you know what? He looks exactly like Mr. Lasky, actually." Ellen and Kyla looked at her. "Yikes," Ellen said. "That is so strange." Outside, the air was as clean as an apple, and the crystal branches were glittering. Kyla shut her eyes to keep Mr. Lasky's face from Richie's, but the two merged unpleasantly. "I'm sick of sitting around," she said. "Let's go outside." "It's cold," Courtney said. She shifted on the bed inside. "What should we do?" Ellen said. All around them were Ellen's toys and games. The television sat opaque in the next room. Dark, Kyla thought, but still seeing. Still receiving everything that was happening. You could turn it off, but that only meant that you couldn't see, behind its darkness, what it was seeing. Sometimes at night, when you had to turn it off to go to sleep, you could feel the world seeping out from the blocked screen. The hot confusion of laughter, the footsteps pounding like a giant besieged heart, and the squealing tires, the eruptions of gunfire and fearful pictures you couldn't help staring at before they vanished, and people at desks, smiling as though you'd imagined all the rest of it, rising up on all sides of you, staining the walls and the evening with the smells of blood and perfume and metal, staining the helpless moments before sleep and your dreams, and the tattered edges where you broke through into morning. "I know what we can do," Courtney said. She propped herself up lazily on an elbow. "One of us can pretend to be Richie Lasky." How nice it would be to be at home, Kyla thought, in her own room. with the soft darkness outside and her mother right downstairs. Ellen was looking at Courtney strangely. "How do you mean?" she asked. Then Kyla turned to Courtney too, and her heart veered again. "It's easy," Courtney said. "I'll show you." "Okay," Ellen said. The sounds of Ellen's mother moving around downstairs were fantastically loud in Kyla's ears. "We'll take turns," Courtney said. "Okay," Ellen said again. Kyla heard Ellen speak, but she couldn't take her eyes off Courtney. Courtney was watching her. "I'll be Richie," Courtney said. The clear blue silence of her eyes was like the silence of a clock. "Kyla first." She held out her hand. "Okay?" "Why do I have to go to New York with the Laskies?" Kyla said. "You don't have to, darling. Of course." Kyla's mother looked surprised. "I didn't realize you were so upset about it. I was just so astonished when the Laskies offered. It's extremely generous of them. Of course, I knew Carol would be so happy if Janey had a friend along, but I only accepted because it seemed like such a wonderful opportunity for you." If her mother knew that Janey lied all the time and used words like buns and piss and even worse things, she might not think the Laskies were so wonderful. And if she only understood how Janey really treated her when she came over to their house for dinner, that blank yes, thank you, no, thank you, you could feel exactly what Janey was thinking, that Janey was thinking about Kyla's mother as if she were the maid. "I know Janey isn't your favorite person," her mother said. "I hate Janey," Kyla said. Her mother waited for a moment. "I know Janey isn't your favorite person," she said again, "but your kindness to her means so much. I'm very grateful, and I know her mother and father are too." "I feel sorry for Mrs. Lasky," Kyla said. "For Carol?" Kyla's mother looked at her with amusement. "Carol's one of the most fortunate women I know. She's just as capable as anything. You don't remember that house when the Fosses owned it. And she has the means to enjoy her life, which is very important, darling, as I think you'll find one of these days. Though, of course, there are other things that are more important, aren't there? And she's so attractive. I happen to know she hasn't done a thing to her face. You're very unusual, darling. Most little girls would want to be just like her. I'd hate to be married to Mr. Lasky," Kyla said. "Would you, darling?" Her mother laughed a little. "Well, fortunately, that's nothing you have to worry about. But it could be worse, you know. Dick is demanding, I suppose, and you could say he's a selfish man, or self-involved. But he's cultured, and he's broad-minded, and he's attractive, and he's energetic, and he can be loads of fun, and he's certainly a good provider. All in all, he's what I'd call a good catch." Kyla looked around at the pretty living room. Didn't her mother even like it? It was so much sweeter than the Laskies' big white glassy house with all its ugly paintings and statues, sculptures. "Wasn't my father a good catch?" Kyla said. Kyla's mother stroked Kyla's hair. "Your father's a very fine man," she said. "He has a kind and generous heart, like you. He just lacks ambition. I suppose it's a good quality to be content with things as they are, but not when you're the father of a young child. It used to—" She stopped and laughed a regretful little laugh. "The fact is, your father and I just never really belonged together, although," she smiled at Kyla, "if we hadn't been together I wouldn't have you, would I, darling? And speaking of you, what do you want to do this afternoon?" "Stay here," Kyla said. "Oh, darling, it's Saturday. You can't just stay in and mope around all day. Isn't there any special thing you want to do? Don't you want to call Ellen?" "No," Kyla said. "Or Courtney?" Kyla shook her head. "Don't you like your friends any more?" her mother said. "You haven't seen Ellen or Courtney in so long." Kyla leaned against her mother's coolness. "Don't cling, darling," her mother said. "You're getting much too big." Kyla jumped away. What if her mother were to see what she herself had seen only this morning in the mirror for the first time? She was getting big. It was possible, after all, that she would get those legs that bulged out, or the horrible little stomach that Judy Winner's sister got when she went into high school. Little things seemed to be happening to her face, too. In the mirror that morning, it had looked as if someone else climbed into her face during the night and was stretching it out into their own. And where was her face going? The face that her mother loved. She turned away. "All right, darling, please don't sulk," her mother sighed. "You don't have to go to New York. I just want more in the way of advantages for you than I ever had. I want you to have an exciting life. But your life is exciting, Kyla said. She stared at her mother. Isn't it, Mother? Isn't it? Your life isn't boring. Isn't your life exciting? My darling, her mother said, and Kyla saw that there were things happening to her face, too. My good, kind little girl. Janie, Mr. Lasky said, just eat that nicely, please, like an adult. If you didn't want fruit salad, you shouldn't have ordered it. Want fruit salad, Janie said. I didn't want to come on this trip. That's not how I happen to remember it, Mr. Lasky said. I wanted to go skiing with Richie, Janie said. When, like Rich, you are 14, Mr. Lasky said, and when, like Rich, you have a friend whose parents own a condo in Vale, then, like Rich, you may go skiing. When, like Rich, I am a boy, Janie said. The waitress loomed hopefully. How is everything? She said, looking at Mr. Lasky. Just fine, Mr. Lasky said irritably. Then he seemed to remember who she was and smiled. Everything just as good as it used to be. He nodded commendingly. Well, that's nice, the waitress said. She appeared to be waiting for him to say something more. Janie cast a small, contemptuous smile at her fruit salad, but Alice burst into tears. What's the matter now, Alice? Mr. Lasky said. Anything we want, Alice announced belligerently. You have what you want, Mr. Lasky said, looking bewildered. What do you want, Alice? Janie said. Just calm down and tell me. You said you wanted cinnamon toast, Mr. Lasky said. No, Alice roared. She pointed at Kyla's sundae. That! Mr. Lasky sucked in his cheeks and stared at his own sundae. Miss, he called. One more hot fudge sundae, please, for the young lady. Alice's noisy tears were absorbed into the general cheerful clatter of the restaurant. But it was amazing, Kyla thought, how loud the voices of little children were. Whether it was joy or sorrow or terror, you could hear them screeching blocks away. Not just Alice, though she did seem prodigious, but all little children. It was nature, probably. It was nature that made Alice loud, and it was nature that made Alice cute. Nature made little children helpless, but nature protected them, too, with loudness and cuteness. Kyla herself had probably once been able to produce sounds just like Alice's, and she'd never even noticed. And now, no matter how much she might want to let out a howl that would bring the whole neighborhood running, there wasn't a chance of it. Because the minute people struggled to get a bit free of nature and could begin to take care of themselves, the point was, they stopped being loud, and they stopped being cute. All right now, Mr. Lasky said as the waitress put an enormous hot fudge sundae in front of Alice. Does everybody have what he or she wishes? Is everybody happy? You bet, pal, Janie said. Jane, Mr. Lasky said, are we having some kind of problem today? Janie held his gaze for a moment and then looked away. No, she said. You're sure? Mr. Lasky said. Yes, Janie said. Because, Mr. Lasky said, if there is a problem, maybe you'd like to tell me what it is so we can clear it up right now. There isn't, Janie said. Isn't what? Mr. Lasky said. Isn't a problem, Janie said. What was that? Mr. Lasky said. I didn't hear you. For a moment, Janie didn't speak. There isn't a problem, she said finally, in a low, dead voice. That's my girl, Mr. Lasky said. All problems forgotten. Now. He looked at his watch. We'll go back to the hotel for a 3:00 nap, then we'll get up at 5:30, and at 6:45 we'll have had our baths and be ready to go. Everybody with me? I'm with you, Janie said. You mean we have to have a 2.5-hour nap? Aha, Mr. Lasky said. Another mathematician in the family. A 2.5-hour nap? Janie said. No, Alice said in alarm. It's ideal. You're confused, Alice, Janie said. On the contrary, Mr. Lasky said. Do you know what an adult is? Jane. An adult is someone who's learned to delay gratification. We're going to the ballet tonight, and we're going to have a very late night. In short, this is non-negotiable. But the question is, we have time for one quick activity before our nap, so what do we all want to do? We all want to go to the children's zoo, Alice said. We all want to go to the Museum of the American Indian, Janey said. Kyla? Mr. Lasky said. Either's fine with me, Kyla said. She just wanted to go home. Well, Mr. Lasky said, we were just at the Museum of the American Indian yesterday. Besides, it's very, very far away. I'm afraid it's impracticable. It's only 1:30, Janey said. We have time. Let me be the judge of that, Mr. Lasky said. But it's only 1:30, Janey said. I think we all heard you, Mr. Lasky said. And I said, let me be the judge of that. Children's zoo, Alice chanted. Mr. Lasky peered at Alice. Are those dark circles I see? He said. Didn't you sleep well last night? No, Alice said nonchalantly. Mr. Lasky looked at Janey. What does she mean? He said. Janey and Kyla looked at each other. She had nightmares, Janey said. She kept me and Kyla awake all night. Is this true? Mr. Lasky said. Janey wouldn't let me call Mommy, Alice said. Did you want to wake Mommy up? Janey said fiercely. Is that what you wanted, Alice? Alice hung her head, and large tears began to form in her eyes. No, she said in a little voice. Though actually Kyla thought Janey was no mathematician at all. It wouldn't have been much past 10 at home when Alice first woke them. What upset you, Alice? Mr. Lasky said. Was it the museum yesterday? Was it the Indians? You weren't there, Alice said. Her shoulders were bowed, and she stared at her melting sundae, tears sliding from her wide eyes. The pond was there, and ice was on it, and it opened up, and you were thin air. I'm here, sweetheart. It was just a nightmare. I'm right here. That's what I told her, Janey said. I told her it wasn't real. Mr. Lasky began. Then he looked at the wall as if something had suddenly appeared there. Jane, he said, I'm proud of you. I'm gratified that you took responsibility and stayed calm. Janey stared straight ahead. Amazingly, it looked as if she was about to cry. And you know what, Mr. Lasky said. I have a thought. I think what we should do before our nap is to get Mommy a present. Isn't that a good idea? Janey and Alice nodded soberly. We'll get Mommy a present to show that we're thinking about her and to congratulate her for having 2 such good girls. Now I'm just going to make a phone call, and when I come back Alice will have finished her sundae and we'll march along. We'll call Mommy, Alice said, still furrowed and dubious. We'll call Mommy when we're all together, Mr. Lasky said. When, Alice said and shook her head slowly. When we can be all together at the phone in the hotel, Mr. Lasky said. Well, it was true. Janey, of all people, had taken responsibility last night. There had been no alternative. When Alice awakened for the second time, rattling as if in the grip of a high fever, and could not be consoled, Kyla had said to Janey, Should we get your father? I don't know, Janey said. Daddy said if we needed anything we should ask Donald. Alice, in a damp heap, continued to sob. But what do we need? Kyla said. Janey said. She and Kyla looked at each other. True. Daddy, 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 Alice screamed. Be quiet, Alice, please, Janey said. You're going to wake up everyone in the hotel. Daddy, Alice screamed again, at an increased volume. All right, Janey said, I'll get him. But she was not able to rouse him either by knocking on his door, or, when Kyla located a plastic card that told you how to call the other rooms, by telephone. Kyla could hear her own heart pounding, or maybe it was Janey's, as they both snuggled against Alice on the little cot. What if Mr. Lasky had actually had a heart attack? What if he was lying there dead in the next room? Hey, Alice, let go, Janey said. I'm going downstairs to get you a cup of hot milk, and then you're going to sleep. Janey put her coat over her nightie and went out the big wooden door of their room, and Kyla remembered that there were many other people in many other rooms all around them. Beyond the sad blue flowers on the wallpaper, in fact, millions of people who couldn't help them at all, slumbered on in the twinkling city. At least Alice was still cute, lucky for her. Kyla thought of the new plainness spreading like an illness through her own face. Don't cling, her mother had said. Do you want to play something, Alice? She said when Alice grew quieter. Do you want to play baby? Alice hiccuped. No, she shrieked. And then Janey had returned, with in fact a big mug of hot milk. "Here, Alice," she said. Alice accepted the mug and held it out to Kayla. "Baby, drink," she said, and hiccuped again. "Stop that, Alice," Janey said. "You drink that yourself, pronto. Donald made them put honey in it for you. Wasn't that nice? So I want you to say thank you to him the very next time you see him." Janey sat down stiffly and looked out the window, while Alice drained her milk with gulps and sighs, and finally a little belch. "Donald said nothing can wake him up when he's asleep," Janey said. "He said once there was a burglar in his apartment, and his roommate screamed and called the police, and the police came, and he slept through it all." Kyla nodded, though Janey was still looking out the window. "Lucky Richie," Janey said. "For sure," Kyla said. And then it was as if Janey had lifted a curtain, and what was there, and had been there all along, was Richie. But Richie blending back and forth with Mr. Lasky, blending with Mr. Lasky helplessly because she had done something to him. She had done something to him, with Ellen and Courtney. She had let something happen to Richie. The next morning when they got up and got dressed, Janey was still frozen, slow, and pale. But then there was Mr. Lasky, reading his newspaper at the breakfast table, just as always. "Daddy's here," Alice observed superfluously. Janey paused. Alice scampered ahead to the table, and Janey went right into the cross mood that had lasted her all day. "There," Mr. Lasky said when the bracelet they had all, including Kyla, chosen for Mrs. Lasky, was put into its beautiful little velvet box. "I think Mommy's going to be very happy with that." And no wonder, Kyla thought. Delicate strips of gold flashing with stars. It wasn't fair. It would look so much prettier on her own mother. And her mother deserved it, which Mrs. Lasky did not. And her mother would have been so much more grateful to have it. Kyla could just see her mother's face, radiant with surprise and love, if Kyla could present her with just such a little velvet box. Mr. Lasky raised his hand in the air again, and this time what appeared was a taxi. They all climbed into the back seat quickly enough. Kyla landed a bit sideways between Janey and the door. But when Mr. Lasky gave the address of their hotel, the driver shook his head in disgust. "You'd be better off walking," he shouted over the loud fuzz of his radio. "The whole East Side is a nightmare." "Thank you for your concern, sir," Mr. Lasky said, "but we'll keep the taxi. It's a good 15 blocks, and the little girls are tired." "You're absolutely positive," the driver said. He turned down his radio. "In 3 more blocks we're not going to budge." Mr. Lasky smiled. "I understand, sir," he said. "But what do you suggest? We're too tired to walk, and our hotel's on the East Side." "I suggest, sir," the driver said, "seeing as you're determined not to walk, that you move to the West Side." "Ha, ha, ha," Janey said. "Because furthermore," the driver said, "once I get into this shit, I'm not going to be able to get out." "I'll bear your difficulties in mind, sir," Mr. Lasky said. "It does me good to hear you say this," the driver said, "because in a situation like today I starve." The cab, which had been hurtling from side to side, causing Alice to turn a delicate green, was indeed slowing down, almost to a standstill. "It costs me more to hire the fucking car on a day like this than I can make." "I will, as I've said, sir, bear that in mind," Mr. Lasky said. "Jane, human beings do not lead difficult lives for your personal amusement. Our driver is understandably anxious, but once we get past the bridge traffic, everything will be fine." But within 1 more block they had entered a solid mass of honking horns, in which Kyla's fatigue seemed to entrap her like amber. And after a time Mr. Lasky leaned forward. "What's the problem, driver?" he said. "We haven't moved for 20 minutes. "What's the problem?" the driver said. "The problem is we aren't moving." "Or wait, you mean to ask what's causing the problem?" "That was my intention," Mr. Lasky said. A pulse had begun to throb in his forehead. "Yes?" The driver turned around and stared at Mr. Lasky. "Oh, hey," he said, and struck the side of his head with his palm. "I get it. From which, planet do you folks hail?" "Perhaps you'll be so kind," Mr. Lasky said. "With pleasure," the driver said. He turned the radio up savagely, but it was almost impossible for Kyla to hear through the static and the honking what it was saying. There was an apartment building somewhere near the hotel, and there were policemen. "Who?" Janey was yelling over all the noise. "What did he do?" "Who?" the driver yelled back. "What?" Incredible. Every radio station in the city, every television network in the universe. More blood per cubic foot than the siege of Stalingrad. Where are you folks from? Seriously now, New Jersey? "Tell me, tell me, tell me," Janey was shouting. "This is not important, Jane," Mr. Lasky said. "Not important," the driver said. "Right, not important." "Well, of course it's not important. You types really stick together, don't you? Sure, if the guy's rich enough, if the guy's handsome enough, if the guy remembers what kind of mineral water each of his patients drink, it's just not important if he bludgeons his wife to death with a floor lamp, is it? It's not important that he pulverized her. I don't think this is strictly—" Mr. Lasky began. "Oh, pardon," the driver said. "I have the honor of addressing a gentleman of the law, I'll wager. It's been alleged that this guy liquefied his wife. It's been alleged that the neighbors waded in through body parts. It's been alleged that he fled, dragging his poor little child with him, to his girlfriend's apartment where the cops later found a sweater, all gunked up with hair and blood that allegedly matches his wife's. And now it's being alleged that he's up on the roof with this kid and he's—" "Sir, I do not think," Mr. Lasky said, and Alice began to cry. "Nothing's going to happen to you, Alice," Janey said. "No one cares about you." "That's right, Alice," Mr. Lasky said. "Nothing's going to happen to any of us. Oh, hey!" The driver turned around. He looked into Alice's eyes and took her hand. "Hey, I'm sorry, darling. It's going off right now." He turned the radio off. "Click, right? No more depressing stories." "Sir," Alice said and rubbed her cheek against his hand. Mr. Lasky sighed. "Alice, sweetheart," he said, "let the man drive." "Why did he do it?" Janey said. "Daddy?" "We'll never know, Jane," Mr. Lasky said. "Normal people can never penetrate the mind of a sick individual." He rolled down his window and thrust his head out. "The wife was trash," the driver said. "What do you want to bet? A slut, a nag, a gold digger. All the time, he should have just divorced her." "Girls," Mr. Lasky looked at his watch, "I'm afraid it would be a great deal faster to walk at this point." "Hey, listen to this guy, kids," the driver said. "The original rocket scientist. It would be faster to walk. When do you think Mr. Wizard got a chance to perform the calculations? Say—" he turned around with raised eyebrows. "How's right here for you folks?" "Do we get to pat the goatees?" Alice said as Mr. Lasky opened the door. "Alice," Janey said, "you're confused again." Mr. Lasky handed the driver a bill. "Here you are, sir. I sincerely hope this will recompense you for your time." "And I, sir," the driver dropped the bill into the gutter, "sincerely hope this will encourage you to reinsert your patronizing shit back up your butt where it came from." "The second we get inside," Mr. Lasky said as they straggled up the steps to the hotel, "I want you to get yourselves upstairs. It's way past 3. Way past 3, he added, shaking his head ominously. "And I want you to wash those hands, Alice's especially." "Her hands are clean," Alice said loftily. "She washed them after lunch." "That was after lunch," Mr. Lasky said. "You've touched God knows what since." As they stepped inside the hotel, 5 or 6 young men in uniforms, bellboys and desk clerks, swiveled away from a small television on the front desk. Their eyes, brilliant with excitement, dimmed immediately into courteous greetings. "Hello, Mr. Lasky," one of them said. "Horrifying, this business, isn't it?" "Horrifying," Mr. Lasky said, glancing at his watch irritably. "Come along, girls." "Oh, Mr. Lasky." Donald disengaged himself from the group and hurried over. "What's that?" Mr. Lasky frowned back at Donald. Donald hesitated. "Yes," Mr. Lasky said. He paused, looking at his watch again, and Alice bumped into his leg. "That is," Donald said, "Miss Shawcross was here for you. I'm afraid she just left." "Didn't she get my message?" Mr. Lasky said. "I don't know, sir," Donald said. "My mother's on the phone?" Alice said. "Shut up, Alice," Janey said. Alice tugged Mr. Lasky's sleeve. "Janey said, 'Shut up, Alice,'" she reported. "Be quiet, Alice," Mr. Lasky said, "but I left her a message at her office. Didn't she get it?" "I don't know, sir. She didn't say." Alice sat down suddenly on the carpet. "Your dress, Alice," Janey exclaimed. "Get off your butt. Mother would kill you." "My mother would kill you," Alice said, but she scrambled to her feet, swatting at her rear end. "How are my girls?" Donald said. "Imaginations cooler in the light of day?" He winked at Janey, who gazed serenely at a point on the other side of his head. Mr. Lasky appeared to wake from a trance. "Don't we say hello to people who say hello to us?" he said. Stan," Donald said, and one of the uniformed men wrenched himself away from the TV screen to open the door for a man with a briefcase, and the blaring of horns entered the lobby. "This is the damnedest business," Mr. Lasky said. "God damn it." "Horrible, sir," Donald said. His eyes flicked eagerly toward the TV. "Incredible what a human being can do, isn't it?" "You can play with your toys, Alice," Janey said. "You don't have to just lie there." "Yes, I do," Alice said. "It's nap time." A large tear trickled from each eye. "What's the matter?" Janey said. "Are you afraid to fall asleep? Are you afraid of having another nightmare?" "I want to go home," Alice said. "I want to see Mommy. I want Billy and the big rope." "Is she all right?" Kyla said. "What does she mean?" "Oh, nothing," Janey said. "She gets Billy Jacobs to tie her up." "I don't feel well," Alice said. She rolled over into her pillow. Kyla looked at Janey. "Should we get your father?" she said. "No," Janey said. "She's playing. Are you playing, Alice?" "Yes," Alice said mournfully. "I'm playing disease." "Nurse," Janey said, "the patient in bed number 1 has a horrible disease. She needs a sleeping potion." "Right away, doctor," Kyla said, and poured a glass of water in the bathroom. Alice fell asleep before she even finished her water, and Janey picked up the big book she'd brought along, but Kyla looked at the dark TV screen. "Don't you want to see what's happening?" she said. "No," Janey said. "I'm reading." Kyla stood up and looked out the window, but of course there was nothing to see except tall apartment buildings, where everyone would be watching television to see what was happening, and below nothing but stalled traffic stretching on, lines of cars like strands of colored beads, lots of blue and green and black, more yellow, not so many red. If there were fewer than 15 red, it wouldn't happen. If there were more than 15... The steely hand on the child's shoulder, the caress of metal against soft hair, the entire universe exploding in her skull, vanishing into thin air. The entire universe exploding. The universe... How many times was Kyla going to have to see it, to hear it? "Please, let's turn it on," Kyla said, "just for a second." "No," Janey said. "I don't want Alice to wake up. I don't want Alice to freak out again. My father said we should rest, because we're going to the ballet tonight. My father's the one who's paying for this hotel. My father's the one who paid to bring you along." "I know," Kyla said. "Stuff like this happens all the time," Janey said, "even at home. There was this person at home, in fact, who was a famous judge, but his wife was a secret drug addict, and he was afraid someone would find out. So one day he said, 'Goodbye, dear, kiss, kiss. I'm going away on a trip to get lots of presents to bring home to you, and I'll be back in a few days.' So he drove his car down the street and waved to all the neighbors, and he put a plastic bag over his clothes so he wouldn't get blood on his tie, and he snuck back. Lucky for him, it was the coldest winter in 100 years, and there were icicles hanging from all the trees and houses. So he opened the door and dragged his wife outside and snapped off the biggest icicle he could reach, and he stabbed it into her stomach, stab, stab, and there was splash, splash blood all over the place, and his wife tried to scream, but she was dead. And then the judge snuck back to his car and drove to the airport and flew away, and the next day the sun came out, and all the blood and the murder weapon melted into the ground." "So how did they catch him?" Kyla said. "How should I know?" Janey said, and turned back to her book. "Nobody, talks about it, obviously." From down below, the soft tumult rose gently, like the sounds of a beach, Kyla thought, when your eyes are closed. What was going on out there? What was happening? Everybody else could see. Donald could see, and the taxi driver and the waitress would be somewhere by now watching, and all the people in all the other rooms of the hotel and in the little buildings out the window, and Miss Shawcross, and far away in the mountains, Richie was watching helplessly, and across the body-choked lagoons, Mrs. Lasky and Ellen and Courtney were watching, and her mother and Dr. Leffler, twisting together on the sofa, were watching, their blood pounding and their eyes shining. No, her mother was alone, pale, sitting bolt upright and trembling for the poor little child, not with Dr. Leffler. That was what Janey thought. Kyla sprang up and turned on the television. "To de-lethalize the situation," a voice was saying. Janey reached the dial before the picture even came on, but Alice was awake already and crying. "Thanks, Kyla," Janey said. "Thanks a lot, old buddy." "I'm sorry," Kyla said. "Where's Daddy?" Alice roared. "Where's my Daddy?" "Hush, Alice," Janey said, curling up beside her on the cot. "Daddy's asleep in the next room." But Alice had begun to scream. "Should we get your father?" Kyla whispered. "Do you think we should go get your father?" "Our father's asleep," Janey said. "Our father's resting. Our father's asleep in the next room. And he doesn't want to be bothered. And plus, she's going to get over it." Susan Fromberg Schaeffer, The Old Farmhouse and the Dog Wife. From Prairie Schooner. He sat at the table, his head in his hands, and thought about what over the years he had done to the house. He was wearing blue jeans and an old plaid shirt. The blue jeans had been washed so many times they were soft, like flannel, and faded almost to white over the knees and the crotch. The rim of the pant legs, where they brushed against his leather boots, were beginning to fray. He fingered the sleeve of his shirt, which was soft and thin, thinner than a summer shirt, and remembered how stiff it was when his wife bought it for him, how stiff and bright, although now it had faded until the red plaid design was barely discernible, and when he stood back from the mirror to take himself in, the shirt was rose-colored and vaguely patterned. As time passes, he thought, things become softer. Look at the shirt, look at the jeans, look at his skin, look at the clapboards on the porch, the wood so soft you could push a pencil point into them. At what point would he grow too old to make the repairs on this house himself? The man who came into winter to plow the road to the house still called it the big white farmhouse, although of course now it was smaller, because in the years he had the house, he had torn down the barn and the screened-in porch that ran the length of the two front parlors. His wife had been against these demolitions. She would take out the pile of old photographs displaying the original owners of the house swinging from their hammocks on the small porch in front of the kitchen, or sitting on their fancy chairs in front of the large porch. She was particularly fond of one postcard that showed an automatic sprinkler, something the owners had evidently invented themselves. They were there in the background like shadows, while in the foreground, water, caught in the act of falling, suspended itself in a rain of silver beads over the whirling metal arms attached, somehow, to the thick garden hose. "It works," read the message on the back of the card. "Look at this handwriting, how spidery it is," his wife said. "And the ink, this color purple. I believe they made the ink themselves." The house was built in 1780, and for this reason his wife was against making any changes, as if should the first owners come back they would not recognize the place and begin to reproach her. He suspected her, moreover, of having a religious faith in the rightness of old things, simply because they were old, and when he accused her of this, she had nothing to say in her own defense, and so he knew he was right, not that she liked to argue. When they first married she would argue about everything, or so it had seemed to him, but after they had been married some years, she would shake her head when something saddened her and go about her business, humming. When she was displeased with him, she said nothing, but somehow, whenever he entered a room, she had a task that took her somewhere else. If he came into the kitchen and she was baking, she had to attend to the clothes on the line outside. If he followed her behind the house to the clothes line, she remembered the pies in the oven, dropped her clothespins into the little twig basket, and hurried back inside. It was like pursuing a nervous cat, and eventually he stopped. He knew when he was forgiven, because when he entered a room she stayed where she was. He was tearing boards away from the barn walls one day when his wife came out and stood behind him. "Don't stand there like a guilty conscience," he said to her. "Take up the old nails." When he had stripped the planks from the walls, the barn stood there, its slate roof varnished with dew. Now that the clapboards were down, you could see through the barn to the hills in back of the house. "Someone coming along wouldn't know if it was going up or coming down," he said. His wife made an odd choking noise and gathered up a handful of the old nails. They were long and thick, with oddly shaped heads. "I know you think if something's been standing a long time, that's reason for it to go on standing forever," he said. When he turned to look at his wife, she was gone. He saw her going through the kitchen door back into the house. In those days he was fond of saying that life was a struggle. The weather was against you, the bank was against you, and your own children were against you. He felt genuine pity for the barn swallow, who every year built her nest over the kitchen door, and in the late spring, when he got up and went out and saw the nest filled with gaping, squawking beaks, he would shake his head in commiseration every time. It made sense to try and even the odds. If the barn came down, there would be no more climbing up on the roof to nail down loose shingles, no more climbing up there in the winter to shovel off the roof, which, under the weight of fallen snow, was threatening to collapse. If the big porch came down, there would be no need to climb out the bedroom window and shovel off that roof, no need in the spring and summer to jack up the porch roof and repair the rotted floorboards. "What you can get rid of, that you should get rid of," he said, quoting his father. Of course, while they had a horse and a cow, the barn had to stand. In exchange for 2 loads of gravel from the gravel pit up the road above the house, a man in the village gave him an old red cow, and he took it, thinking it might give a little milk, and if not, he would slaughter it and cook it into stew. The cow, which promptly became his wife and children's pet, gave so much milk the sound of churning was heard day and night, the buttery overflowed with butter and cheese, and the children's cheeks rounded. In those days they often paid bills with cheese and milk and fresh-baked bread. In those days, too, cars were less reliable than you would like them to be, and his children always arrived at the school in the horse-drawn sleigh, and not only his children, either, but the children of other families who were stranded in cars stuck in snowdrifts along the roads. In those days, the barn was steamy with the breath of the cow and the horse and the pigs, and the heat from the wood stove, and the smell of the bales of hay. In those days the barn had a use, but when it had no use, he began to tear it down. It seemed to him obvious that useless things ought to be torn down, and it annoyed him that this was not only unclear to his wife, but was the source of discord between them. He sat in the old kitchen in front of the old kitchen table and worked on his drawing of the house as it looked when he first saw it. They had been looking for a place for 2 years when he drove over the little bridge, turned right, and saw the big white farmhouse smack in the middle of its 8 acres. "This is it," he said. From the porch of the house there was no other house in sight. The thick trees on the bank of the creek hid the road from view, although in winter, when the leaves fell, they would be able to see passing cars and the old white house across the road. His wife observed that the house was a wreck, that its roof leaked, its walls were rotten, and you had to hop from floorboard to floorboard unless you wanted to wind up in the cellar, which was no more than a hole cut in the ground and lined with stones. Inside, the house was cut up into many tiny rooms, some not much larger than cupboards, but he said he could knock down the walls and install wood stoves and put up chimneys, and in 6 months the house would be warm enough to live in while he continued to work on it. His wife stood on the porch, and the cool breeze blew the smell of fallen pine needles toward her, and an enormous stand of lilacs was in full aromatic bloom. "One thing," said his wife. "I want a nice bedroom. I don't want to sleep in a half-finished room." He promised her a nice bedroom, and they bought the house outright. The owner was glad to get rid of it. There were sinkholes in back of the house where the water ran off from the hills behind. Probably the previous owner saw the house as a responsibility he was happy to have off his hands. His drawing of the house had progressed, was, in fact, almost finished, when he heard the sound of a car's motor outside the house. He got up, stiffly, and walked through the open kitchen door onto the screened-in porch. His old dog, Ruff, heard him get up, lifted his head, sniffed the air, and lay back down. "You are a useless animal," he said to the dog. A brilliant green Dodge was idling on the curved drive that wound around the lilac bushes, its nose pointed at the house. The sun glared on the windshield so that he couldn't see the driver, but a white-shirted arm came through the open window and opened the car door from the outside. He stayed where he was, watching. The driver got out, reached down and rubbed his knee, then looked up at him, smiling. "I was hoping for a drink of water," he said. Still smiling, he held out a silver canteen. It glinted in the blinding sun. The farmer stood on the porch and looked at the car, thinking, once I had a car like that. It was a 1950 Dodge. Everything about it was familiar. Its curved, swelling shape, its rounded bottom, its divided windshield. "How does it run?" he asked the stranger. "It runs fine, but it eats gas," the man said. Everything about him was thin. His gray hair was thinning. "Until I get where I'm going, I don't have a nickel to spare," he said. "Every penny goes for gas and oil." "I'll get you some water," he said, walking down the steps and over to the car. The thin man was about to hand him the canteen when loud, frantic barking erupted from the back seat. "Got a dog?" he asked the thin man. "Well, not exactly," the stranger said. Before he could say anything, Ruff erupted into loud barks on the porch. "My dog thinks it's a dog," the farmer said. He could feel the smile leaving his face, but the thin man was smiling more intensely than ever. His teeth, he saw, were bright white, the color of brand-new kitchen sinks. If his wife were still here, he thought she'd say, "Why doesn't he just wear a sign saying I paid a lot for these teeth?" A man with teeth that white, he thought, has something to hide. "I could use some cold water," the thin man said. "My name's Fred." "Fred," he said. "What about your dog? You want some water for your dog?" He moved toward the back seat of the car, but the man moved in front of him. When the stranger turned back to him, he tripped over Ruff, a big old shepherd, and as he righted himself, the farmer moved quickly and looked through the window into the back seat of the car. "My God," he said, "that's no dog." "Well, I never said it was a dog," Fred said. In the back seat of the 50 Dodge was an unkempt woman, very thin, her bones showing everywhere, her gray hair long and wild. She was up on her hands and knees, crouched down, her nose almost against the glass, crouched and growling, as if she were a dog. He moved away from the car and a few steps away from Fred. "What's this now?" he asked him. "Don't get excited," the thin man said, his eyes on him. "Nothing to get excited about." He thought about his rifle behind the kitchen door. If this man Fred had a gun in the glove compartment, he could take it out and shoot him in the back as he walked back to the house. "She must be hot in that hot car," he said. "Oh, she is hot," the man said edgily. "Hot and thirsty. How about that water?" "I'll get it and come out," he said, and turned to walk into the house. When he got to the porch, he turned, expecting to see the thin man pointing a gun at his back, but the man's head and shoulders had been swallowed by the back window and the blackness inside the car. Ruff was sitting on the grass behind the thin man, his head tilted to the left, as if he were trying to hear better. He took down his rifle, walked to the kitchen sink, and filled the canteen. As he passed, he looked at the picture he had drawn of the house, but in the picture, the house looked deserted and unreal. Once it had been a stagecoach stop. He should try drawing the stagecoach in front of the house. The drawing needed something to bring it to life. He walked across the porch and back outside. The thin man was extricating himself from the back of the car, wiping sweat from his forehead. "That gun isn't a real friendly thing," Fred said. "It's got nothing to do with you," he said. "There's a woodchuck tearing up the shed floor." "A woodchuck," said the thin man. "Well, a lot of people start seeing woodchucks after they look into that car." "You kidnapping her or what?" he asked, the rifle still under his arm. "A man doesn't have any call to kidnap his own wife," the thin man said. "She's your wife?" he said. "She looks older." "She always did look older," the thin man said. "But after she fell ill, she looked a lot older. The doctor said it happens. When they're sick that way, they hold their faces stiff and their faces freeze that way." "She's sick or she's crazy?" he asked, moving closer to the car. When he was near enough to the window to see his face reflected in it, the crouching woman rose up on all fours and began snarling, then barking ferociously. "A little bit of both, I guess," the thin man said. He looked over his shoulder at the thin man who felt edgy but not dangerous. The farmer had been a hunter all his life. He thought he knew when an animal, man or beast, was threatening. This man wasn't threatening, not this minute, although he knew he could be. The farmer turned away from him and thrust his head suddenly against the car window. At this, the crouching woman jumped up, pulled her teeth back, and began barking like a maddened, chained dog. He turned to the thin man. "She knows who she is?" he asked the stranger. "Well, I couldn't say," the man said. "She clearly thinks she's a dog, and she clearly thinks it's her business to protect me. She always was a protective kind of woman." He looked from the thin man who stood with his hands thrust deep and tied into his jeans pockets, and back to the 50 Dodge. A hot wind picked up the elm branches and dropped them down. An elm in front of the house was deceased. "I want it to last as long as we do," his wife once said, and after that he paid the tree surgeon his exorbitant yearly fee. From the look of things, the tree was going to outlast him. He thought again of the old stagecoach that used to stop in front of the house, and for the first time thought about the original owner of the house and what misgivings he must have had each time the coach stopped and let out its load of strangers, any one of whom could be a thief, a murderer, or worse. "Where do you sleep at night?" he asked the man. "In the car?" The thin man nodded. "I guess you don't want to answer questions," he said. The thin man smiled a tight, wry smile. He held tight to the silver canteen of water. "The streams around here are good and clean, you know," he told the stranger. "You can drink from them and not worry about anything." "Yes, well," said the thin man. Now that he had his water, he seemed ready to go. "At night it drops down very cold. Well, since last Monday it's been dropping down very cold. I came home last night and already there was smoke coming out of chimneys." "It's a nice smell, that wood smoke," the thin man said. "Not so nice when you're chopping the wood, though," he said. "Look, my hands are full of splinters." "Your wood's all chopped?" the stranger asked. He thought about the wood in the shed, stacked from floor to ceiling, stacked against all the walls, 6 or 7 cords. Since his wife died, what did he have to do but chop wood? "Look," he said to the thin man, "you could stay here the night, but you'd have to tie up—" "Tie up the dog, sure," the thin man said. "She likes being tied. You should see her, how she curls up and lies around my feet." "Well, I wouldn't have gone so far as to call her a dog," he said. "She's not yours," the thin man said flatly. "Why don't you come in now and have a sandwich?" he said. He looked nervously at the car. "Oh, she eats anything," the thin man said. "I'll put her on her leash." "You put her on her leash and bring her in," he said. They were sitting in the kitchen, eating buttered Frankfurter rolls and drinking bottles of beer. He had quieted Ruff, who lay under his chair, his ears down, his nose pointed in the direction of the woman, whose feet and arms were tied together. She lay peacefully on the floor next to her husband, who every now and then reached down and handed her a piece of buttered roll. He fed her piece by small piece, and she took each one gently and chewed it up. After she swallowed each piece, he said, "Good girl, Martha," and the woman would tilt her head of grayish blonde hair and look gratefully up at him, although at times her eyes looked spiteful. "This is a nice house you have here," the thin man said, looking around. "You did a lot of work on it?" "It was rotting when we got it," he said, "but the original beams were good, under the floor and under the roof, so little by little I did it over. Those wide planks on the floor, they're from the old barn. I sanded them down after I pulled the barn down. The beams in the ceiling, the original beams. Can you imagine the trees, how tall they were then? How many oxen it took to pull them back through the snow?" "I know these old houses," the thin man said. "A jumble of tiny rooms. You can see clear from one end of the house to the other in here." "That's my work," he said. "I told my wife, we have a wood stove, we have all the wood we need. If we get rid of the walls, we can heat the whole house with no trouble for no expense at all." "I bet she didn't like it," the thin man said, handing down a bit of buttered roll. The wild-haired woman took it between her teeth, chewed it, and swallowed it. "She said, 'Who wants to sit on a couch and look at the kitchen sink?' But after a time she saw I was right. Easier to clean, easier to heat. Do things the easy way, that's my motto." "She died long ago?" the thin man asked. 5 years this April," he said. "She sat down on the couch, picked up a book, made a funny little noise, and then she sort of slid against the armrest. She's buried out there in the back, way out back, under those 2 big willows." "You changed anything in the house since then?" the thin man asked. The woman on the floor lifted her head and growled slightly. "Well, I added a few more dirty dishes to the sink," he said. They sat in silence. The thin man's index finger began tracing the geometric design which bordered the enamel-topped table. "This is a nice table," he said, "real old-fashioned. When I was a boy, my father did sums on a table like this, right on the table with a black crayon, and when he was finished he took a damp rag and wiped the table down." 2,050 little knife marks, the farmer said. "All the time she cut up vegetables or meat or dough on this tabletop. Thousands of tiny scratches, but you have to look to see them." He saw it was getting dark and got up to turn on the light over the table. "It's wicked dark outside for 5 o'clock, the thin man said. "It's going to storm," the farmer told him. "I always feel it along my skin, the way it lies there, like a knife blade you took out in the sun." "I hope it doesn't storm," the thin man said. "It frightens the dog. Once she broke a table trying to hide herself under it. Some dogs are afraid of thunder, you know. They don't flinch at guns, but thunder, that's something else. She's not a real dog," the farmer said, and then was sorry he said it. "If it storms, I'll have to tie her up hand and foot and put a blanket over her," the thin man said. "It's for her own good." He looked around the kitchen, and from it to the parlor, where a gray couch and 2 gray velvet chairs surrounded a pink-flowered rug. "Sometimes when a person dies and you don't change a thing, you're keeping the house like a monument to them. Sometimes it means you really loved that person, sometimes it means the opposite altogether. This was your house, this was how you wanted it, now you're gone, I'm never going to be bothered with it again, that's what you're saying." "If it's going to storm, maybe you should take her out to the bathroom," he said, "before the lightning starts." "Oh, she can use the indoor plumbing," the thin man said. "She remembers how to do that." "Sometimes I wonder how well the house is grounded," he said. "I don't like to sit on a toilet in a thunderstorm." "I'll take her now," said the thin man. He untied the woman's feet and led her off. Before they entered, the woman turned, looked at him, and growled. "I can think of 100 good reasons why I shouldn't have let him in the door," he said to himself. Outside, the trees sighed, just as his wife would have sighed if she were there. When he returned, they began to talk. The thin man talked mainly about his wife, how one day she had begun to grow forgetful. For instance, she would put down her pocketbook and search the house for it, when all she had to do was stop and think what she had been doing when she first came back in. Then it got worse. He would come home and find her going from room to room, looking for the pocketbook, and there it was, swaying from her wrist. Of course, he said all that wasn't too bad, but when she forgot to turn off the burners on the stove, or when she put a pot on and forgot to turn down the fire, and the stew boiled over and the grease caught fire, well, then she was a plain hazard. The doctor said hire a helper, and he hired one. But she got away from her, and they found her trying to wade across a river in the middle of December, and when they got her out of the ice water she had a 3-inch gash in her foot. So the doctor said it was time to put her away, and he was thinking about putting her away when she got it into her head that she was a dog, and she'd been a dog ever since. But he didn't have the heart to put her in some asylum, so he took her with him in the car, and when it was warm enough they went from place to place, sleeping in the Dodge, and when it was cold they headed out to the little island on Maine where she grew up and where they still had a little house. In the winter they were the only ones there, so no one came out and asked questions. "You know how it is in these small towns," he said. "If you want to be left alone, they leave you alone." Every so often, he said, he sat Martha up in a chair at the window when the postman went by, so the man saw her sitting there. Half the people in the shore villages were recluses for one reason or another, so they thought nothing of it. Probably they thought she didn't come out because at her age she was afraid of the ice, slipping on it and breaking her hip. The towns were full of old people who only came out when the ground was smooth and dry, and otherwise stayed inside playing solitaire and watching television. You only need one experience going out for wood and falling and lying there and waiting all day hoping someone will find you, and then you don't want to go out any more. You move the woodpile indoors, you don't care what it looks like. Everyone up there has a TV dish, he said. They have to. They have nothing else to do. And the funny part is, he said, it seemed to him that every other house had a member of the opposite sex. First a widow, then a widower, then a widow, and so on down to the last house on the street, and it didn't seem to occur to any of them to double up. A whole line of sad arks, he said, just one of a kind in each one, and the name of each animal out there on the front stoop or the mailbox, like the name of the particular kind of animal it was. If he were a free man, he said, he wouldn't waste time moving in with someone else. I never gave it much thought, he told the thin man. Well, Martha here, she used to say that a happy widower wasn't much of a compliment to his dead wife, because if he'd been happily married, he'd want to be married again. You did say that, didn't you, Martha? He reached down and patted the woman's head. Just then thunder crashed and shook the house. Martha raised her head toward the ceiling and began howling. She'll never eat her franks and beans now, the thin man said. Well, you must have had one of those happy marriages, that's obvious, he said, to go to so much trouble to keep her with you. Oh, we weren't happy at all, never were. Always snapping at each other, always disagreeing. I was restless, always wanted to go back out to sea, and she'd say then go, and throw a shoe after me. Well, it got to the point that the children knew if they heard something hitting the wall and then falling down, that I wanted to go back out and she was against it. So I never did go, but I never did stop complaining, and she never did stop trying to prevent me. So that's how it went until this happened. I am your cross to bear. She used to say that. I am your cross to bear. But how do you know she's sick? He asked the thin man. Maybe she's plain crazy, and a doctor in one of those places could do something for her. I took her to doctors, the thin man said. They said she had that aging disease, but whatever she had, there was nothing they could do for it, so I thought, well, we stuck together this long. She was a faithful wife. I owe her this much. He shook his head. The thin man saw it and said, I know what you're thinking. You don't know if you could do it. That's right, you don't know. If anyone had asked me 4 or 5 years ago what would I be doing now, I'd have told them I'd lock her up and throw away the key and live the life of Riley. Well, maybe I am living it. Anyway, I can't do otherwise. The storm was right over their heads now, and the lightning flashed and crackled and lit up the kitchen appliances, once white but spray-painted yellow when his wife, looking through homemaking magazines, decided her kitchen looked too much like a hospital. He hated yellow. Yellow was the color he liked least in the world, but he knew better than to suggest painting the cabinets and refrigerator blue. Blue is a terrible color, she used to say. When you have it indoors, what can it look like but a poor imitation of the sky? Now when the skies rumbled and crashed, the walls of the house shook. He was not afraid. The house had stood this long. It would continue to stand after he was long gone. The thin man was covering his howling wife with a blanket. Ruff stood up, his big paws on his knees. The dog was frightened by the woman on the floor, howling like an animal. Ruff was not frightened by storms. The night wore on in this way, the two of them drinking beer, eating franks and beans or bacon and eggs or buttered rolls, the thin man untying his wife when the storm died down to take her to the bathroom, then tying her up again. Finally, by morning, the sky was clear, and he said, You must be worn out. Up over the shed there's a bedroom at the head of the stairs on the right. Go get some sleep. The thin man untied his wife's legs and led her, yelping and growling, up the shed stairs after him. By morning the sky had cleared and the storm was over. He went out into the shed and started up the mower and began mowing the 3 acres he and his wife had kept cleared in front of the house. The triangular stretch between the road and the bank of the creek, which his wife had claimed as a flower garden, had long ago overgrown itself with weeds and small scrub trees, and he never started up the mower without casting a guilty look at that unattended patch. The grass was still wet, and it was slow going, but at least he'd made a start. The neat swath he carved out in front of the lily beds under the house windows would taunt him until he brought the rest of the lawn to the same state of grace. He had just cut the motor when the man came out of the house. "The wife's tied up upstairs," he said. "She can't do harm." The two of them stood still, looking at one another, then out across the meadow to the mountains, soft and green in the still misty light, breathing in the smell of wet-cut grass, and taking in through their skin the cool, glassy feel of the freshly washed air. "Have some breakfast?" he asked the thin man, who said, "I don't mind if I do." He cooked bacon and eggs and toasted bread on the oven grill, because after their third toaster had broken down, his wife said the best bread didn't fit in them anyway. She was tired of pulling bread out piece by piece, and finally turning the toaster upside down to shake out the last broken pieces and crumbs. And why waste money on a toaster when they could make toast just as well in their wood-cook stove, which was always on anyway? He himself liked bread crisped in a toaster, where it came out having a purer taste than bread from the oven, which inevitably tasted smoked and redolent of whatever meal had last been baked inside that black cavity. But he had respected his wife's wishes while she was alive, and he supposed he was respecting them still. When she was alive, it had always been a question of money, where the next 2 cents was coming from, but now that she'd died and the price of land had gone so astronomically high, all he had to do was sell off part of his acreage, and he'd never miss it. He never even saw it any more. It was too much trouble to borrow a horse and ride up there, and he'd lost his nerve for the snowmobile ever since his neighbor took his up a mountain trail, ran out of gas, and was clawed by a cougar, probably after he froze. Probably he never knew he was clawed by a cougar, but still. Well, if he sold off even a small part of his land, he'd be a rich man, and wasn't that something, that he'd finally gotten to a place where he had no need for money at all. As he toasted the bread, he spoke of this to the thin man, although he omitted any mention of how much land he had, and how, if he sold it, he could be a rich man, because he could hear his wife saying, "Don't talk about money to people unless you want them to cut your throat." She had strong opinions on everything, his wife, and whenever possible she enforced them on everyone else, a strong woman altogether, although not strong enough to last as long in this world as he had. The thin man said he'd better go up to get his wife. "She'll be ready for her visit to the water closet, and in the morning she's always hungry as a horse," he said, and disappeared upstairs. He took out the butter, put it on the counter in the square of sunlight to let it soften, and turned over the bread on the baking tray in the oven. Some things were nice about women as they aged, he thought. For one thing, you could take them for drives without stopping at every gas station and asking the attendant for the key to the washroom, because they were never so frantic about anything as they were about getting blood on their skirts. He stood there, smiling, thinking of the high excitement on the highway, while everyone in the car strained for the sight of a gas station or a rest stop, while his wife sat next to him, white and immobile and panic-stricken. For their children, these panics were funny, but not for his wife, a member of what their oldest girl called the clean generation. "You think this is funny, but it is not," his wife told their daughter. "Wait until it happens to you." And this would strike them as the funniest thing of all, and while he hunted for the next garage with bitten lips, the children whispered to one another in the back and roared with laughter. "From now on," said his wife, "when it comes to those days of the month, I stay home." The thin man tied a rope to his wife's ankle, and then to a leg of the table. "She won't run off now that she's familiar. She won't cause trouble at all," he said. He set out 3 plates and dished out the scrambled eggs, the bacon, and the toast. He had a large container of homemade applesauce left him by the woman across the creek, and filled a large blue and pink-striped ceramic bowl, and set that down in the center, along with the 2-gallon bottle of milk. He had to lift that bottle with 2 hands because of the arthritis in his wrists. "I guess once she was a good housekeeper," he said, looking down at the woman on the floor, who was growling up at the table. The thin man lowered a full plate to the floor, whereupon the growling stopped. "She was terrible, the worst," the thin man said. "My mother, when she came, used to say, 'You look before you let anyone in here, because if that person is from the Board of Health, they will condemn this house surely as I'm standing here.' I went into our bedroom one day looking for her, and I didn't see her anywhere, and I searched the house, and I was about to go call the police when she came walking out the bedroom door. The bed was so heaped up with things I never saw her sleeping there, and once she picked up a load of laundry and threw it over the railing from the 2nd floor, and it let out a yowl, and what did she do? She'd thrown down the laundry and the family cat. Well, she never knew the cat was in there, of course, it was such a mess. Of course, you think I'm exaggerating. I'm not embroidering a thing. When the boys moved out, we had to close off their rooms. They were filled from floor to ceiling with trash. Not just used clothes and toys, dishes, cups, forks, everything. When I tried to clean it out, she'd get upset and start ranting. The boys, when they called up, they'd ask, 'How many rooms you got left now?' We had this beautiful greenhouse sun porch combination I built with my own hands, but we couldn't use it was so filled with trash, and then she had 2 dress racks set up in the living room so she could sort out her things, but she never did. so they stayed there permanent until I sold the house. We didn't get much for it neither, because how could we? Most people opened the front door and beat it back to their cars. So she was a good mother, he said, buttering a piece of toast and turning it this way and that, as if it mattered which corner he bit into first. Terrible, the thin man said. She had no patience at all, not in the early years when they woke up crying at night, and then when they got bigger and got into bigger troubles, she had so much patience you wanted to kill her. They'd come home at 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, and I'd be out driving around, and she'd say, "They have to take care of themselves sooner or later," and go back to her painting. After the youngest was 4 years old, she said, "That's enough cooking," and she never cooked a meal again. She was a real trial in the house, I can tell you. Painting? Then she was an artist. So that was why he had put up with her. He'd said as much. "Oh, she was real talented," the thin man said, "but even then I should have known there was something not right. All she painted was dogs. If she saw a nice dog in the village, she'd go plead with the owner as nice as you please, her hair all washed, wearing her best dress, until they'd let the dog stay with us until she finished the picture. I don't know how many rugs we ruined because of those dogs, since, naturally, they wanted to go home and didn't like it in a strange house, with this woman who was always hollering at them to sit still." "You have any of those paintings?" he asked the thin man, who said, yes, he had a few folded up in the trunk of the car. "Folded up?" he asked, and the thin man said yes. The best thing about them was how easy they were to transport, because they were painted on the best quality velvet. Well, the thin man said, they used to look upon the paintings as an investment, because after all they did bring in money. "People bought them?" he asked the thin man, who said, "Oh yes, she sold most of the portraits. You'd be amazed at how sentimental people were about their pets. For years they made a pretty good living off those paintings, but then things began to go wrong. Well, first they went wrong in the paintings, and then they went wrong in real life. But it was a shame about the paintings, because while they were going well, there was always money for fixing the roof or getting a rebuilt engine for that Dodge out there." The farmer wanted to know what had gone wrong with the paintings. First of all, the thin man told him, she gave up velvet and began painting on wood. And not just any wood. It had to be wood with lots of cracks in it, and the planks he cut down for her had to be wide planks, so he was always looking for a barn about to come down. And then the dogs. Well, you could recognize who the dog was supposed to be, at least for a while. But sometimes the dog's flanks were covered with fish scales, and sometimes the dogs had wings springing from their dog collars, and even bigger wings springing from their sides, and sometimes their tails were curved and curled and ended in snakeheads. And that was just the beginning, the thin man said, picking up another piece of toast. After she started ruining the dogs, she couldn't stop, and she'd paint a wingless dog with the face of the postmaster, or the owner of the general store, or the local minister. And then there were dogs with saints' faces and halos over their pointed ears, and dogs with horns and devil's tails, but always with faces of people in town. "So," said the thin man, "everyone was insulted, and everyone said it wasn't very neighborly of her, and if that's what she thought of them, then she could just go shop in another store. And then I had all the shopping to do and everything else as well, and it wasn't long after that she forgot to turn off the gas and went off wandering into town and getting on buses, and when the bus came to its last stop she just sat there because she didn't know what she was doing on the bus or who had put her on. So," he said, taking another bite of his toast and picking up his mug of milk, "that's how we got from here to there." "You have any of the paintings she did on wood?" he asked the thin man. "Some idiot from the city came and took them all off," the thin man said. "He said, 'I'll give you $100 for 100 paintings.' That's fair enough, and I said done, because how could we take them in the Dodge anyway, and whoever bought the house, he'd only use them for firewood. He seemed happy to get them. A New Yorker, probably. My cousin, he runs an antique shop. He says you can always recognize them. When they see something they want, they pick it up and carry it around the shop with them as if some big blue jay would fly in the window and make off with it. But country folk, they put the thing back down and walk far away from it so you won't think they're interested. But I saved some of the nice ones on velvet, to remind me, because I guess one of these days I'll miss that house. I have one on burgundy velvet, That one's a Dalmatian, and one on black, that one's a French poodle. They're the most artistic. I saw an article somewhere about paintings of dogs with human faces, he said, in a paper in here somewhere. Maybe I burned it up, but if I didn't, it's in that basket. It's something I don't need to see, the thin man said. It will only remind me. Dogs with people's faces in some museum, he said. You're fixing over that bedroom at the top of the stairs? The thin man asked. You need any help? To tell you the truth, wouldn't mind another night in a warm bed. I can't stretch out these legs in the back seat of that car. He said he wouldn't mind the company, and he could use someone to help with the sheetrock for the ceiling. And besides that, he was opening up the wall near the door, and he knew his wife put things in there behind that wall the last time he paneled the room. Souvenirs, things to let the next owner know who lived here, like a time capsule. That's how she thought of it. Shortly thereafter he was prying loose the sheetrock from that wall. The thin man crouched behind him. His wife lay in the middle of the room, her head resting on her thin arm. When a car or a truck passed by on the road on the far side of the creek, she would raise her head and growl slightly, look first at her husband, then at him, and lie back down. Well, he said, sitting back on his heels, this is it. On the other side of the sheetrock was a flat, oblong box. He took it out, opened it, and saw it was filled with photographs. The topmost were snapshots of his children and of the house. Beneath were copies of the first photographs of the house, when it still had its barn and its 2 front porches. He handed these back to the thin man, who looked through them. Houses are full of ghosts, the thin man said. Not this house, he said. I never felt this house was haunted. That's because your wife kept these pictures and gave them a place, he said. She did them an honor. Probably he is crazy as a bedbug, too, he thought, traveling as he does with this. And then he hesitated because he didn't know how to say it. Dog wife? Still, he could see it. He could see it happening. Already he was used to the woman lying on the ground, growling like a dog. Already he liked feeding her bits of buttered bread from the table. He liked filling the plate for her and watching her eat as if she'd never seen food before. This wasn't affection. This was growing used to something. You grew used to it. You grew fond of it. Pretty soon you thought you loved it. He saw clearly, saw it so fast and so vividly, it was as if it had already happened, that if the man and his growling dog-wife stayed on, the 2 men would compete for the attention of the mindless woman on the floor. They would push one another at the table, hustling to see who could get her plate ready first. In a few weeks, in a month, whoever was first to stroke her wild hair would be glared at by whoever was still sitting with his hands on the table. Proximity was everything. Whoever said that familiarity bred contempt, that person had never lived in an empty house, alone except for the creaking of the floorboards and the walls, contracting and expanding in the heat, sighing and squeaking like something half alive, night after night. No, what familiarity bred was familiarity, the biggest part of love. He took out another box, 3 pairs of tiny shoes, the first pair each child owned. The leather had discolored and cracked, and the laces looked brittle. His fingers moved slowly over these shoes before he handed them behind him to the thin man. A small doll, what the children used to call a Grandmother Moses doll, an old black typewriter whose keys stood up in the shape of a fan. She had used that typewriter, but what had she ever written? Some letters back to her family in Ohio, but maybe she'd written other things he didn't know about, letters to other people. Well, he said, I guess that's it. Thinking, not much to show for 50 years of married life, when his eye caught sight of something farther in. He edged carefully in between the strips of molding toward the thing farther back, and finally his shoulders and then his body were through, but when he pushed back behind the wall of the house, his body shut out the light. His hands retained the memory of the object and closed on it, and he knew immediately that his hand had closed on something once made of skin and bone. He carefully lifted the object and began working his way back out through the hole in the wall. Well, look at that, said the thin man. A cat skeleton. On the floor, his wife growled but did not stir. That's Daisy, he said. He held the cat in both hands like a precious object. The thin man watched him, saying nothing. A great silence fell over the house, and present time slid away like a decal washed from a wet window, and outside it was 30 years ago, and his wife, slender in her rose-printed house-dress, seemed to drift above the mowed meadow grass, her hands to her mouth, calling, "Daisy, Daisy, come on, Daisy, time to eat, Daisy." Then she would stop, stand stock still and lower her hands, place her hands on her hips, and stare out into the meadow looking for the cat. He watched from the kitchen where it was cool and hopeless, knowing she would not find the cat. Probably he thought the cat had been caught by raccoons and never made it back. He saw his wife turn back toward the house, wave helplessly in the direction of the kitchen window, her hand moving up and down with an odd floaty motion, as if it were made of fabric, as if it had become a surrendering flag. She began drifting, rose pattern and all, under the floating clouds, inside of the brook in which clouds floated, back toward the white house, floating in the middle of the green, green sea of the meadow. "She is gone," said his wife. "The raccoons," he said again. "I don't believe it was the raccoons," she said. "I don't believe she is really and truly gone." "Well, eat something," he said. "Eat something? That's your answer to everything," said his wife. Still, she chewed absently on a piece of leftover doughnut. After a while she stood up and looked out the window, where, of course, there was no sign of the cat. "Sometimes when you lose something you're relieved," she said. "Other times you say to yourself, 'I've lost a little piece of my soul,' and you tell yourself it's just a little piece, but one little piece and then another, and one day there's nothing left." "It's only a cat," he said. "Yes." "Well," said his wife, fixing him with a look that always frightened him, as if to say, "If you were a piece of wood, you'd have more reason to exist on this planet, on this part of the planet where I myself exist." "My wife loved this cat," he said to the thin man. "When it was gone, she never really believed it went away." "They're always right," the thin man said. "Always. They speak in riddles like the Sphinx." "She didn't know where the cat was," he said. "If she'd known, she'd have torn down the walls." "What are you going to do with that cat?" the thin man asked him, and he said he guessed he'd put it back where it was, or maybe he'd take it out and bury it next to his wife, deep, deep, so that nothing could come along and dig it up. "Which is it?" the thin man asked. He said he didn't know. He supposed it would depend on how much energy he had when he got around to it. "You kept this house up real well," the thin man said, and he told him he had no choice. His wife was always after him to fix this and that. "When we first came here," he said, "people used to call this the house with the pink walls, because of the insulation, you know. Once I got the insulation in those days it came in pink rolls, then I felt finished. We were warm enough, there was a lot to do out in the barn and all around, so I forgot about the walls. But she said she was tired of these pink filaments all over everything, and besides, she'd long ago picked out wallpaper, and why couldn't she have walls like everyone else? So eventually I got it done. But you look around, you'll see there's always something left undone, like the floorboards where you slept last night. They're mostly painted, but then there are stretches of unpainted wood because a bureau used to stand there, and I thought, why move the bureau? So she used to say that was my signature, something left undone, and usually she'd follow after me and finish the thing up, but not always." They stopped talking then and began to work on the room. When they were finished, they looked like ghosts, so thoroughly were they covered in plaster dust, and then they went down to the creek, leading the man's wife on her rope, and the three of them bathed until they were clean. They sat on the bank of the creek and let the sun dry them out. "I guess you loved her," he said to the thin man, who looked at his dog-wife and said, "No, I didn't love her in the old days, but I love her now." He began beheading the purple clover near his left hand. "But you," the thin man said, "you must have loved her." "She always made me feel I was in the wrong," he said. "But you loved her," the thin man insisted. "I guess I did," he said. "But at night I had this habit. I used to like to come out and look at the stars and see if they'd moved any since I last looked at them, dropped down the sky or whatever they do, and she'd always say, "Shut the door, the heat is escaping," and I used to laugh at her. The heat is escaping, when it was always too hot in that house, even in the coldest open winters because of those wood stoves. And the idea of the heat escaping, as if it were something alive that spent its time plotting to get out. So you know what happened. After a while I stopped going out to look at the stars, and the heat couldn't escape. I used to think about the heat locked up in the house with no hope until spring. I used to laugh at her about it. But she'd just look at me and think what an impractical man I was. A male flibberty-gibbert, that's what her mother called me, whatever that meant. "Well," said the thin man, "I guess I'd better be getting on if I want to get to Maine tomorrow night." He jiggled the rope, and his wife got up on all fours and began crawling to the house. "Stand up," he said, and the dog-wife got up and walked stiffly toward the old Dodge. "It was a nice break in the journey," he said. "We're much obliged to you." After the man and his wife had gone, he went in and cleaned up the kitchen. Then he went up to the room over the shed and put the skeleton of the cat back where he found it. He replaced the other objects where he had found them. This was a simple matter, because the dust had settled around them, and when he disturbed them, they left their outline on the unpainted wooden floor. Then he sat back and proceeded to talk to his wife, who, for one reason or another, seemed at that moment to be inhabiting the house. "Helen," he said, "this life is a mysterious thing. Can you tell me why he is traveling the countryside with that dog-woman?" Outside the wind sighed in the trees, and he took this for an answer. "And you, after all those years of dissatisfactions, you weren't really dissatisfied with me, nor was I with you. You can't let them know how important they are to you. I heard you telling that to Emily the night before she married, and I thought, 'Shut up, woman. That is the worst advice I ever heard.' But of course Emily is happy with her husband. Still, I want to know why that man sticks with that dog-wife. Why is it no one can know the most important things? Was it accommodating that led to love, or was it love that gave you the patience to adjust and shift until you hardly recognized the person you became? Poor Daisy here, dying inside the wall, trying to get back to you, and you're out there, scouring the countryside, nailing up reward notices to trees and stores. I want to know. We felt so much for one another. Was it love? We spent a life together. We were married longer than some people live, but that's not the same thing. Or is it the same thing? Tell me. I want to know." Nothing disturbed the silence in the house. He picked up the piece of sheetrock, cut to fit over the section of wall behind which his wife had hidden the objects precious to her. There was no photograph of him, none of her. Perhaps she thought those photographs belonged to him, that they would keep him company for the rest of his life in this empty house. But what should he do with the skeleton of the cat? He put the sheetrock down and decided to work on another wall. There was no reason he couldn't leave this task for last. Besides, he wasn't ready to nail in the 3 small pairs of shoes. He thought that he had loved his wife best when they were first married, least when their children began to grow, and most when the children left home and she had little use about the house. Of course she cooked and cleaned for him, but she was no longer a mother, could no longer be a mother. She was too old. He loved her most when she was least necessary. Outside he could hear the wind lifting and dropping the great elm branches, stirring with a low moan through the pines they had dug up in the forest. Once they were only seedlings they had dug up in the forest and seen disappear beneath the first shallow snow. Now the pines were so tall, their shadows covered the meadow in the afternoon and licked at the wooden steps leading up to the screened-in porch. The white birches shook their shimmery leaves in the late afternoon light, like spangles, like sequins on his wife's dress when she dolled herself up for weddings and christenings, and he looked at the wall and could see the birch leaves as clearly as if he were looking at them through a window, as if the walls and the lathing and the beams had suddenly become utterly transparent, and he saw the dust around the curved roadway blown up into the air by a brisk wind, an autumn wind, although sometimes you got winds like that early in August. It all depended, and if the wind blew the dust just right, it hung in the air for an instant and caught the light, and each dust particle shone like pure gold. And then he saw himself carrying the lawn furniture out from the shed and setting it up in front of the house, even though there was still snow on the ground, because in country where the winters lasted so long, you wanted to take advantage of every second of summer. And then, when the leaves began blowing across the meadow from the bordering trees, he saw himself carrying the furniture back into the shed, hosing down the plastic cushions and leaning them against the house walls to dry. These must be the things that mattered, he told himself, carrying the furniture out every season, carrying it back in as the season changed, his wife standing on the porch steps watching and smiling, saying nothing, or watching from the kitchen window, smiling and not even waving. But there was no need for a wave. And he stood still, looking through the wall, and there was his wife, kneeling on the grass, holding her trowel, planting tulip bulbs and crocuses and irises and lilies, and every year when she came back in, she would brush off her skirt and say, "That is my act of faith," because who without faith would plant bulbs in the winter that did not come up until spring? And he would lean against the barn door and watch her, and smile even when he didn't know he was smiling. But when she dug her lily beds, she was the sun that reaches you in the deep pine woods when you believe no light can ever reach down to that deep place where you are. Lilies and weeping willows, she was so partial to them that he used to tease her and say there was nowhere on the property you couldn't lie down and fold your hands over your chest and call the photographer to take a picture of you beginning your last deep sleep. These, he thought, were the things that signified something to human beings. These were the things you remembered, not what you thought at the time you would remember, all those things you squirreled away into albums and keepsake boxes, so that now when you looked at them all you could ask yourself was why on earth you had kept them. Even the children, who were now gone, how rarely he thought of them. And when he did, he remembered them as the small bright beings they were when they first arrived home, wrapped in their flannel baskets, set safely in their bassinets. Then years had passed, and what had they become? Just 3 more grown-ups. It was a mystery, what you remembered and what you did not, what mattered to you and what did not. All his life he had tried to get things down to their simplest, easiest forms, and so he had torn down the barn and the long front porch. He thought now he had been foolish. Now he wished there were unnecessary things for him to look after. It occurred to him that the unnecessary things might be the things one truly loved. In the distance a dog howled, and another took up the cry, and then another, until you would think every house in the valley had someone breaking in through the back door. Perhaps he thought he should get a new dog, a big dog. He liked big dogs. That would last as long as he did. Well, he didn't want to ask for more than that. You had to be reasonable. The wind, as if it were getting the last word, as if it were his wife's voice, sighed and sighed again in the many great trees. Patricia Elam Ruff, The Taxi Ride. From Epic. Jimmy went over to the dialysis clinic at Howard Hospital 3 times a week. He had to sit for 4 hours at a time, hooked up to a machine with all them needles in his arm. One of the boys would take us over there in the morning, and I'd stay until it was time for him to go on the machine. I'd go to the cafeteria, get my tea, and drink it with him while we waited. Sometimes Jimmy wanted me to read Maya Angelou out loud, and I'd do that too. His eyes was starting to go bad from sugar diabetes, but he said he liked the way wrote-down words sounded when I said them. While he was on the machine, all he did was watch TV. When Jimmy first started going to the clinic, I used to stay all day with him, but the boys could see it was wearing me down. My pressure kept going up, and I couldn't rest much as I needed. They decided I should go on home instead of waiting there. One of them would bring Jimmy back after they got off work. After the nurses came to hook Jimmy up, I'd leave and walk to the bus stop. Weather had got real cold, and I'd have to take the scarf from my neck and wrap it round my hat to keep the wind from biting my ears. I'd get my coat buttoned almost to the top, but then I could feel that arthritis kicking up again, making my fingers act like they wasn't mine. Bus took me down Florida Avenue to West Virginia Avenue. Sometimes I'd get lucky and somebody'd take pity on me, I guess, and give me a seat. It ain't like it was when I was growing up. My mama would have beat my hindparts if I didn't jump up and give my seat to an elderly person. When I did get a seat, my feet'd be so tired from standing, they'd like to cry when I finally sat down. I was standing out there waiting for the bus on one of them real cold days when I could see my breath. I started thinking about Jimmy to take my mind off the cold. I wondered if Jimmy was ever going to be hisself again. Seemed like so much of the old Jimmy was already gone that it'd be a mighty far ways for him to come back. The old Jimmy used to stay up late talking to me about his dreams for us and the world. He used to say come retirement he was going to travel all around, go back to places he'd been when he was in the war, like Paris, France, and a village in Italy where he said they got streets so small only 2 people can walk down them at a time. He described the places so good I felt like I'd be able to find my way around once I got there. Before retirement had a good chance to impress us, though, Jimmy started getting sick. The sick Jimmy didn't do much talking, seemed to take too much effort. Them legs of his that liked to dance on the weekends became full of pain and slow-moving. His skin that used to shine from smiling withered up and turned the color of ashes. I knew he was getting close to dying. It would be specially on my mind when I was watching him sleep. He used to sleep hard as a rock and snore something awful with his eyes shut tight. But them sick days seemed like he was half expecting to die every time he went to sleep, the way he kept his eyes open a crack. Only the white part showed, and it made him look like he was on the way to see his Maker. I'd touch his arms or his chest gentle-like just to let him know I loved him, and he'd try to wink at me the way he used to, but instead it just looked like he was blinking. Then he'd usually start talking some mess about getting with the boys so he could get his papers straight. That way I wouldn't have no burdens when he was gone. And I'd tell him it didn't matter about all that, I just didn't want him to leave me. Then he'd get quiet again and sad-looking, and go on to sleep. One of my days was twin to the next. I don't care much for the mess they got on television, too much cussing and killing and people half naked, so I'd read my books and my newspaper until Oprah came on. Most of the time I can stomach her show. Then I'd cook dinner. By that time Latrice would be home from school, and soon Edward or Lance would bring Jimmy home. After dinner, Jimmy'd sit in front of the television and fall asleep there, most likely. I'd help him get in bed. Most nights I'd fall asleep after I started reading again, but sometimes I'd need to make myself a hot toddy. Them days I got real acquainted with lonely. A young girl with 2 babies came and stood next to me at the bus stop. It was all I could do not to tell her to cover the baby's face up from the cold and wipe the other one's nose. Snot looked like it had been there since the days of Methuselah. My boys, Lance and Edward, keep telling me not to say nothing to strangers nowadays, especially the young ones, and they right. I don't know what's got into some of them teenagers, but they just plain crazy. Read in the paper the other day about a poor 75-year-old woman, same age as me, who told one of them young girls she should stop slapping her child around. Next thing you know, the girl done punched the old woman. Well, you don't have to tell me twice. When I saw this young girl at the bus stop, I just held my tongue and told myself, it ain't that bad, just a young girl who don't know what she doing. The girl, tired of waiting, I guess, started trying to flag down a taxi. There was one taxi man who was always around driving folk to and from the hospital, and he used to ask me all the time did I need a ride. Sometimes he'd say, ain't gonna charge you today, ma'am, but I never took him up on it. I was thinking, I wish he would have asked me today, that's how cold it was. Anyway, he drove up when the young girl put her hand in the air. He must have read my mind, too, 'cause he rolled down the window and said, mighty chilly out, ma'am. I looked around every side of me to make sure he wasn't talking to somebody else. When I seen he was talking to me, I thought about how I only had enough money for the bus, and I didn't want to be nobody's charity case. I just wrapped my arms around myself and said, no, sir, thanks for asking, though. Well, next thing you know, that man got out the taxi and came over to me. Now, he ain't a young man, mind you. I don't think a young man would give a damn. This was a well-seasoned man, the way Jimmy was 'fore he got sick. wearing a raggedy but respectable sports coat and tipping his hat to me. "The hawk's out here today, ma'am. I don't want it to get you, so I'll take you where you got to go, no charge." My cold feet overtook my pride, and I sat up front next to him, 'cause the young girl was in the back with her 2 squealing babies. We dropped her downtown at the paternity and child support place on G Street. I thought about changing to the back seat when the girl got out, but that's all I did was think about it. He had some of them beaded seat covers up front. Them things feel like a miracle on your back. Leave the imprint on your clothes, though. He took one hand off the steering wheel and extended it to me. "Name's Alonzo Murphy, ma'am, D.C. born and bred." And he gave an uphill laugh along with his name. I took his hand in my glove without looking at him, 'cause I didn't want him to take his eyes off the road. "Helen Jones," I said. "You any relation to the Murphys belong to Israel Baptist up on the hill?" I held my purse on my lap, gave me something to do with my hands. "Could be," he said. "Most of my people gone from here, though I don't do much church-going. But could be. Had a white lady in here the other day, looked at my hacker's license and said her father-in-law named Murphy, too. I told her same thing. Never know, could be some relation." He let out that rich laugh again. "What the white woman say to that?" "Well, she didn't have too much to say. She was just trying to make conversation at first, I guess, and when I said we might be related, it got a little uncomfortable for her." I told him where I was going when I realized he hadn't asked. "You in a hurry?" he said, slow as beans cooking in a crock-pot. I thought for a minute. I looked at his hands, brown as a paper bag, resting on the steering wheel while we was stopped at a red light. His fingers were thick and knotted, hard-working hands, but with a kindness to them. His hands reminded me of my daddy, who picked tobacco for most of his life. I noticed he wasn't wearing no wedding ring. I twisted mine around and around, rubbing my finger back and forth across the small diamond Jimmy had saved so long to get. I looked at Murphy's eyes, too, when he asked the question. Tired eyes with specks of red in them. Truthful eyes that don't try to hurt nobody. Murphy had one of them green air fresheners in the shape of a tree hanging off the cigarette lighter, and it smelled just like a pine cone. You could hear the heat humming along with the soft music station on the radio. It was a nice change from the rap songs the kids play on the bus that set your head to pounding. Something told me wasn't no call to be scared. Alonzo Murphy wasn't no serial killer or rapist. For one thing, he was too old to be one. I glanced at him again from the corner of my eye. He was singing along with the radio tune, his hat tilted to the front of his head like Frank Sinatra. The way his beard seemed to smile along with his mouth set my mind at ease. "I ain't in no hurry," I said, unbuttoning my overcoat. I surprised myself, but there wasn't nobody or nothing home waiting for me, that's for sure, so I was only telling the truth. Murphy drove around, picking up passengers and pointing out sights in between, even though I told him I had lived in D.C. for most of my life, too. We talked about things I hadn't thought about in a long time, from black people trying to bleach their skin to Adam Clayton Powell, Jr. Folk couldn't understand why he married that Hazel woman. Thought she was just too dark for him. But that woman was a looker, I'll tell you. She was a real looker. Then I felt him looking at me. "I hope you don't mind me saying so, but you could almost pass for her twin." My face felt feverish and my eyes were jumpy. I didn't know what to say. The only men I talked to other than Jimmy was Mr. Washington across the street, Preacher Wilkins, the deacons at church, and my boys, who sometimes pass for men. But I let Murphy drive me around for a couple of hours and didn't think nothing more about it. Acted just like I was supposed to be there when he picked up and dropped off passengers. I noticed how Murphy could conversate with anybody. He joked with some of the businessmen about the stock market and which football teams did what over the weekend. He discussed the president's European trip with somebody from the Russian embassy, and he talked numbers with 2 ladies we picked up near Rhode Island and Brentwood, coming from a church meeting. The next people he picked up was a man and woman couldn't hardly keep their hands off each other, just kept giggling, smooching, and getting on my last nerve. Murphy drove through Northeast, telling me he had lived for a while in the Parkside projects, which used to be off Benning Road, but don't exist no more. He had a buddy who lived in some other projects, and they was always arguing about which had the most broken windows and the worst reputation. We was laughing, and then Murphy got serious, making creases come in his forehead. "We was poor as dirt back then," he said, "but we wasn't coming apart at the seams the way we is now. As a people, you know what I mean? We wasn't killing each other, that's for damn sure." I felt an excitement growing in me, because the way the conversation was heading reminded me of how Jimmy and I used to talk about things. It had been so long since somebody was interested in my opinion. All Lance and Edward wanted to do was tell me what to do, like they the parent. I told Murphy about my 17-year-old granddaughter Latrice, Edward's child Jimmy and me raised, who been to more funerals in 1 year than I been most of my life, except for now when my friends is dying off like flies. "What you think gonna make all this violence stop?" I asked him. "More whoopings," he said, just like that. "Young people nowadays don't whoop they kids way they did when we was coming up. My mama would beat us for what we was thinking about and damn near kill us for what we did. If these kids got more beatings at home, they wouldn't be acting like they do out here on the street. I wish I had me one big long hose to whoop all of them." "Ain't that simple," I said. "You can't just beat kids. You gotta talk to them. I'm telling you what I know. I wish I'd talk to my own more and beat them less. Kids today got more things to face than we did. I believe they scared, and they got a lot to be scared of." "Like what?" Murphy seemed impatient. "Like this crack cocaine, this AIDS, all these guns and killing. I read in the paper the other day about 11-year-old kids planning their own funeral. They ain't got no business thinking about stuff like that." The lovebirds in the back of the cab interrupted us to say we was approaching their destination. Murphy slowed down near a 3-story building, collected his fare, and let them out. "I don't know," he said when he started to drive again. "Sometimes I think there's too much thinking and figuring out about problems. We didn't waste a whole bunch of time on thinking. I know my mama and daddy didn't. You did wrong, you got beat, you learned your lesson. That was that." We kept on talking, and Murphy kept on driving and picking up fares, as he called them. I was wondering about why he wanted to give me a ride in the first place, but I figured maybe underneath his smiling he was just lonely like me. He had a smooth way of driving, so I didn't even feel all the bumps in the street, way I do when I'm riding with my boys. He said he'd been driving a taxicab since he dropped out of high school. "Same one?" I asked. He caught on that I was trying to be smart and let out a short laugh. Something told me to check my watch, and sure enough it was time for one of the boys to be bringing Jimmy back home. "Mr. Murphy," I said, "I gotta be going home now. My husband be coming home from the clinic any minute." Murphy looked at me good, studying me. "What's the matter with him?" "Oh, his liver and his kidneys ailing him. He goes over to the hospital to get hooked up to the dialysis machine. Plus he got sugar diabetes and high blood pressure. Been that way for a while now. Doctor's giving him another year, they said." I started buttoning my overcoat back up. "Doctors get on my nerves with that talk. Don't nobody got the right to say how long somebody else got in this world. I don't care who they is, if they ain't God." What he said impressed me, and I nodded my head. "Where do you say you live at?" he asked. I told him I lived on Trinidad off West Virginia Avenue and started trying to give directions. He waved me off with his hand and drove straight to my house by a route I never would have thought of. My house needed paint and roof work. The walk was crumbling, and the yard was crowded with tools, broken furniture, and old appliances Jimmy meant to do something with one day. I felt kind of shamed about it when we pulled up. "Been thinking of selling, getting something less tiresome," I said quickly. "Can't take care of it all myself." "I thought you mentioned some boys back a ways. Why can't they do it?" "They grown. They got their own places, and I'm just lucky they take their daddy to and from the hospital, I guess." Murphy nodded. "Well, don't worry about it. It looks just fine. Who said everybody got to have a picture-perfect house, huh? Yours here got character." I extended my hand to say goodbye and offered to pay him. Silly, 'cause I didn't have no money and had already told him so. He didn't say nothing, no, just waved me off again. I started to let myself out, but he touched my arm to stop me and came around to open the door like a gentleman's supposed to. When I took his hand to balance myself climbing out, I looked up and saw Edward at the window. Murphy was saying something about me taking a ride again. When you got sick folks, life ain't always easy, and you might need a break sometime. I didn't answer, 'cause the look on Edward's face was worrying me. Just thanked him and went on in the house. Jimmy was propped up in his chair watching a game show. I kissed his cheek before taking off my coat and scarf. Edward stood next to the hall closet with his arms folded, watching me. "Mama, where you been?" I stepped into my bedroom slippers, which I keep near the radiator so they'll be nice and warm. I ignored that child 'cause I didn't like what I heard in his voice. Edward has always been my most difficult child. He has something called dyslexia, but we didn't know it back then, and he was frustrated something awful in school and played hooky a lot. Seemed like Jimmy was always beating him, but it didn't do no good. That's why I ain't for all that beatin' no more. Anyway, Edward dropped out of high school and got a job bagging groceries. He messed around with drinking and drugs and all that goes with it. Had to go to court a couple of times, but I prayed hard over that boy. He took some night classes and we found out about the dyslexia. That helped him a lot, gave him some hope. Boy got a steady job now at a parking lot downtown and got his own place. Of course, in the meantime, he had Latrice by a gal who was on that stuff, and me and Jimmy had to raise her. Edward spends time with her, though, gives us money sometimes, and he buys her school clothes and whatnot, so I ain't complaining. He took Jimmy's sickness hard, though, I guess 'cause he and Jimmy was mad at each other for so long. When Jimmy got sick, they didn't have time to be mad no more, but it didn't seem like they had enough time to make up, neither. Edward started up drinking again as a result. That's why I wished he hadn't seen me with Murphy that day. I fixed me a cup of hot tea and sat at the kitchen table just thinking about my day, going back over it again and again, trying to taste it. Edward followed me in there. "You late, Mama. You wasn't even here when Daddy got home. How you think he feel?" "I'm sorry, Edward." "Well, where you been? Shopping? Visiting, huh? Mama, I'm talking to you." He was shouting at me, with his hand stretched in front of me on the table, twitching. I smelt the liquor every time he opened his mouth. "And what was that taxi man doing talking to you so long?" "Nothing, Edward. There ain't no reason for you to be so upset. I had some errands to do and the man gave me a ride home, that's all. Ain't no dinner cooked or nothing. You always got catfish on Friday, Mama. Something ain't right." Edward shook his head, still wearing that troublesome expression, but there was something sad mixed in with the mad. Latrice came downstairs and asked her father about all that yelling. He don't like her to know he been drinking, so he had to get himself together, and he left me alone. I went out to the living room and sat down with Jimmy. "I ain't fixed nothing to eat yet," I said. "You hungry?" I knew he hated the food in the hospital cafeteria and was always glad to be home for dinner. His drooping eyes were almost closed when he nodded. I noticed the bones in his face seemed to be right at the edge of his skin. It gave him a helpless, pleading look, a look I didn't like seeing in him. I would have given half the days the Lord has left for me to get my old Jimmy back. The picture of me and Jimmy when we got married was on the mantel in the living room, and I focused on it, amazed that I had been in the company of another man even for a few hours. In the picture, Jimmy had on his army uniform, and I was wearing the dress my mama created from scraps of material left over from the dresses she made for white women. I was holding a bouquet of wildflowers. I stared at the picture, trying to remember that Jimmy. He was standing so straight, making him seem taller than the 5'8" he was. In the photograph, I was gazing into his eyes under a spell from that powerful grin he had. I remembered the way he used to dance with me on the tops of his shoes, trying to teach me to jitterbug, his legs bending every which way, too quick for me to catch on. When I got up, Edward came and sat down with Jimmy to watch the news. Latrice was on the phone, her favorite spot. I cooked up what I had in the refrigerator and tried not to think about my ride with Alonzo Murphy. Jimmy slept through most of the weekend. He woke up a few times, ate, and went to the bathroom, but he said he wanted to stay in the bed. On Sunday, when I came back from church, he was still sleeping. I called Lance to come over 'cause I couldn't wake him, and I got scared. Lance shook him hard. "I ain't dead," was the first thing Jimmy said when he finally woke. That night he sat down and went over his papers with the boys like he'd been talking about, so that told me something. Lance acted like wasn't nothing different in his life. He always been that way, Mr. Cool and calm. Even as a little child, when he got beat, he wouldn't never cry. Edward'd be screaming so loud I used to think the neighbors going to call the social workers on Jimmy. Ain't it something how children born from the same parents and so close in age, 11 months apart, could turn out different as night and day? Lance married, got a nice stable home life, good government office job, no kids, and don't raise his voice to his parents. But he trouble me in other ways, 'cause I know when you keep so much in, you can get ulcers and such. I ask him questions all the time. He say, "Don't worry, Mama, I'm all right." After the weekend was over, Jimmy went back to the clinic like regular. He asked me to read something to pass the time. I read him some of Miss Maya Angelou. I keeps her in my purse. I think she's a mighty fine writer, 'cause she makes me feel as if me and her been places together. I put my reading glasses on and started in with Miss Maya's All God's Children Need Traveling Shoes. Jimmy smiled every once and again and said, a couple of times, so I know he liked what I was reading him. One of the nurses came in and said the doctor would like to speak to me. They had 3 or 4 different doctors that used to tend to him. They nice enough, but they all seemed to act like I couldn't comprehend what was going on with Jimmy, so they didn't have no need to try to explain it. That riled me something else. Anyway, one of the lady doctors was in the waiting room when I got there. She sat me down and spoke gentle and soft in a slow whisper voice, like she was sharing a secret with a child. "One thing I find with white people is no matter how many times you've seen them or talked to them, they always act like it the first time. Something about the way they look straight through you like you transparent. Their words don't stick, just touch you lightly, then gone. She wasn't no different. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but we think that your husband doesn't have much time left. We would like to hospitalize him from here on so that we can monitor him much better and do everything we can to make him comfortable." Her jump-around eyes got wide while she waited for me to answer. I told her no, I could take care of Jimmy fine at home, and besides, Jimmy didn't want to die cooped up in no hospital. Who would? She asked me wasn't it a burden to bring him back and forth 3 times a week. I told her sure it was a pain in the rear, but that comes with life. She too young and white to know that yet, I guess, but I watched my mouth. I didn't tell her so. She talked a little more, asking me if I wanted her to discuss it with my sons. I didn't even answer that. Then she finally said it was my decision, which, of course, I already knew. Mine and Jimmy's. When I left there that morning, my stomach wasn't setting right. I guess having the doctor tell me Jimmy's time was getting closer rattled my nerves. For her to tell me face to face meant it was more than just my thinking or feeling. I took my time walking to the bus stop, hoping I could get my stomach to act right before I had to mix it with all them smells be on the bus. Well, lo and behold, Murphy's taxi was waiting at the bus stop. Lord, he just don't know, I thought. He was waving at me and smiling. I got in the front even though wasn't nobody in the back. "Good afternoon. What you doing here?" He turned the radio down. "Thought I'd see if you needed a ride today. I remembered this was about the time I picked you up Friday, but I wasn't sure if you'd be back today or later in the week." He looked at me, lifting one eyebrow. "You look a little perturbed. Did I do the wrong thing?" No, I said, settling in the seat. "It's just Jimmy's doctor told me today that it won't be long, and I guess it getting to me." "Well, sure, of course it would. I'm sorry. That's got to be some kind of something to hear. Look, I'm giving you my number in case you need anything. Never know." He started writing, and then handed me a piece of notepaper folded in half. I wanted to ride around with him again, but thought better of it. I think it'd be best if I waited for the bus. Thank you anyhow, Mr. Murphy. I unfolded the paper and looked at his scratchy handwriting. I put my hand on the door and started to get out. Call me Alonzo, please. Is it all right if I call you Helen? I nodded without looking up. Tell you what, I'll take you straight home. You already in here, no sense in you going back out in the cold. How often you up at the hospital anyway? I come Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Well, I'll make you a promise. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I'll be right here waiting on you. I'll take you straight home, or you can ride around with me till it's time. Whichever, whatever. How's that? He hadn't even pulled off or nothing. We was just sitting there. I wasn't sure what to think about this offer. My first reaction was to say, yes, thank you, Jesus. No more freezing my toes off, besides the fact I liked conversating with the man. But it was a scary feeling. Been so long since I thought about any man other than my Jimmy. To tell you the truth, I really didn't know how to act. Murphy seemed to understand what my hesitation was about, 'cause he turned to me and said, I ain't trying to upset you or nothing. I just see you got a situation that could be better, and I got a way of making it a little better. That's all there is to it. I don't know, I said. Before he took me home, we drove over to the wharf, 'cause he said he wanted some catfish. You ain't tasted no catfish till you tasted mine, he said. Used to fish myself till I got arthritis in my arm. I told him I know all about arthritis. Murphy gave me some of the catfish, saying he only had himself to feed. When he dropped me off, I thanked him for everything, the conversation, the catfish, and most of all, for taking my mind off my sadness. He got out, of course, and came around to let me out. Before I had a chance to take stock of anything, Edward came up on us like a storm and started pushing on Murphy. What you think you doing with my mama, you old joker? Murphy looked startled and almost fell over on top of me. He backed up and stood up straight, brushing his hands over his jacket. I got out by leaning on the door handle. I could see Edward's liquor-stoked eyes heating up. Ain't you got no decency, Mama? Your husband's on his deathbed and you out there gallivanting with us old... Edward raised his hand again. I reached out and tried to stop him. Edward, calm down. You don't know what you're saying. Mr. Murphy is just trying... Edward cut me off. Trying to what? Trying to figure out if you got any money coming once Daddy dies, and you falling for it. You should be ashamed. I'm ashamed for you. Ashamed to call you my mother. He glared at me, veins threatening to press through his forehead. He should have been cold, 'cause he wasn't wearing no coat. Watch how you talking to your mama, young man, Murphy said in a gentle tone. Edward looked like he was going to push him again or hit him. But just then Lance's car pulled up behind Murphy's taxi. I said, thank you, Lord, to myself. Lance, I yelled. When I realized I was shaking all over, I started crying. Lance rushed over to us and asked what was going on. Edward was talking loud and glaring at Murphy. Brought Daddy home early today 'cause they called me and said he was feeling weak. Get home, she ain't even here. Your mother been running around all day with this bum while Daddy's sitting up there dying. He pointed toward the house. We all turned, and Jimmy, looking small as a child, was in his wheelchair watching us through the storm door. Lance glanced at me. Mama? I shook my head and wiped my eyes with my gloves. Lance put his hand on Edward's shoulder. Edward, go on inside with Mama. You handled it fine, man. I'll take it from here. He took Murphy's elbow, saying, Maybe you should leave now. And they moved away from us. Edward, pouting, went ahead of me through the gate and up the walk. I could hear Murphy saying, I didn't mean no harm at all. I looked back at them. It seemed like Lance and Murphy was talking peaceful, and so some of the tightness went out of my chest. Jimmy said he was having shortness of breath, and the doctors wanted to keep him, but Jimmy didn't want to stay. He told me he was sleepy and didn't even want no dinner, just a bath. I ran the water, and Edward helped get him in the tub. Edward wasn't talking, but at least he wasn't yelling no more. I put some of my bubble bath in the water, sat on a low stool, and started bathing Jimmy. Edward went on out. Do it feel nice? I asked Jimmy. He nodded, but he was looking awful weary. What's wrong, sweetness? I said. Something paining. Nothing new, he said, real slow, and his voice sounded gravelly, like he had marbles in his mouth. "I sure wish Edward would stop drinking. I don't want to have to worry about none of y'all after I'm gone." "What you talking about? Where you going?" That's what I always said when he talked like that. Lance poked his head in the door and asked if we needed help. I told him no, but he didn't go away. I could feel him listening at the door. "I'm round in the corner, Helen," Jimmy said. "We got to face it. It's right up on me now, and I guess I'm ready. My mind and my body is sure tired." He lifted his brown, wrinkled hands out of the water and stared at them, turning them over. "Wonder what it'll be like not to reach, cross, and touch you no more, or wake up to the sun in my eyes. Ain't nobody alive who can tell me about it, though, is there?" He talked more that night than he had in a month. "I ain't scared no more, Helen. Just the other day I got a comfortable feeling that it's gonna be okay. I know it ain't bad what's about to happen to me. Even left me with the impression it might be good." We both laughed till he started coughing up blood. "Listen, Helen," he went on after I wiped around his mouth. "I don't know if I told you lately how much you mean to me." I began washing his back 'cause I didn't know what to say. He brought my hand down and clasped it inside his. "Of all the joys in my life over these years, you the most important one. I just wish I could have taken you to France and Italy like we always talked about. I just wish I had a little more time." I moved closer and put my arms around his neck and just laid my head next to his. We stayed that way for a few minutes. I let the drain plug out. He put one trembling hand on my shoulder and the other on the pole the boys put around the tub. Lance came into the bathroom and helped me get Jimmy out. I heard Lance sniffle, and I looked up at him, catching sight of bold tears on his face. Shocked me so I almost let go of Jimmy. I ain't seen Lance cry since he was a baby, and I'm his mama. While we were taking Jimmy to the bedroom, he muttered to Lance, "Ain't no call for tears now. Don't want to spoil a perfect record, do you?" Jimmy must have been thinking same way as me. Lance cracked a smile, and he and Jimmy hugged for the first time in a good while. I sat on the bed next to Jimmy, putting lotion on him, rubbing it good into all his creases. I gave him a massage at the same time until my finger bones began aching. He sighed, 'cause of how good it felt, I guess. "It ain't but 6 o'clock, I said to him while I fluffed the pillow behind his neck. "That's all right," he said, and turned out the lamp next to the bed. I went out and cooked up Murphy's catfish for me, Latrice, and the boys. Jimmy died later that night in his sleep. Boys was long gone by then. I sat in the rocking chair beside him till the sun came up. The rest of that week I felt like somebody's robot. People just told me what to do, and I did it. Food and folk came and went. Preacher Wilkins gave a powerful sermon at Jimmy's funeral on Saturday. He called Jimmy a champion of life, said he always did his best and never complained. That was mostly true. I sat up front, Edward on one side of me, Lance on the other. Next to Lance was his wife, Geraldine, and then Latrice, looking like a grown woman in one of Geraldine's black dresses. After the scripture reading, Latrice recited a poem she wrote about Jimmy back in 8th grade. I cried a lot. It came from way deep inside me, a place I didn't even know about, and shook my whole body. Everyone kept looking at me and handing me tissues. We walked out of the church behind the casket holding Jimmy. Edward held on to my arm, as if he were keeping me in check. All the faces I passed were blurs of dark color. By the time I got in the family car, I had stopped crying, but I felt a big empty space spreading like a stain inside my chest. A space I was scared might never get filled up again. The cemetery was the hardest part. Preacher Wilkins was mercifully short-winded, though. People took flowers out the funeral wreaths brought from the church and placed them on top of Jimmy's casket. Someone handed me a rose. I laid it where I thought his heart would be. I promised myself I would leave him with a smile. It was hard, but I did. We all started walking back toward the roadway where the family car was parked. That's when I saw Alonzo Murphy standing near an evergreen tree. He nodded at me and tipped the hat he held in his hand. It dawned on me that I hadn't gone to the clinic on Wednesday or Friday like I said, and he had probably been there waiting. I wanted to go over and thank him for coming, but I just went ahead and got him a limousine. I looked out the window and saw Lance walking toward Murphy. They shook hands, and Murphy gave Lance one of his slow, easy smiles. "Who's that man?" Latrice wanted to know. "Nobody special," I said. "Just an old friend." Lance came soon after and joined the rest of us in the family car. Carol Shields. Mirrors. From Prairie Fire and Story. When he thinks about the people he's known in his life, a good many of them seem to have cultivated some curious strand of asceticism, contrived some gesture of renunciation. They give up sugar, or meat, or newspapers, or neckties. They sell their second car, or disconnect the television. They might make a point of staying at home on Sunday evenings, or abjuring chemical sprays. Something, anyway, that signals dissent, and cuts across the beating heart of their circumstances, reminding them of their other leaner selves. Their better selves. He and his wife have claimed their small territory of sacrifice, too. For years they've become known among their friends for the particular deprivation they've assigned themselves, for the fact that there are no mirrors in their summer house. None at all. None are allowed. The need to observe ourselves is sewn into us. Everyone knows this. But he and his wife have turned their back on this need, said no to it, at least for the duration of the summer months. Otherwise they are not very different from other couples nearing the end of middle age, he being 60, she 58, their children grown up and married and living hundreds of miles away. In September, they will have been married 35 years, and they're already planning a week in New York to celebrate this milestone, 5 nights at the Algonquin, for sentimental reasons, and a few off-Broadway shows, already booked. They stay away from the big musicals as a rule, preferring, for want of a better word, serious drama. Nothing experimental, no drugged angst or scalding discourse, but plays that coolly examine the psychological positioning of men and women in our century. This torn, perplexing century. Men and women who resemble themselves. They would be disinclined to discuss between them how they've arrived at these harmonious choices in the matter of playgoing, how they are both a little proud, in fact, of their taste for serious drama, proud in the biblical pride sense, just as they're a little proud of their mirrorless summer house on the shores of Big Circle Lake. Their political views tend to fall in the middle of the spectrum. Financially, you might describe them as medium well-off, certainly not wealthy. He has retired 1 week ago, as a matter of fact, from his own management consulting firm, and she has always been, a housewife and active community volunteer. These days she wears a large, stylish head of stiffened hair, and he, with no visible regret, is going neatly bald at the forehead and crown. Walking away from their cottage on Big Circle Lake, you would have a hard time describing its contents or atmosphere. Faded colors and pleasing shapes that beg you to stay, to make yourself comfortable. These inviting surfaces slip from remembrance the minute you turn your back, but you would very probably bear in mind their single act of forfeiture. There are no mirrors. Check the medicine cabinet in the little fur-paneled bathroom. Nothing. Check the back of the broom cupboard door in the kitchen, or the spot above the dresser in their large skylighted bedroom, or the wall over the log-burning fireplace in what they choose to call the lounge. Even if you were to abuse the rules of privacy and look into her, the wife's, big canvas handbag, you would find nothing compromising. You would likely come across a compact of face powder, Elizabeth Arden, but the little round mirror lining most women's compacts has been removed. You can just make out the curved crust of glue that once held a mirror in place. Check even the saucepans hanging over the kitchen stove. Their bottoms are discolored copper, scratched aluminum. No chance for a reflective glimpse there. The stove itself is dull-textured, ancient. This mirrorlessness of theirs is deliberate, that much is clear. From June to August they choose to forget who they are, or at least what they look like, electing an annual season of non-reflectiveness in the same way other people put away their clocks for the summer, or their computers or door keys or microwave ovens. But how can you possibly shave, people ask the husband, knowing he is meticulous about such things. He moves a hand to his chin. At 60, still slender, he remains a handsome man. By feel, he says. He demonstrates moving the forefinger of his left hand half an inch ahead of the path of an imaginary razor. Just try it. Shut your eyes and you'll see you can manage a decent shave without the slightest difficulty. Maybe not a perfect shave, but good enough for out at the lake. His wife, who never was slender, who has fretted for the better part of her life about her lack of slenderness, raged and grieved, gained and lost, has now at 58 given up the battle. She looks forward to her mirrorless summers, she says. She likes to tell her friends, and she and her husband are a fortunate couple with a large circle of friends, that she can climb into her swimsuit and walk through the length of the cottage, the 3 original rooms, the new south-facing wing, without having to look even once at the double and triple pinches of flesh that have accumulated in those corners where her shoulders and breasts flow together. "Oh, I suppose I could look down and see what I'm like," she says, rolling her eyes, "but I'm not obliged to take in the whole panorama every single day." She does her hair in the morning in much the same way her husband shaves, by feel, brushing it out, patting it into shape, fixing it with pins. She's been putting on earrings for 40 years and certainly doesn't require a mirror for that. As for lipstick, she makes do with a quick crayoning back and forth across her mouth, a haphazard double slash of color. Afterward she returns the lipstick smartly to its case, then runs a practiced finger around her upper and lower lips, which she stretches wide so that the shaping of pale raspberry fits perfectly the face she knows by heart. He's watched her perform this small act 1,000 times, so often that his own mouth sometimes wants to stretch in response. They were newly married and still childless when they bought the cottage, paying far too much, then discovering almost immediately the foundations were half-rotted and carpenter ants, or something, lived in the pine rafters. Mice had made a meal of the electric wires. Ants thronged the mildewed cupboards. Officially, the place had been sold to them furnished, but the previous owners had taken the best of what there was, leaving only a sagging couch, a table that sat unevenly on the torn linoleum, 2 battered chairs, a bed with a damp mattress, and an oak dresser with a stuck drawer. The dresser was the old-fashioned kind with its own mirror frame attached, 2 curving prongs rising gracefully like a pair of arms, but the mirror it had once embraced was missing. You would think the larceny of the original owners would have embittered the 2 of them, or that the smell of mold and rot and accumulated dirt would have filled them with discouragement, but it didn't. They set to work. For 3 weeks they worked from morning to dusk. First he repaired the old pump so they might at least have water. He was not in those years adept with his hands, and the task took several days. During that period he washed himself in the lake, not taking the time for a swim, but stopping only to splash his face and body with cold water. She noticed there was a 3-cornered smudge of dirt high on his forehead that he missed. It remained there for several days, making him appear to her boyish and vulnerable. She didn't have the heart to mention it to him. In fact, she felt a small pang of sorrow when she looked up at him one evening and found it washed away. Even though she was not in those days an impulsive woman, she had stretched herself forward and kissed the place where the smudge had been. Curiously, he remembers her spontaneous kiss, remembers she had washed her hair in the lake a few minutes earlier and had wrapped a towel around her head like a turban. She was not a vain woman. In fact, she had always mourned too much the failures of her body, and so he knew she had no idea of how seductive she looked at that moment, with the added inch of toweling and her face bared like a smooth shell. At night they fell exhausted into the old bed and slept as though weights were attached to their arms and legs. Their completed tasks, mending and painting, airing and polishing, brought them a brimming level of satisfaction that would have been foolish to try to explain to anyone else. They stepped carefully across their washed floorboards, opened and shut their windows, and seemed to be listening at night to the underhum of the sloping, leaking roof. That first summer they scarcely saw a soul. The northern shore of Big Circle Lake was a wilderness in those days. There were no visitors, few interruptions. 2 or 3 times they went to town for groceries. Once they attended a local auction and bought a pine bed, a small table, and a few other oddments. Both of them remember they looked carefully through the domestic auction for a mirror, but none was to their liking. It was then they decided to do without. Each day they spent at the cottage became a plodded line, the same coffee mugs, hers, his, the comically inadequate paring knife, and the comments that accrued around it. Familiar dust, a pet spider swaying over their bed, the sky lifting and falling and spreading out like a mesh of silver on the lake. Meals, sleep, a surprising amount of silence. They thought they'd known each other before they married. He'd reported dutifully, as young men were encouraged to do in those days, his youthful experiences and pleasures, and she, blocked with doubt, had listed off hers. The truth had been darkened out. Now it erupted, came to the surface. He felt a longing to turn to her and say, "This is what I've dreamed of all my life, being this tired, this used up, and having someone like you, exactly like you, waking up at my side." At the end of that first married summer, they celebrated with dinner at a restaurant at the far end of the lake, the sort of jerry-built Knotty Pine family establishment that opens in May for the summer visitors and closes on Labor Day. The waitresses were students hired for the season, young girls wearing fresh white peasant blouses and gathered skirts and thonged sandals on their feet. These girls, holding their trays sideways, maneuvered through the warren of tiny rooms. They brought chilled tomato juice, set a basket of bread on the table, put mixed salad out in wooden bowls, then swung back into the kitchen for the plates of chicken and vegetables. Their rhythmic ease, burnished to perfection now that summer was near its end, was infectious, and the food, which was really no better than such food can be, became a meal each of them would remember with pleasure. He ate hungrily. She cut more slowly into her roast chicken, then looked up, straight into what she at first thought was a window. In fact, it was a mirror that had been mounted on the wall, put there no doubt to make the cramped space seem larger. She saw a woman prettier than she remembered, a graceful woman with high, strong cheekbones, deeply tanned, her eyes lively, the shoulders moving sensually under her cotton blouse. A moment ago she had felt a pinprick of envy for the lithe, careless bodies of the young waitresses. Now she was confronted by this stranger. She opened her mouth as if to say, "Who on earth?" She'd heard of people who moved to foreign countries and forgot their own language, the simplest words lost, door, tree, sky. But to forget your own face? She smiled. Her face smiled back. The delay of recognition felt like treasure. She put down her knife and fork and lifted her wrists forward in a salute. Her husband turned then and looked into the mirror. He too seemed surprised. "Hello," he said fondly. "Hello, us." Their children were 6 and 8 the year they put the addition on the cottage. Workmen came every morning, and the sound of their power tools shattered the accustomed summertime peace. She found herself living all day for the moment they would be gone, the sudden late afternoon stillness, and the delicious green smell of cut lumber rising around them. The children drifted through the half-completed partitions like ghosts, claiming their own territory. For 2 nights, while the new roof was being put on, they slept with their beds facing straight up to the stars. That was the year her daughter came running into the kitchen in a new swimsuit, asking where the mirror was. Her tone was excited but baffled, and she put her hands over her mouth as though she knew she had blundered somehow just presenting this question. "We don't have a mirror at the cottage," her mother explained. "Oh," the child replied. Just "oh." At that moment the mother remembered something she had almost forgotten. In the old days, when a woman bought a new purse, or a pocket-book as they were called then, it came packed hard with grey tissue paper, and in the midst of all the paper wadding there was always a little unframed rectangle of mirror. These were crude, roughly made mirrors, and she wasn't sure that people actually used them. They were like charms, good luck charms, or like compasses. You could look in them and take your bearings, locate yourself in the world. We use the expression look into a mirror as though it were an open medium, like water, which the first mirrors undoubtedly were. Think of Narcissus, he started it all. And yet it is women who are usually associated with mirrors. Mermaids rising up from the salty waves with a comb and a mirror in hand, Cleopatra on her barge. Women and vanity went hand in hand. In his late 40s he fell in love with another woman. Was she younger than his wife? Yes, of course she was younger. She was more beautiful, too, though with a kind of beauty that had to be checked and affirmed almost continually. Eventually it wore him out. He felt he had only narrowly escaped. He had broken free, and by a mixture of stealth and good fortune had kept his wife from knowing. Arriving that summer at the house on Big Circle Lake, he turned the key rather creakily in the door. His wife danced through ahead of him and did a sort of triple turn on the kitchen floor, a dip, shuffle, dip, her arms extended, her fingers clicking imaginary castanets. She always felt lighter at the lake, her body looser. This lightness, this proof of innocence, doubled his guilt. A wave of darkness had rolled in between what he used to be and what he'd become, and he longed to put his head down on the smooth pine surface of the kitchen table and confess everything. Already his wife was unpacking a box of groceries, humming as she put things away. Oblivious. There was one comfort, he told himself. For 2 months there would be no mirrors to look into. His shame had made him unrecognizable anyway. He spent the summer building a cedar deck, which he knew was the sort of thing other men have done in such circumstances. She had always found it curious that mirrors, which seemed magical in their properties, in their ability to multiply images and augment light, were composed of only 2 primary materials, a plane of glass pressed up against a plane of silver. Wasn't there something more required? Was this really all there was to it? The simplicity of glass, the preciousness of silver. Only these 2 elements were needed for the miracle of reflection to take place. When a mirror was broken, the glass could be replaced. When a mirror grew old, it had only to be resilvered. There was no end to a mirror. It could go on and on. It could go on forever. Perhaps her life was not as complicated as she thought. Her concerns, her nightmares, her regrets, her suspicions. Perhaps everything would eventually be repaired, healed, obliterated. Probably her husband was right. She made too much of things. "You remind me of someone," she said the first time they met. He knew she meant that he reminded her of herself. Some twinned current flowed between them. This was years and years ago. But her words came back to him recently when his children and their families were visiting at Big Circle Lake. The marriages of his son and daughter are still young, still careful, often on the edge of hurt feelings or quarrels, though he feels fairly certain they will work their way eventually toward a more even footing, whatever that means. He's heard it said all his life that the young pity the old, that this pity is a fact of human nature, but he can't help observing how both his grown children regard him with envy. They almost sigh it out. You've got everything. Well, it's so. His mortgage is paid. There's this beautiful place for the summer, time to travel now, old friends, a long marriage, a bank of traditions. He imagines his son and daughter must amuse their separate friends with accounts of their parents' voluntary forswearing of mirrors, and that in these accounts he and his wife are depicted as harmless eccentrics who have perhaps stumbled on some useful verity which has served to steady them in their lives. He longs sometimes to tell them that what they see is not the whole of it. Living without mirrors is cumbersome and inconvenient if the truth were known, and moreover, he has developed a distaste in recent years for acts of abnegation, finding something theatrical and childish about cultivated denial, something stubbornly willful and self-cherishing. He would also like to tell them that other people's lives are seldom as settled as they appear, that every hour contains at least a moment of bewilderment, or worse, that a whim randomly adopted grows forlorn with time, and that people who have lived together for 35 years still apprehend each other as strangers. Though only last night, or was it the night before, he woke suddenly at 3 a.m. and found his wife had turned on her light and was reading. He lay quiet, watching her for what seemed like several minutes, a woman no longer young, intent on her book, lifting a hand every moment or two to turn over a page, her profile washed out by the high-intensity lamp, her shoulders and body blunted by shadow. Who was this person? And then she had turned and glanced his way. Their eyes held, caught on the thread of a shared joke. The two of them, at this moment, had become each other, at home behind the screen of each other's face. It was several seconds before he was able to look away. Christine Schutt. His Chorus. From Alaska Quarterly Review. The girls had their own version, of course, which they told, calling her by his name for her, Margaret, saying, "Margaret, we knew your brother, he wasn't bad." Then what, she wondered, and Margaret came upon them again as she had come upon them. Long days, taking the washed streets home from work, Margaret had come upon them, the girls and her brother, bunched under the portico of the night-abandoned embassy, all shiny blacks and chains, before a match. Another match illumined their sprung faces, surprise, or else they did not see her and they argued. Margaret had heard their girl voices in the muffle of the huddle asking, "Share, will you please? I'm cold." In the unhinged season this had been, already dark, when the wind off the river rolled barrels down the promenade and banged the padlocked gates of shut-up shops. "Coming home?" Margaret had asked him, and her brother had answered, rolling his shoulders to say, "I don't want it. Fuck off, you mother." The brother was a shrug, a glance, a long, stooped back, rough hair belted in notched garbage ties, and gone before he was gone. This was Margaret's version. She told anyone at all about the resinous stains on his fingers, the slept-in folds of his shirts. The jeans he wore so long unwashed were oily with his dirt. No coat, no socks, shoes curled witchy and split at the seams. Her brother at the lip of things, the door, the curb, the dock, was licking at the fogged face of his kitty-face watch. "Do you know what time it is?" If she could only ask her brother again. "Do you have any idea what time it is?" Margaret folded laundry, pinching at her collar bath towels, still warm, yet coarse against her chin. "What else was there to do?" she asked. Margaret told the girls, "I waited up for him at night. I washed the floors." From upstairs came Martin's calling, "Margaret, look at the time." 4, 5, 6 in the morning, when the sky pearled, and others, early wakeful, moved, she guessed as she did, to hoard the spangled outlook. Margaret did not care by then that her brother's bed was empty. "Not one of you girls in it," she said, "and I bet you thought I didn't know, but he told me." On the nights he did come home, he spoke of the girls. Crouched in the collapse of his bed, he gave his version of the girls to Margaret, how their hands brushed over the new hair under his arms, as though it were high grass and they were walking through the field of him. "My brother," she said, "he told me what happened some nights after you abandoned the abandoned embassy." The sucked-down candies he proffered on his tongue. The brother was talking, and Martin was calling, "Margaret!" When who was this Margaret? She sometimes forgot herself with the boy huffing on his watch and scolding. "Fuck Martin. Margaret, it's me who needs you." She told the girls, "I had no babies of my own." And another time, when they would speak to her of him, she asked the girls, "He did tell you about us, didn't he?" "Yes, yes, 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 yes," the girls said, which made her wonder then what her brother might have said about her. He might have said Margaret was his mother, even when their own was alive and making a living at night. He might have described a sister of stout and rounded back, Despite that she was young, she was working. She was working dirty jobs in dirty clothes. For him. For him she was broiling cheap cuts done for dinner. For him she bargained. For him she wrote, "Please excuse this lateness. He wasn't feeling very well. He didn't mean it. He didn't know. He didn't understand." The ways she thought to love him, draping towels over his bent head at the mouth of the steaming pot to help him breathe when he was croupy. Such was her mothering. Margaret was the person he thought first to see when they picked him up for thieving. She never made him promise to quit his ways, but listened to him promise he would try to be better, especially around Martin. No more stripping through the kitchen, drying himself with his shirt. He would not cough when Martin was talking, or in the man's presence snipe at her for money. The rinds and open cartons behind the milk, sometimes even a plate, fork, and knife crossed over it, empty dispensers and unexpected bills, late-night lockouts and bust-up girls. There would be, the boy promised her, no more surprises. Was that how he thought to tell the girls it was among them? A sister, a brother-in-law, in a strip of rooms made smaller if the brother had company. Because, she told the girls, she was not so old as to forget some sensations. She recognized the knock of the bed and the yeasty smell of yearning. Her brother's broken, coaxing voice. She knew the sound of that. His please, and won't, and will you? The sore places near his lips, so split and glossy, were some of what it was about him, must have been, that made the girls say yes, grind their heels against his back, ask, "Doesn't this hurt, what I am doing?" "No, no, 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 no," the girls insisted. "We were not like that." And they didn't call her by her married name, but spoke familiarly. Margaret, they said, and they described her brother as sullen. They had seen him elbow clingy girls, seen him shawled against the chills, seen him counting his money. The way he left the bathroom with his beery piss unflushed in the unseated bowl, the girls laughed to tell it, although Margaret had seen it too. Suddenly the brother was leaving his mark in the rooms through which he passed. No, she said, he wasn't such a beast as that. He spent time uptown on the high grounds of the garden with the scrawly gates. He could be sweet, Margaret told the girls. He was not indifferent to his surroundings. He looked at trees, at how in spring the new leaves were so many of them spiked. He had his places, that much she said she knew. He sometimes went for drugs. But Lord, she said, and looked hard at the girls, we all of us sometimes need it. The grassy smell of him come home on an evening when the sky stayed white. Margaret remembered him with blades of grass pressed against his back and with muddy open shoes. He brought home a smell of something she had forgotten, with Martin in the broad bed crying out, "Margaret!" Of course there were resentments, she explained, Martin's version of things, what he called assaults by that punk-mouthed brother of yours, then added, "Yours the family with the fucked-up genes. Lucky you can't pass them along." "My fault," Margaret said to the girls, hands cupped between her legs. "My fault he was my brother. I could not scold him. I liked to kiss him instead. I liked to rub my thumb along his front teeth, sit in his room and watch him sleep." In sleep his body was newly heavy and unmarked, breath fluttering the hollow of his neck. She said, "I was meant to see him, but not like that." "No, no, 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 no," Margaret cried. But when the girls appeared confused, she said, "Remember who saw him last." Late night or early morning the hallway narrowed to a tunnel in the light from the end where he stood. He was returned, but about to leave. His loose clothes undone confused her, but his sideways moves she understood. She had experienced before the unexpected charge of his unexpected smile, the hands lifted as in blessing. Goodbye, goodbye. But wait! She had been waiting for him. She was awake, brushing aside other versions of his story, the one with the coroner's instruments, or the one where the heart gave out softly, and she pointed to that place on herself. "My brother's heart," she told the girls. "I have heard its tricked beat. I have kept him company here," Margaret said. And she opened the door for the girls to see his bedroom, the sheeted windows and the cutouts, things tossed, tented, or on a tilt, in some ways just a boy's room, no matter what was written on the wall. Impossible to make out anyway, his aggressive urban scrawl, his tag, whatever was his name. He wrote it where she walked from work, past the diplomatic row, the promenade, the padlocked buildings. His bullying design was everywhere she looked. His face, too, his wounded face, the bruised hollows of his eyes, and his eyes so thickly lashed and sleepy, was the first version of his face Margaret saw. Here the skin's imperfections, summer-oiled and overwrought, were more pronounced than in the colder seasons when confronted with the smallness of his face behind a scarf. Outside, or on the way outside, the brother's skin was close in winter, blown clear, cheeks a wind-scratched rouge. Yet she did not move to touch that face, or the others that occurred to her out of order but up to date. Margaret told the girls, "Of the little boy he was, I remember less and less." A swatch of baby hair, shades lighter, and the slatted cage that was his chest, veiny threading everywhere. Nails soft enough to bite off. A new body very clean. Shoes. Hands again. The sweated valleys between his fingers ringed at the knuckles, and then not, but squaring at the ends to an older boy's hands, drumming the kitchen counter. "Hush that noise, you'll wake Martin," she scolded, then asked, "What is it you want?" The brother grinned his hungry face, the one he wore when the drugs wore off, and he propped himself against the cupboards. This face was a face she knew regardless of season. Slack or sly, it was hard to tell, but his eyelids twitched, and his speech slurred in its wavering volume of request. "Do you still—" he began. "Still what?" she asked. "What?" She could not understand. "What is it you want?" she asked this brother again and again. "What is it?" When anything, she told the girls, she would have given him anything, and he knew this. He was spoiled. "Yes, yes, 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 yes," the girls said. They said, "Margaret, we've been there." But he didn't answer, Margaret said. "That time he was in my arms, flat out on the floor, I found him and pulled him up against my knees. His mouth stayed shut." "This was in the living room," Margaret said. "I have his watch. I took it off. I thought, what the fuck does it matter to you? Look at all this stuff of his I've got." And she started opening his drawers. Beer caps, rubbers, cans of spray paint. "Can you imagine?" she told the girls. The bony rattle of the cans at night and Martin hollering for him to quit. "You must have known this about my brother," she said. "Surely." And she threw away a plastic bag, burnt matches, some kind of stuck-on candy. "Yes," the girls said. "Yes and no. We knew him first from the yearbook. We guessed his long smile was to cover up his teeth. We thought we would like him, and we did." "He found us names," the girls told her. Okay-sounding gang names from unflattering sources, from defects like moles or stutters. "Spider was mine," a dark girl said. "Can you guess from where he got it?" But he was affectionate, the girls told her. He seemed hardest on himself, wedging his narrow body in any narrow space. He said he wasn't smart. "You are," the girls had told him. "You only have to learn how to work." Margaret said, "I remember his crying. He woke me with his crying. How many times?" "Yes," they said. Yes to what she tossed before them, the pink and yellow bodies of the skin magazines, sticky tubes of jelly. "He only told us he was sad," the girl said. "What for?" Margaret asked. "What was ever denied him?" Margaret said, looking past the girls to see if she could see his knotted chest and arms and shoulders in his furious abandon, shoving himself against a loose shape whose head knocked against the headboard of the bed. The noise. The old masturbator from next door crying out. He couldn't stand it, Margaret. He couldn't stand this fucking boy. He was a boy. He woke with his hands between his legs. He cried out, "Is there anything to eat?" Doors slammed, or else he slunk past in his tired clothes. The light was afternoon light, or later, and cool. All day he slept. Skin flakes flew up when his sheets were tossed, also fingernails, hair. His hair was anywhere, as was the glass imprinted with his ghostly mouth. "All this talk about this boy," she said to the girls, when he was just a boy, who lived, a brother with his sister and his sister's husband, in odd arrangement, but who did not these days. Rick Moody. Demonology. From Conjunctions. They came in 2s and 3s, dressed in the fashionable Disney costumes of the year, Lion King, Pocahontas, Beauty and the Beast, or in the costumes of televised superheroes, protean shape-shifting, thus arrayed in 2s and 3s, complaining it was too hot with the mask on. "Hey, I'm really hot," lugging those orange plastic buckets, bartering, haggling with one another, "Give me your Smarties, please," as their parents tarried behind, grown-ups following after, grown-ups bantering about the schools or about movies, about local sports, about their marriages, about the difficulties of long marriages, kids sprinting up the next driveway, kids decked out as demons or superheroes or dinosaurs, or as advertisements for our multinational entertainment providers, beating back the restless souls of the dead in search of sweets. They came in bursts of fertility, my sister's kids, when the bar drinking or homegrown dope smoking or bed hopping had lost its luster. They came with shrill cries and demands, little gavels, she said, instead of fists. "Feed me, change me, pay attention to me." Now it was Halloween, and the mothers in town, my sister among them, trailed after their kids, warned them away from items not fully wrapped. "Just give me that, you don't even like apples," laughing at the kids hobbling in their bulky costumes. My nephew dressed as a shark, dragging a mildewed gray tail behind him. But what kind of shark? A great white? A blue? A tiger shark? A hammerhead? A nurse shark? She took pictures of costumed urchins, my sister, as she always took pictures, e.g. my nephew on his first birthday, 6 years prior, black-faced with cake and ice cream, a dozen relatives attempting in turn to read to him about a tugboat from a brand-new rubberized book. Toot toot, his desperate, needy expression in the photo, all out of phase with our excitement. The first nephew, the first grandchild. He was trying to get the cake in his mouth. Or a later photo of my niece, his younger sister, attempting to push my nephew out of the shot, against a backdrop of autumn foliage. Or a photo of my brother wearing my dad's yellow double-knit paisley trousers, with a bit of flare in the cuffs, 25 years after the heyday of such stylings. Or my father and stepmother on their powerboat, peaceful and happy, the riotous wake behind them. Or my sister's virtuosic photos of dogs, Mom's irrepressible golden retriever chasing a tennis ball across an overgrown lawn, or my dad's setter on the beach with a perspiring Lowenbrow leaning against his snout. 15 or 20 photo albums on the shelves in my sister's living room, a whole range of leathers and faux leathers, no particular order, and just as many more photos loose, floating around the basement, cast-offs, and files of negatives in their plastic wrappers. She drank the demon rum, and she taught me how to do it too when we were kids. She taught me how to drink. We stole drinks, or we got people to steal them for us. We got reprobates of age to venture into the pristine suburban liquor stores. Later I drank bourbon. My brother drank beer. My father drank single malt scotches. My grandmother drank half-gallons and then fell ill. My grandfather drank the finest collectibles. My sister's ex-husband drank more reasonably priced facsimiles. My brother drank until a woman lured him out of my mother's house. I drank until I was afraid to go outside. My uncle drank until the last year of his life. And I carried my sister in a blackout from a bar once. She was mumbling to herself, humming melodies, mostly unconscious. I took her arms. Peter Hunter took her legs. She slept the whole next day. On Halloween, my sister had a single gin and tonic before going out with the kids, before ambling around the condos of Kensington Court, circling from multi-family unit to multi-family unit, until my nephew's shark tail was grass-stained from the freshly mown lawns of the common areas. Then she drove her children across town to her ex-husband's house, released them into his supervision, and there they walked along empty lots beside a brook, under the stars. When they arrived home, these monsters, disgorged from their dad's jeep, there was a fracas between girl and boy about which was superior. in the Aristotelian hierarchies: Milky Way, Whoppers, Slim Jim, Mike and Ike's, Sweet Tarts, or Pez. This bounty counted, weighed, and inventoried on my niece's bed. Which was the Pez dispenser of greatest value, a Hanna-Barbera Pez dispenser, or, say, a demonic totem pole Pez dispenser? And after this fracas, which my sister refereed wearily, "Look, if he wants to save the Smarties, you can't make him trade," they all slept. And this part is routine. My sister was tired as hell. She slept the sleep of the besieged, of the overworked. She fell precipitously into whirls of unconsciousness, of which no snapshot can be taken. In one photograph, my sister is wearing a Superman outfit. This from a prior Halloween. I think it was a super mom outfit, actually, because she always liked these bad jokes, degraded jokes, things other people would find ridiculous. She'd take a joke and repeat it until it was leaden, until it was funny only in its awfulness. Jokes with the fillip of sentimentality. Anyway, in this picture her blonde hair, brightened a couple of shades with the current technologies, cascades around her shoulders, disordered and impulsive. Supermom. And her expression is skeptical, as if she assumes the mantle of Supermom, raising the kids, accepting wage slavery, growing old and contented, and thinks it's dopey at the same time. Never any good without coffee, never any good in the morning, never any good until the second cup, never any good without freshly ground Joe because of my dad's insistence, despite advantages of class and style, on instant coffee. No way. Not for my sister. At my dad's house, where she stayed in summer, she used to grumble derisively while staring out the kitchen windows, out the expansive windows that gave onto the meadow there. Instant coffee. There would be horses in the meadow and the ocean just over the trees, the sound of the surf and instant coffee. Thus, the morning after Halloween, with my nephew the shark, who took this opportunity to remind her, in fact, that last year he saved his Halloween candy all the way till Easter Mommy, and my niece, the little mermaid, orbiting around her like a fine dream. My sister was making this coffee with the automatic grinder and the automatic drip device, and the dishes were piled in the sink behind her, and the wall calendar was staring her in the face with its 100 urgent appointments, e.g., jury duty the following Monday, and R&A to pediatrician. The kids whirled around the kitchen, demanding to know who got the last of the Lucky Charms, who had to settle for the kicks. My sister's eyes barely open. Now this portrait of her cat, Poindexter, 12 years old. He slept on my face when I stayed at her place in 1984. Poindexter with the brain tumor. Poindexter with the phenobarbital habit. That morning, All Saints' Day, he stood entirely motionless before his empty dish. His need was clear, his dignity was immense. Well, except for the seizures. Poindexter had these seizures. He was possessed. He was a demon. He would bounce off the walls. He would get up a head of steam, mouth frothing, and run straight at the wall, smack into it, shake off the ghosts, and start again. His screeches were unearthly. Phenobarbital was prescribed. My sister medicated him preemptively, before any other chore, before diplomatic initiatives on matters of cereal allocation. Hold on, you guys, I'll be with you in a second. Drugging the cat, slipping him the Mickey Finn in the science diet, feeding the kids, then getting out the door, pecking her boyfriend on the cheek. He was stumbling sleepily down the stairs. She printed snapshots at this photo lab. She'd sold cameras, mnemonic devices, for years, and then she'd been kicked upstairs to the lab. Once she sold a camera to Pete Townsend, the musician. She told him, in her way both casual and rebellious, that she didn't really like The Who. Later, from her job at the lab, she used to bring home other people's pictures, e.g. an envelope of photographs of the Pope. Had she been out to Giant Stadium to use her telephoto lens to photograph John Paul II? No, she'd just printed up an extra batch of, say, Agnes Venditti or Joey Mueller's photos. Caveat emptor. Who knew what else she'd swiped? Those Jerry Garcia pics from the show right before he died? Garcia's eyes squeezed tightly shut as he sang in that heartbroken, exhausted voice of his. Or somebody's trip to the Caribbean or to the Liberty Bell in Philly, or her neighbor's private documentations of love. Who knew? She'd get on the phone at work and gab, call up her friends, call up my family, printing pictures while gabbing, sheet after sheet of negatives of memories. Oh, and circa Halloween she was working in the lab with some new exotic chemicals. She had a wicked headache. My sister didn't pay much attention to the church calendar. Too busy. Too busy to concentrate on theologies, too busy to go to the doctor, too busy to deal with her finances, her credit card debt, etc. Too busy. And maybe afraid, too. She was unclear on this day set aside for God's awesome tabernacle, unclear on the feast for the departed faithful, didn't know about the Church of the Middle Ages, didn't know about the particulars of the Druidic ritual of Halloween. It was a hallmark thing, a marketing event, or how All Saints' Day emerged as an alternative to Halloween. She was not much preoccupied with, nor attendant to, articulations of loss, nor interested in how this feast in the church calendar was hewn into two separate holy days, one for the saints, that great cloud of witnesses, one for the dearly departed, the regular old believers. She didn't know of any attachments that bound together these constituencies, didn't know, e.g., that God would wipe away all tears from our eyes and there would be no more death, according to the evening's reading from the Book of Revelation. All this academic stuff was lost on her, though she sang in the church choir, and though on All Saints' Day a guy from the church choir happened to come into the camera store just to say hi, a sort of an angel, let's say, and she said, "Hey, Bob, you know, I never asked you what you do," to which Bob replied, "I'm a designer." My sister, "What do you design?" Bob, "Steel wool." She believed him. She was really small. She barely held down her clothes. 5 feet tall, tiny hands and feet. Here's a photo from my brother's wedding, 2 weeks before Halloween. We were dancing on the dance floor, she and I. She liked to pogo sometimes. It was the dance we preferred when dancing together. We created mayhem on the dance floor, scared people off. We were demons for dance, for noise and excitement. So at my brother's wedding reception, I hoisted her up onto my shoulder, and she was so light, just as I remembered from years before, 20 years of dances, still tiny. And I wanted to crowd surf her across the reception, pass her across upraised hands. I wanted to impose her on older couples, gentlemen in their cummerbunds, old guys with tennis elbow or arthritis, with red faces and gin blossoms. They would smile, passing my sister hither to the microphone, where the wedding band was playing, where she would suddenly burst into song, into some sort of reconciliatory song, backed by the wedding band, and there would be stills of this moment, flashbulbs popping, a spotlight on her face, a tiny bit of reverb on her microphone. She would smile and concentrate and sing. Unfortunately, the situation around us on the dance floor was more complicated than this. Her boyfriend was about to have back surgery. He wasn't going to do any heavy lifting. And my nephew was too little to hold her up, and my brother was preoccupied with his duties as groom. So instead I twirled her once and put her down. We were laughing, out of breath. On All Saints' Day she had lunch with Bob, the angelic designer of steel wool. Maybe he had a crush on her. Or with the younger guys from the lab, because she was a middle-aged free spirit, and then she printed more photos of Columbus Day parades across Jersey, or photos of other people's kids dressed as Pocahontas or as the Lion King. And then at 5:30 she started home, a commute of 45 minutes, Morristown to Hackettstown, on 2-laners. She knew every turn. Here's the local news photo that never was. My sister slumped over the wheel of her Plymouth Saturn after having run smack into a local deer. All along those roads the deer were upended, disemboweled, set upon by crows and hawks, and my sister, on the way back from work or on the way home from a bar, must have grazed an entire herd of them at one time or another, missed them narrowly, frozen in the headlights of her car, on the shoulders of the meandering back roads, pulverized. Her boy lives on air, disdains food. My niece, meanwhile, will eat only candy. By dinner-time they had probably made a dent in the orange plastic bucket with the Three Musketeers, the Cadburys, hot tamales, Kit Kats, Juji fruits, Baby Ruths, bubble yum. At least my niece had. They had insisted on bringing a sampling of this booty to school, and from there to their after-school playgroup. Neither of them wanted to eat anything. They complained about the whole idea of supper, and thus my sister offered instead to take them to the McDonaldland play area on the main drag in Hackettstown, where she would buy them a Happy Meal or equivalent, a hamburger topped with American processed cheese food, and, as an afterthought, she would insist on their each trying a little bit of a salad from the brand-new McDonald's salad bar. She had to make a deal to get the kids to accept the salad. She suggested 6 mouthfuls of lettuce each, and drew a hard line there, but then she allowed herself to be talked down to 2 mouthfuls each. They ate indoors at first, the 3 of them, and then went out to the playground, where there were slides and jungle gyms in the reds and yellows of Ray Kroc's empire. My sister made the usual conversation. How did the other kids make out on Halloween? What happened at school? And she thought of her boyfriend, fresh from spinal surgery, who had limped downstairs in the morning to give her a kiss. And then she thought about bills, as she caught my niece at the foot of a slide. It was time to go sing, Home by 9. My sister, as she played the guitar in the late 60s with her hair in braids, she played it before anyone else in my family, wandering around the chords, House of the Rising Sun or Blackbird on classical guitar, sticking to the open chords of guitar tablature. It never occurred to me to wonder about which instruments were used on those AM songs of the period, the Beatles with their sitars and cornets, Brian Wilson with his theremin. Not until my sister started to play the guitar. All of us sang. We used to sing and dance in the living room when my parents were married, especially to Abbey Road and Bridge Over Troubled Water. And when she got divorced, she started hanging around this bar where they had live music, this Jersey bar. And then she started hanging around at a local record label, an indie operation. And then she started managing a band on top of everything else. And then she started to sing again. She joined the choir at St. James Church of Hackettstown, and she started to sing. And after singing, she started to pray. Prayer and song being, I guess, styles of the same beseechment. I don't know what songs they rehearsed at choir rehearsal, but Bob was there, as were others, Donna, Frank, Eileen, and Tim. I'm making the names up. And I know that the choir was warm and friendly, though perhaps a little bit out of tune. It was one of those Charles Ives small-town choruses that slips in and out of pitch, that misses exits and entrances. But they had a good time rehearsing, with the kids monkeying around in the pews, the kids climbing sacrilegiously over that furniture, dashing up the aisle to the altar and back, as somebody kept half an eye on them, 5 of the whelps and all. And after the last notes ricocheted around the choir loft, my sister offered her summation of the proceedings. Totally cool. And now the intolerable part of this story begins, with joy and excitement and a church interior. My sister and her kids drove from St. James to her house, her condo, this picturesque drive home, Hackettstown, as if lifted from picture postcards of autumn, the park with its streams and ponds and lighted walkways, leaves in the street lamps and the headlights, leaves 3 or 4 days past their peak, the sound of leaves in the breeze, the construction crane by her place, they were digging up the road, the crane swaying above a fork in the road, a left turn after the fast-food depots, and then into her parking spot in front of the condo, the porch by the front door with the Halloween pumpkins, a cat's face complete with whiskers, a clown, a jack-o'-lantern. My sister closed the front door of her house behind her, bolted it. Her daughter reminded her to light the pumpkins. Just inside the front door, Poindexter, on the top step, waiting. Her keys on the kitchen table, her coat in the closet. She sent the kids upstairs to get into their pajamas. She called up to her boyfriend, who was in bed reading a textbook. "What are you doing in bed, you total slug?" And then, after checking the messages on the answering machine, looking at the mail, she trudged up to my niece's room to kiss her good night. Endearments passed between them. My sister loved her kids above all, and in spite of all the work and the hardships, in spite of my niece's reputation as a firecracker, in spite of my nephew's sometimes diabolical smarts. She loved them. There were endearments, therefore, lengthy and repetitive, and there would have been with my nephew, too, and my sister kissed her daughter multiply, because my niece is a little impish redhead, and it's hard not to kiss her. Look, it's late, so I can't read to you tonight, okay? My niece protested temporarily, and then my sister arranged the stuffed animals around her daughter, for the sake of arranging, and plumped a feather pillow, and switched off the bedside lamp on the bedside table, and she made sure the night light underneath the table, a plug-in shaped like a ghost, was illumined, and then on the way out the door she stopped for a second, and looked back. The tableau of domesticity was what she last contemplated. Or maybe she was composing endearments for my nephew. Or maybe she wasn't looking back at my niece at all. Maybe she was lost in this next tempest. Out of nowhere. All of a sudden. All at once. In an instant, without warning, in no time, helter-skelter, in the twinkling of an eye. Figurative language isn't up to the task. My sister's legs gave out, and she fell over toward my niece's desk by the door, dislodging a pile of toys and dolls, a Barbie in evening wear, a posable Tinkerbell doll, colliding with the desk, sweeping its contents off with her, toppling onto the floor, falling heavily, her head by the door. My niece, startled, rose up from under covers. More photos. My sister, my brother, and I, back in our single digits, dressed in matching or nearly matching outfits. There was a naval flavor to our look, playing with my aunt's basset hound, my sister grinning mischievously, or my sister, my father, my brother, and I in my dad's Carmen Gia just before she totaled it on the straightaway on Fisher's Island. She skidded, she said, on antifreeze or something slippery. Or my sister with her newborn daughter in her lap, sitting on the floor of her living room, mother and daughter with the same bemused impatience. My sister started to seize. The report of her fall was, of course, loud enough to stir her boyfriend from the next room. He was out of bed fast, despite physical pain associated with his recent surgery. I imagine there was a second in which other possibilities occurred to him. Hoax, argument, accident, anything. But quickly, the worst of these seemed most likely. You know these things somewhere. You know immediately the content of all middle-of-the-night telephone calls. He was out of bed, and my niece called out to her brother, to my nephew next door. She called my nephew's name, plaintively, like it was a question. My sister's hands balled up, her heels drumming on the carpeting, her muscles all like nautical lines pulling tight against cleats, her jaw clenched, her heart rattling desperately, fibrillating. If it was a conventional seizure, she was unconscious for this part, maybe even unconscious throughout, because of reduced blood flow to the brain, because of the fibrillation, because of her heart condition, which is to say that my sister's mitral valve prolapse, technical feature of her broken heart, was here engendering an arrhythmia, and now, if not already, she began to hemorrhage internally. Her son stood in the doorway, in his pajamas, shifting from one foot to the other. There was a draft in the hall. Her daughter knelt at the foot of the bed, staring, and my sister's boyfriend watched as my poor sister shook and held her head, and then changed his mind and bolted for the phone. After the seizure, she went slack. Meredith's heart stopped, and her breathing. She was still. For a second, she was alone in the room, with her children, silent. After he dialed 911, Jimmy appeared again to try to restart her breathing. Here's how. He pressed his lips against hers. He didn't think to say, "Come on, breathe, damn it," or to make similar imprecations, although he did manage to shout at the kids, "Get the hell out of here, please, go downstairs." It was advice they followed only for a minute. At last my sister took a breath, took a deep breath, a sigh, and there were 2 more of these. Deep, resigned sighs. 5 or 10 seconds between each. For a few moments more, instants, she looked at Jimmy as he pounded on her chest with his fists, thoughtless about anything but results, stopping occasionally to press his ear between her breasts. Her eyes were sad and frightened, even in the company of the people she most loved. So it seemed. More likely she was unconscious. The kids sat cross-legged on the floor in the hall by the top of the stairs, watching. Lots of stuff was left to be accomplished in these last seconds, even if it wasn't anything unusual. People and relationships and small kindnesses, the best way to fry pumpkin seeds, what to pack for Thanksgiving, whether to make turnips or not, snapshots to be culled and arranged, photos to be taken. These possibilities spun out of my sister's grasp, torrential futures, my beloved sister, solitary with pictures taken and untaken. Gone. EMS technicians arrived and carried her body down to the living room where they tried to start her pulse with expensive engines and devices. Her body jumped while they shocked her. She was a revenant in some corridor of simultaneities. But her heart wouldn't start. Then they put her body on the stretcher to carry her away. Now the moment arrives when they bear her out the front door of her house, and she leaves it to us, leaves to us the house and her things and her friends and her memories, and the involuntary assemblage of these into language. Grief. The sound of the ambulance. The road is mostly clear on the way to the hospital. My sister's route is clear. I should fictionalize it more. I should conceal myself. I should consider the responsibilities of characterization. I should conflate her two children into one, or reverse their genders, or otherwise alter them. I should make her boyfriend a husband. I should explicate all the tributaries of my extended family, its remarriages, its internecine politics. I should novelize the whole thing. I should make it multi-generational. I should work in my forefathers, stonemasons and newspapermen. I should let artifice create an elegant surface. I should make the events orderly. I should wait and write about it later. I should wait until I'm not angry. I shouldn't clutter a narrative with fragments, with mere recollections of good times, or with regrets. I should make Meredith's death shapely and persuasive, not blunt and disjunctive. I shouldn't have to think the unthinkable. I shouldn't have to suffer. I should address her here directly. These are the ways I miss you. I should write only of affection. I should make our travels in this earthly landscape safe and secure. I should have a better ending. I shouldn't say her life was short and often sad. I shouldn't say she had her demons, as I do too. Contributors' Notes. Lee K. Abbott's sixth collection of stories, Wet Places at Noon, is forthcoming from the University of Iowa Press in 1998. His fiction has appeared in the Georgia Review, the Atlantic Monthly, Harper's, and many other literary periodicals. When he's not living 3 miles west of Lincoln, New Mexico, population 62, he directs the MFA program in creative writing at Ohio State University in Columbus. The story arises out of my fascination with, my obsession for, knowing how our crooked kind deals with the extraordinary that itself rises up almost daily to bedevil us. I like the whomp the unexpected makes. Better yet, I like what comes next, after the dust clears. John Barth is the author of 9 novellas, 2 collections of essays, the National Book Award-winning novella series Chimera, and 2 volumes of short stories, including most recently the series On With the Story. He is Professor Emeritus in the Writing Seminars at Johns Hopkins University and a Fellow of both the American Academy of Arts and Letters and the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. I once asked a scientific colleague to help me calculate in how many directions and at what speeds we're moving when we're sitting still. These calculations, along with other things, suggested the story On With the Story. On with the story? Arthur Bradford is 27 years old and lives in Austin, Texas. He has received a Wallace Stegner Fellowship from Stanford and a James A. Michener Fellowship from the Texas Center for Writers. Catface is part of a longer series of stories. I am a big fan of Dennis Johnson's book Jesus' Son and also Richard Linklater's film Slacker. Some parts of the story are real. I've had some pretty weird housemates. Although I never actually lived with a cat-faced person, I did often see a man at the library here in Austin who had very cat-like facial features. I thought, I wonder if people call him Catface. Later on I got to know him and discovered this was not the case. When I was living in San Francisco, I met a woman in the park who claimed to have some puppies back in her apartment. I followed her over there to see them, at her request, but when we reached the doorway she suddenly decided I should not come inside. She said, "I don't think this is such a hot idea." My keen writer's sensibility told me that there must be a fascinating story behind this odd behavior. Carolyn Cook was born on Mount Desert Island in Maine, and now lives in Point Arena, California, with her husband, poet Randall Botkiss, and their 2 children. Her fiction has been published in the Gettysburg Review, New England Review, Hooker Brush Review, and the Paris Review, and also appears in the Best American Short Stories for 1997. I wrote this story after my great-uncle died. He was 92 and interesting in the New England way. He saw the world as perfectly unforgiving. At his funeral I said he had loved glaciers and skiing, but inside I dwelled on other less suitable details for a dirge. For my 10th birthday, for example, he gave me a Kraft cheese. Another detail. A few days before he died, I drove him on an errand. We passed over some shadows from a maple tree, and he clutched his cane. He was nearly blind, and yelled, "Damn it, cabby, you just ran over a bicyclist." There was genuine irritation in his voice, but no suggestion that we should stop. That tone interested me, irritation as a condensed form of horror or deep feeling. These were poor points for a eulogy, but through them I began to understand certain old man things. Eventually an old man spoke convincingly to me, although he was not my great-uncle. He began with the gift of the cheese. Kiana Davenport is a Hapa Ha'ole, of Native, Hawaiian, and Anglo-American descent. She is the author of 4 novels, most recently Shark Dialogues, Plume Penguin, 1995. Her short fiction has appeared in Seattle Review, New Asia Review, Hawaii Pacific Review, New Letters, Story, and many other journals and anthologies. I lived near a river station on the Sepik River in Papua New Guinea. One day a young girl came to me. "Please help me," she said. "I want to become a modern woman." The lipstick tree is her story. Indigenous women have become the conscience of the Pacific, fighting nuclear testing and dumping, mass tourism and mining. In the forefront of the struggle are the women of Papua New Guinea, doctors, lawyers, engineers. But in the mountain villages and river hamlets across this vast island, there are still women denied education, literacy, women crippled from spousal abuse, women even worked to death. In despair, some commit suicide. Some become breakaways, running off to large towns and cities. For those who succeed, becoming domestics, nurses, even teachers, the price is often devastating. Renouncement by their tribes, loss of culture, family, place. Each time I return to Papua New Guinea, I search for the girl in the lipstick tree. André Dubus. I live in Haverhill, Massachusetts, have 6 children, have published 9 books, and am working on a book of essays. From time to time I have been blessed with grants and awards that have paid my bills. 2 Guggenheims, 2 NEA awards, a MacArthur Foundation grant, and the Ray Award for the short story. I received the seed for Dancing After Hours when one of my daughters, who was about 10, said to me, "What if someone were named Drew?" Several things happened at once. In my mind I saw the name Drew Purdy. I saw a quadriplegic friend of mine in his motorized chair. I saw him riding into a town, and I saw the line, "Drew Purdy rode into town in a motorized chair." I gestated for years, thinking for at least a year that my protagonist would be a male bartender who was impotent. Then I learned that a man cannot be made impotent by an accident unless he is paralyzed, and that the other causes of impotence are medication or psychological. So I made my protagonist a woman who believes she is homely. I wanted someone who felt insulated. Then I started the story. Deborah Eisenberg. My most recent collection of stories is called All Around Atlantis. I live in New York City and I teach at the University of Virginia, but I grew up in the Midwest, and I was sent off to a boarding school in Vermont. I flew over an area not far from our house called the Lagoons. The mystery of the word, the rigid proprieties of the suburb I came from, the killers I divined roving insatiably through the vast landscape beneath me, and my exile from a hostile and familiar childhood into a hostile and foreign adulthood, all evidently rolled up into a ball and came bouncing back cheerfully into this story. Mary Gaitskill is the author of one novel and 2 collections of short stories. Her work has appeared in The New Yorker, Harper's, Esquire, Best American Short Stories 1993, and in many other anthologies. She is currently teaching creative writing at the University of Houston. Comfort is about 2 people who want decency and kindness, but who are unable to respect or understand each other's way of trying to find it. The beauty of each is hidden from the other, but to me the story is in the way the man is straining to make out the woman's silhouette in the dark. Thomas Glave's work has most recently appeared in Children of the Night, the best short stories by black writers 1967 to present, Little Brown, Men on Men 6, Best New Gay Fiction, Penguin, The Kenyon Review, his 2 brilliant new fiction by gay men, Faber and Faber, and Soulfires, Young Black Men on Love and Violence, Penguin, and is forthcoming in Callaloo. A former fellow of the Fine Arts Center in Provincetown and the NEA Travel Grants Fund for Artists, he is currently pursuing graduate studies at Brown University. I wrote the final inning because for years I had wanted very much to read it. I thought that someone somewhere surely must have already written it, but it appeared no one had, so I did. Wrote it desiring to see something in which black people, particularly black gay people, more deeply invisible amongst the invisible, were taken seriously, were not trivialized, dismissed, or reduced to caricature, or to the insults of literary minstrelsy. Wanted a story, in short, about familiar people, who, like other human beings with whom black and gay people are often not acquainted, lived, loved, hoped, thought, and died. Mary Gordon's novels have been bestsellers. Final Payments, The Company of Women, Men and Angels, and The Other Side. She has published a book of novellas, The Rest of Life, a collection of stories, Temporary Shelter, and a book of essays, Good Boys and Dead Girls. She has received the Lila Atchison Wallace Reader's Digest Writers Award and a Guggenheim Fellowship. She is a professor of English at Barnard College. Her most recent book, The Shadow Man, a memoir, was published in May of 1996. In some mysterious way, city life was influenced by the voice of Jean Stafford, whose work I was reading intensely at the time I wrote it. It reflects that fascination, where avidity can turn to paranoia, that a New York apartment dweller has about her neighbors. Matthew Klom studied writing at Hollins College. He has received fellowships from the Fine Arts Work Center in Provincetown, Massachusetts, St. Albans School, and American University, and has taught at the Hill School and Stockholm University in Sweden. His work has appeared in The New Yorker, Shank Painter, and the Washington Post magazine. The Royal Palms is part of a collection of stories to be published by Random House. The story didn't take any work and wrote itself, truly no sweat, and that's annoying. Once I stuck the opening scene onto the situation, the one couple and the sexy couple, I was rolling. It seemed obvious and funny to me from the beginning, and I had a draft in about 2 weeks. That's why what occurs is so simple. Despite the breakdown between the narrator and his wife, the tension is between the 2 men. That was the file name for it in my computer, men. That's how guys like this express their sexual attraction, by involving the other guy in his problems in a way that is essentially intimate, rather than by doing each other. Nothing about the story is real, except for Diane's excuse that she can't have sex because she has a fat ass, and the way Joni grins at everything, good and bad, which a friend of mine does, and the whole opening I ripped that off, and the way Rick gets the money, though I can't figure out who that could be. Ian MacMillan has published 4 books, the most recent of which is Orbit of Darkness, HBJ 1991. His short story collection, Light and Power, University of Missouri Press, won the 1979 Associated Writing Programs Award. He has made 75 appearances in literary and commercial magazines, including Yankee, the Paris Review, the Iowa Review, and the Missouri Review, and has been reprinted in Best American Short Stories and Pushcart Prize volumes. He has lived in Hawaii for the past 31 years, teaches fiction writing at the University of Hawaii, and is fiction editor of Manoa, a Pacific journal of international writing. Although I have lived in Hawaii all these years, I still write stories set in upstate New York, where I spent my adolescent years. I refer to these as cows and chainsaws stories, of which I have written probably 40 or 50. The idea for the Red House came about while I was sitting watching TV with my wife and 2 daughters who were home from college on the mainland for vacation. It was a simple what-if proposition, in which I pictured a boy from that somewhat depressed and remote region of upstate New York I was once so familiar with. What happens when a semi-literate boy with access to a television set stumbles into the recognition of the power of words? Rick Moody is the author of the novels Garden State, The Ice Storm, and Purple America, and a collection of stories, The Ring of Brightest Angels Around Heaven. There are few things I've written that I would rather talk about less than demonology. Had I more to say on the subject, I would have said it. Robert Morgan has published 9 collections of poetry and 4 books of fiction, most recently the novel The Truest Pleasure, which Publishers Weekly listed as one of the best books of 1995. His stories have appeared in many magazines, including Epic, The Southern Review, and South Dakota Review. A native of western North Carolina, he has taught at Cornell since 1971. When a jetliner crashed near Hendersonville, North Carolina in 1967, a friend of mine who was working on a nearby interstate highway described watching bodies fall out of the sky and onlookers rushing to the bodies. He did not admit loading the bodies himself, but I knew there was a story there. 25 years later, I found this narrator and wrote The Balm of Gilead Tree. Alice Munro grew up in Wingham, Ontario, and attended the University of Western Ontario. She married, moved to Vancouver and Victoria, became the mother of 3 daughters, and with her husband opened the well-known bookstore Munro's Books. She has published 7 collections of stories: Dance of the Happy Shades, Something I've Been Meaning to Tell You, The Beggar Maid, The Moons of Jupiter, The Progress of Love, Friend of My Youth, and Open Secrets, and a novel, Lives of Girls and Women. Among her awards are 3 Governor-General's Literary Awards, Canada's highest, the Lannan Literary Award, and the W. H. Smith Award, given to Open Secrets as the best book published in the United Kingdom in 1995. Her stories have appeared in The New Yorker, The Atlantic Monthly, The Paris Review, and other publications, and her collections have been translated into 13 languages. Alice Munro and her second husband divide their time between Clinton, Ontario, near Lake Huron, and Comox, British Columbia. What did I know first about this story? A man and woman disposing of her lover's body. This happened on an island off the BC coast. They put him in his own boat and towed him out into open water. Into Desolation Sound, actually, which is a bit too much for a story. The sudden switch from sex to murder to marital cooperation seemed to me one of those marvelous, unlikely, acrobatic pieces of human behavior. Then the lover got transferred into a car, and it all went on in Huron County, and the boys got into it and their families, and Enid, who took over the story as insistently as she took over a sick room. And there is the boat, still, waiting by the bank of the Maitland River. Patricia Elam Ruff has written for Essence, Emerge, and The Washington Post, and provided commentary for National Public Radio and CNN. Ms. Ruff, who holds JD and MFA degrees, lives in Washington, D.C., and is currently completing a novel. Her story, The Taxi Ride, was also selected for inclusion in New Stories from the South, the year's best, 1997. I rarely take taxis, but one day my car was in the shop, my feet hurt, and I hailed one. The driver was an older gentleman, accompanied by an older woman who sat up front with him. I immediately noticed that there was something very comfortable and caring about their relationship. Whether they were talking or silent, they were constantly communicating. During the brief time I was in their presence, I became aware of the romance and love they shared, even though there was no physical touching between them. The experience was quite magical, and I had no choice but to go home and try to write a story about it. George Saunders's fiction has appeared in The New Yorker, Harper's, Story, and other magazines. Two of the pieces in his collection, Civil War Land in Bad Decline, Random House, 1996, received National Magazine Awards. He teaches in the creative writing program at Syracuse University. I have now written 3 utterly false paragraphs about the Falls and have decided to be a party pooper and simply say that I don't very much like to write about my stories and am not any good at it. Instead, I'd like to use this space to thank the O. Henry editor and jury for putting out this book, which I think is a force for good in the literary world, and for including my story in it. Susan Fromberg Schaeffer has published 10 novels and 1 collection of short stories, The Queen of Egypt. Many of her stories have been anthologized. She is the recipient of a Guggenheim Fellowship and has won the Lawrence Award for Short Fiction, the Edward Lewis Walland Award, and the Friends of Literature Award, among others. Last year, she received an award from the University of Chicago for outstanding career achievement. Her second book of poetry, Granite Lady, was a National Book Award nominee. The Old Farmhouse and the Dog Wife appeared literally out of nowhere. A friend had said that any description of any event can lead into a story. To test this theory, I wrote down the following sentence. A car drove up to the house. The rest of the story promptly followed. I think this story, if not all my stories, hatch in what I call empty time, the time when I appear to be doing nothing, or more irritatingly to bystanders, seem to be staring into space. Probably there is no such thing as empty time for a writer. If you are a writer, you will write. There is no escaping it. That, at least, has been my sad experience. Christine Schutt lives and teaches in New York City. Her first story collection, Night Work, was published by Knopf in 1996. She has published stories in many small magazines, including Alaska Quarterly Review, in which His Chorus first appeared. His Chorus was inspired by what I only dared glance at then, a dark figure in just such a portico, a student I might have had, or a son. Carol Shields. I grew up in the American Midwest and have lived in Canada for the last 40 years. I've written poetry, plays, and novels, coming later, with a great shock of pleasure, to short fiction. Currently, I am Chancellor of the University of Winnipeg. Like the couple in the story, I once spent a month without looking into a mirror, and I still remember the stunned surprise of meeting my image after an enforced separation. Can that woman really be me? I suppose most of us think of mirrors as providing a daily reality check. Without them, we drift into a new and perhaps freer sense of ourselves. Jurors. Louise Erdrich is the author of The Beat Queen, Tracks, the National Book Critics Circle Award winner Love Medicine, The Bingo Palace, and Tales of Burning Love. Other books include Baptism of Desire, poems, and a children's book, Grandmother Pigeon, and the novel The Crown of Columbus, co-written with Michael Doris. In 1987, she was an O. Henry Awards First Prize winner, and she also had a story included in Prize Stories 1985, the O. Henry Awards. Tom Jones is the author of the short story collections The Pugilist at Rest and Cold Snap and Other Stories. His fiction has appeared in The New Yorker, Playboy, Harper's, Esquire, GQ, and Buzz. In 1993, he was an O. Henry Awards First Prize winner. David Foster Wallace is the author of the novels Infinite Jest and The Broom of the System, the story collection Girl with Curious Hair, and A Supposedly Fun Thing I'll Never Do Again, an essay collection. His fiction and nonfiction have appeared in The New Yorker, Playboy, Harper's, Paris Review, Esquire, and Story. Wallace has received the Lannan Literary Award, the Whiting Award, a MacArthur Foundation grant, and was a 1989 O. Henry Award winner. 50 Honorable Mention Stories. Elena Alexander, Sick Transit, Balm, number 57. Aboard a train bound for Cologne, an English-speaking German eavesdrops on a conversation between an American woman and her boorish lover, an egotistical painter. Stephen Alter, Confluence, Denver Quarterly, Volume 30, Number 3. A man returns to Jawalagat in northern India, to throw his father's ashes in the confluence of the Bulganga and Alsea rivers, where they once fished when he was a boy. A. Manet Ansi, Neighbor, Epic, Volume 44, No. 2. A father and husband becomes fascinated by a single woman living next door whose untended garden imposes on the order he is trying to maintain on his own property. Andrea Barrett, The Mysteries of Ubiquitin, Story, Summer 1996. A 10-year-old girl falls in love with her parents' friend, an entomologist. The girl grows up to be a renowned scientist herself, and she and the entomologist become lovers. Charles Baxter, The Cures for Love, Double Take No. 4. A classicist whose boyfriend has left her seeks consolation in Ovid's Remedia Amoris. Following the author's advice, she seeks refuge in the bustle of a public place, O'Hare Airport. Daphne Beale, Azure, American Short Fiction, No. 21. A precocious girl lives with her older brother and their eccentric English mother in a house once attached to a palace in Kathmandu. T. Karagisan Boyle, Rapture of the Deep, The Paris Review, No. 136. Narrated by Jacques Cousteau's on-board chef Bernard, who, tired of being at sea, tries to foment a mutiny by serving terrible meals and emptying the wine overboard. Frederick Bush, Timberline, The Georgia Review, Volume 49, No. 4. On the eve of his 45th birthday, a man walks out of his Greenwich Village apartment, fetches his car from the garage, and heads north. While driving, he recalls a mountain hike he took with his father when he was 8 years old. Ron Carlson, Oxygen, Witness, Volume 10, No. 2. A young man takes a summer job delivering medical oxygen in Phoenix and becomes emotionally entangled with one patient and sexually involved with the daughter of another. Brent Cottle, Reistefel, Mid-American Review, Volume 16, No. 1. The Adventures of Two Young Americans Serving as Mormon Missionaries in the Netherlands. Charles Dickinson, Colonel Roebling's Friend, The Atlantic Monthly, September 1995. New York City in the 1870s and 80s. A Union veteran wounded at Vicksburg takes a job working on the Brooklyn Bridge and ends up disabled as the result of a severe case of the bends from time spent in the caissons beneath the river. Steve Diedrich, The Transfer of Grief, Boulevard, Volume 11, No. 3. An unrepentant underachiever, dope smoker, drinker, liar, and bisexual with a pregnant wife learns that his brother-in-law, whom he once had sex with, is dying of AIDS. Stephen Dixon, The Miracle, Story Quarterly, No. 32. A woman suffering from a debilitating disease experiences a miraculous one-day remission when her husband, half-mockingly, prays for her to get well. Dean Dunner, The Comfort of This World, The Hudson Review, Volume 49, No. 2. After the sudden death of his wife, just before they were set to retire, a man takes an apartment in Manhattan and searches for meaning in museums, galleries, theaters, and concert halls. Ralph Ellison, I Did Not Learn Their Names, The New Yorker, April 29, 1996. Depression-era setting. A black man riding the rails on his way to school to study music meets a white couple on their way to visit their son in prison. Evocative, posthumously published sketch shows a young writer's future promise. Scott Ely, The Angel of the Garden, The Gettysburg Review, Volume 9, No. 4. A disabled Vietnam vet, whose only work is shooting feral cats on a property in the Mississippi Delta, loses his job when the owner's cousin, an alluring young woman, moves in and traps the cats humanely. Brian Evanson, The Polygamy of Language, Conjunctions, No. 26. A man kills two polygamists in search of the solution to the problem of all possible languages. Edward Falco, Axe, North Dakota Quarterly, Volume 62, No. 4. A young man returns to a university after a semester away, having fled an uncomfortable situation, the aftermath of which he must now confront. Pete Fromm, Life-Saving, Vignette, Volume 1, Issue 4. A man who has saved a mother and child from a burning boat wreck does not think himself a hero. Others do, including his initially skeptical wife and an attractive co-worker. David Gilbert, Remote Feed, Harper's, July 1996. A CNN film crew assigned to the Galapagos Islands to cover the First Lady's visit is still in shock from an assignment in Bosnia, where the on-camera reporter they worked with suddenly died. Roy Glassberg, Rivka, A Cracked Record, Manoa, Volume 8, Number 1. In Warsaw, just before the Nazi invasion, a Jewish group weighs their alternatives for escape with the help of an eccentric old woman and a young American thug. Allegra Goodman, The Four Questions, Commentary, April 1996. A middle-aged couple, more culturally Jewish than religious, attends a Passover Seder with their 4 college-aged children, one of whom is born-again Orthodox, another of whom brings a Christian girlfriend. Mark Helprin, Last Tea with the Armorers, Esquire, October 1995. Set in Israel in 1972, an unmarried Holocaust survivor in her 30s, living with her aging father, meets a new immigrant from Australia. Chong Huang, Little Beauty's Wedding, Story, Winter 1996. Mr. Un, who sells the preserved bodies of dead young women in remote Chinese villages, places the corpse of a young prostitute, Little Beauty, with a wealthy couple to be wed to their dead son so he will have a wife in the next life. Peter LaSalle, The McClanahans, The Literary Review, Volume 39, Number 1. A group of 12-year-old boys enter the house of a neighbor away on vacation and maliciously trash it. The entire story is told in a single run-on sentence. Doug Lawson, Elephants, Sycamore Review, Volume 8, Number 1. A truck driver crashes his rig as the result of a hallucination, an elephant charging toward him. His 2 sons, who live with their mother and new husband, visit him in the hospital. Marie G. Lee, Artificial Light, American Voice, Number 39. A young woman, born in Korea but adopted by American parents, returns to Korea for a language and culture class. She and a half-Caucasian classmate sneak onto a U.S. military base in search of her father. Aaron McGraw, Daily Affirmations, The Georgia Review, Volume 49, Number 3. The author of a self-help recovery book goes to visit her parents over Christmas to help her mother, who has a broken ankle, only to have her own progress toward recovery undone. Lynn Marie, One Step from Doing, The Antioch Review, Volume 54, Number 1. A black 12-year-old girl who has been sexually abused and has also experienced consensual sex yearns to remain a child. She lives with a kind uncle for whom she feels an undertow of inappropriate sexual attraction. Jim Mayrose, Fair Night, Oasis, Volume 4, Number 2. It's Sunday morning, and a young girl asks her parents to take her to the fair, as promised. Her parents bicker over breakfast, told from the child's and the family cat's points of view. Alice Miller, Several False Starts and a Rough Connection, American Short Fiction, Number 22. 2 women with the same lover await the man's arrival at Newark Airport, unbeknownst to one another. Hal Moore, The Burning Heart, Manoa, Volume 8, Number 1. A man has an attack of what he perceives to be heartburn and collapses on his way to the toilet. His soul flees his body, and he sees his wife, daughter, and son gather around his fallen body. Walter Mosley, Marvane Street, Story, Spring 1996. A paroled killer living in a shack and earning his living by boxing groceries takes a troubled young man under his wing. Antonia Nelson, Loose Cannon, Prairie Schooner, Volume 70, Number 1. A young woman in the throes of a breakdown takes refuge with her shiftless brother, who lives in an abandoned church in New Mexico without a car or telephone. Josip Novakovic, The Enemy, The Sun, Issue 252. A Croatian marries an American woman jilted at the altar, who turns out to be a Russian émigré from a noble family. Their brief union produces a child. Joyce Carol Oates, The Affliction, Balm, fall 1995. A successful artist in his 70s reveals his secret. He makes his art from the productions of his affliction, strange parasites beneath the surface of his skin. C. E. Poverman, Deer Season, Ontario Review, number 44. A man and woman, lovers, bicker over the man's planned hunting trip. He goes nonetheless and gets caught in a snowstorm while retrieving a deer he has killed. Gerald Riley, Leaving St. Caspar's, Image, number 14. A priest whose speech is impossible to understand, through an unfortunate combination of a heavy Irish brogue, a lisp, and a stutter, attempts to effect a cure through the use of subliminal tapes. Miguel Rios, Gravity's Angel, Wascana Review, Volume 30, Number 2. A man who, with his wife, sold their newborn baby, has the boy, now 5 and brain-damaged, returned to him one night outside a bar he frequents, and must decide what to do with the strange creature. Hollis Seaman, Gypsies in the Place of Pain, Calyx, Volume 16, Number 2. The mother of a very sick boy living in a children's hospital in New York encounters a group of gypsies who have brought in a girl with a severe kidney infection. Alex Shashin, Mr. Eggplant Goes Home, Prairie Schooner, Volume 70, Number 2. A mean-spirited and alcoholic Japanese professor of English, whose wife has written all of his papers on Hawthorne, goes home to his ailing mother in the small village where he was raised. Daniel Stern, The Passion According to St. John, by Johann Sebastian Bach, a story. New Letters, Volume 62, Number 3. A high school symphony conductor stopped for speeding tells the arresting officer that he was inspired by Bach's The Passion According to St. John. The born-again officer misinterprets this to mean the man was inspired by Jesus. Arya Lev Stallman, The Adornment of Days, Southwest Review, Volume 81, Number 1. A young and brilliant composer takes up residence in his recently deceased grandfather's Jerusalem apartment to write an opera about a false messiah. Elizabeth Stuckey French, Jr., The Atlantic Monthly, April 1996. A teenage girl accused of trying to drown a little girl in a public pool and sent away by a judge is rescued by an eccentric aunt. Geronimo G. Tagatag, 10 Degrees North, Writers' Forum, Volume 21. A Vietnam vet is haunted by the ghost of a Viet Cong soldier he shot and driven to madness by these visions. Palo Tung, One for Ma, New Orleans Review, Volume 22, Numbers 3 and 4. A woman returns to China with her Americanized children to visit her husband's eccentric, tradition-minded family. John Updike, The Cats, The New Yorker, December 9, 1996. A man left to straighten out his dead mother's affairs and sell her Pennsylvania farmhouse tries to figure out what to do about the numerous cats remaining on the property. Robley Wilson, California, The Iowa Review, Volume 25, Number 3. A young woman returns to Iowa for her father's funeral and revisits the site where a UFO supposedly landed when she was a child. She recalls her father's visit to her in California when he experienced an earthquake and she discovered he was dying. Patrick Yachimsky, Asylum, Double Take Number 2. A young man committed to a mental hospital befriends a hairless, toothless oddball who recites the same speech word for word over and over again. Nancy Zafris, Swimming in the Dark, The Missouri Review, Volume 19, Number 2. A Japanese flight attendant, in Rome for a layover, takes an interest in a boisterous group of Americans trying to dispose of the ashes of their friend. Magazines consulted. Entries entirely in boldface and with their titles in all capital letters denote publications with prize-winning stories. Asterisks following titles denote magazines with honorable mention stories. The information presented is up to date as of the time Prize Stories 1997, the O. Henry Awards, went to press. For more complete information, contact individual magazines or visit our website at http://www.boldtype.com/ohenry. Magazine editors who wish to have their publications added to the list of those consulted and to have the stories they publish considered for O. Henry Awards may send subscriptions or all issues containing fiction to the series editor at P.O. Box 739, Montclair, New Jersey, 07042. Please note this address is only for correspondence from magazines. All other correspondence should be sent to Anchor Books. African American Review. Stalker Hall, 213, Indiana State University, Terre Haute, Indiana, 47809. Joe Weichselman, editor. web.indstate.edu/art/sci/AAR. Quarterly with a focus on African American literature and culture. Averages 1 short story per issue. Agni, 236 Bay Street Road, Boston University Writing Program, Boston, Massachusetts, 02115. Oskold Melnichuk, editor. www.cais.net/aesir/fiction/agni/ biannual. Alabama Literary Review. Smith, 253, Troy State University, Troy, Alabama, 36082. Theron Montgomery, chief editor. Published annually. Alaska Quarterly Review. University of Alaska, Anchorage, 3211 Providence Drive, Anchorage, Alaska, 99508. Ronald Spatz, executive editor. Amelia, 329 E Street, Bakersfield, California, 93304. Frederick A. Rayborg, Jr., editor. Quarterly. America West Airlines Magazine, 4636 East Elwood Street, Suite 5, Phoenix, Arizona, 85040-1963. Michael Dare, editor. In-Flight Magazine with occasional fiction. American Letters and Commentary, 850 Park Avenue, Suite 5B, New York, New York, 10021. Jean Beaumont, Anna Rabinowitz, editors. American Short Fiction, Honorable Mention Story, University of Texas Press Journals Division, Box 7819, Austin, Texas, 78713-7819. Joseph E. Kruppa, editor. Journals at uts.cc.utexas.edu, www.utexas.edu/journals/jasf.html. Quarterly. The American Voice, Honorable Mention Story, 332 West Broadway, Suite 1215, Louisville, Kentucky, 40202. Frederick Smock, editor. Triannual. American Way, P.O. Box 619640, DFW Airport, Texas, 75261-9640. Chuck Thompson, senior editor. 102132.711@CompuServe.com, www.americanair.com/away. American Airlines In-Flight Magazine, published twice a month with 1 story per issue. Another Chicago Magazine, Left Field Press, 3709 North Kenmore, Chicago, Illinois, 60613. Barry Selesky, editor and publisher. Antietam Review, 7 West Franklin Street, Hagerstown, Maryland, 21740. Suzanne Cass, executive editor. The Antioch Review, Honorable Mention Story, P.O. Box 148, Yellow Springs, Ohio, 45387. Robert S. Fogarty, editor. Quarterly. Appalachie Quarterly, P.O. Box 10469, Tallahassee, Florida, 32302. Barbara Hamby, editor. Appalachian Heritage, Bethia College, Bethia, Kentucky, 40404. Sidney Saylor Farr, editor. Quarterly of Southern Appalachian Life and Culture. Ascent, English Department, Concordia College, 901 8th Street South, Moorhead, Minnesota, 56562. W. Scott Olson, Editor. Triannual. Atlanta Review, P.O. Box 8248, Atlanta, Georgia, 30306. Daniel Veach, Editor and Publisher, Biannual. The Atlantic Monthly, Honorable Mention Story, 77 North Washington Street, Boston, Massachusetts, 02114. C. Michael Curtis, Senior Editor. www.theatlantic.com. Baffler, P.O. Box 378293, Chicago, Illinois, 60637. Thomas Frank, Editor-in-Chief. Bellowing Ark, P.O. Box 45637, Seattle, Washington, 98145. Robert R. Ward, Editor. Black Warrior Review, University of Alabama, P.O. Box 862936, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, 35486-0027. Mindy Wilson, Editor-in-Chief. Biannual publication. Blood and Aphorisms, P.O. Box 702, Station P, Toronto, Ontario, M5S2Y4, Canada. Dennis Block, Michelle Alfano, Fiction Editors. Fiction at interlog.com. www.interlog.com/fiction. Quarterly. Balm, Honorable Mention Story. New Art Publications, 594 Broadway, New York, New York, 10012. Betsy Sussler, Editor-in-Chief. Editor at bombsite.com. www.bombsite.com. Border Crossings, Y300-393 Portage Avenue, Winnipeg, Manitoba, R3B 3H6, Canada. Mika Walsh, Editor. Canadian Magazine of the Arts. Boulevard, Honorable Mention Story. 4579 Laclede Avenue, Suite 332, St. Louis, Missouri, 63108-2103. Richard Burgeon, Editor. Triannual. Note new address. The Briar Cliff Review, 3303 Rebecca Street, P.O. Box 2100, Sioux City, Iowa, 51104-2100. Tricia Currens Sheehan, Editor. The Bridge, 14050 Vernon Street, Oak Park, Michigan, 48237. Jack Zucker, Editor. Biannual. Buffalo Spree, 4511 Harlem Road, P.O. Box 38, Buffalo, New York, 14226. Carrie McGuire, Associate Editor. Buffalo, New York Area Quarterly Arts Magazine. Button, Box 26, Lunenburg, Massachusetts, 01462. Sally Cragen, Editor and Publisher. New England's tiniest magazine of poetry, fiction, and gracious living. Biannual. Buzz, 11835 West Olympic Boulevard, Suite 450, Los Angeles, California, 90064. Marilyn Bethany, Editor. www.buzzmag.com. Stylish Los Angeles Monthly occasionally publishes fiction under the banner LA Stories. Callaloo, English Department, 322 Bryan Hill, University of Virginia, Charlottesville, Virginia, 22903. Charles H. Rowell, Editor. www.muse.jhu.edu/journals/Callaloo, a quarterly journal of African American and African arts and letters. Calyx, Honorable Mention Story, P.O. Box B, Corvallis, Oregon, 97399-0539. Editorial Collective. Calyx at proaxis.com. www.proaxis.com/Calyx. Triannual Journal of Art and Literature by Women. The Carolina Quarterly, Greenlaw Hall, CB number 3520, University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, North Carolina, 27599-3520. Rotating editorship. Triannual. Chariton Review. Truman State University, Kirksville, Missouri, 63501. Jim Barnes, editor. Biannual. The Chattahoochee Review, 2101 Womack Road, Dunwoody, Georgia, 30338-4497. Lamar York, editor. Quarterly. Chelsea, P.O. Box 773, Cooper Station, New York, New York, 10276-0773. Richard Forster, editor. Biannual. Chicago Review, 5801 South Kenwood Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60637-1794. David Nichols, editor. humanities.uchicago.edu/humanities/review/ Quarterly. Christopher Street, P.O. Box 1475, Church Street Station, New York, New York, 10008. Tom Steele, editor. Monthly with focus on gay issues. Cimarron Review, 205 Morrill Hall, Oklahoma State University, Stillwater, Oklahoma, 74078-0135. E.P. Wolkowitz, editor. Quarterly. City Primeval, P.O. Box 45637, Seattle, Washington, 98145. David Ross, editor. Quarterly publishing narratives of urban reality. Colorado Review, Colorado State University English Department, Fort Collins, Colorado, 80523. David Malofsky, editor. Biannual. Columbia, A Journal of Literature and Art. 404 Dodge Hall, Columbia University, New York, New York, 10027. Rotating editorship. Biannual. Commentary. Honorable mention story. 165 East 56th Street, New York, New York, 10022. Neil Kazadoy, editor. 103115.2375@CompuServe.com. Monthly politically conservative Jewish magazine. Concho River Review, English Department, Angelo State University, San Angelo, Texas, 76909. James A. Moore, General Editor. Biannual. Confrontation, English Department, C.W. Post Campus of Long Island University, Brookville, New York, 11548. Martin Tuck, Editor-in-Chief. Conjunctions, prize-winning story, honorable mention story. Bard College, Annandale-on-Hudson, New York, 12504, Bradford Morrow, editor. www.conjunctions.com/lit. Biannual. Crazy Horse, English Department, University of Arkansas at Little Rock, Arkansas, 72204. Ralph Burns, editor. Biannual. The Cream City Review, University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee, P.O. Box 413, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 53201. Rotating editorship. www.uwm.edu/people/noj/tccr/tccrhome.htm. Biannual. Cut Bank, English Department, University of Montana, Missoula, Montana, 59812. Allison A. Golden, Larry Clayman, Editors-in-Chief. Biannual. Denver Quarterly, honorable mention story. University of Denver, Denver, Colorado, 80208. Bin Ramke, editor. Descant, P.O. Box 314, Station P, Toronto, Ontario, M5S 2S8, Canada. Karen Mulhallen, editor. Descant, English Department, Texas Christian University, Box 32872, Fort Worth, Texas, 76129. Neil Easterbrook, editor. Biannual. Double Take, honorable mention story. 1317 West Pettigrew Street, Durham, North Carolina, 27705. Robert Coles and Alex Harris, editors. dtmag@acpub.duke.edu, www.duke.edu/doubletake/index.html. Beautifully produced quarterly devoted to photography and literature. Epic, prize-winning story, honorable mention story. 251 Godwin Smith Hall, Cornell University, Ithaca, New York, 14853-3201. Michael Cook, editor. Triannual, this year's O. Henry Award-winning magazine. Esquire, honorable mention story. 250 West 55th Street, New York, New York, 10019. Erica Mansourian, associate literary editor. Summer reading issue. Event, Douglas College, Box 2503, New Westminster, British Columbia, V3L 5B2, Canada. Calvin Wharton, editor. Triannual. Fiction, English Department, The City College of New York, New York, New York, 10031. Mark J. Mirsky, editor. www.ccny.cuny.edu/fiction/fiction.htm. All fiction format. The Fiddlehead, University of New Brunswick, P.O. Box 4400, Fredericton, New Brunswick, Canada, E3B 5A3. Don McKay, editor. Quarterly. The Florida Review, English Department, University of Central Florida, Orlando, Florida, 32816. Russell Kessler, editor. Biannual. Flyway, 203 Ross Hall, Iowa State University, Ames, Iowa, 50011. Stephen Pett, editor. Folio, Literature Department, The American University, Washington, D.C., 20016. Cynthia Lawler, managing editor. Biannual. 14 Hills, prize-winning story. The Creative Writing Department, San Francisco State University, 1600 Holloway Avenue, San Francisco, California, 94132-1722. Rotating editorship. Hills at sfsu.edu. www.sfsu.edu/c-writing/14hills.html. Biannual. Geist, 1014 Homer Street, No. 103, Vancouver, British Columbia, V6B2W9, Canada. Stephen Osborne, publisher. geist@geist.com. The Canadian Magazine of Ideas and Culture. Quarterly. The Georgia Review, prize-winning story, honorable mention story. The University of Georgia, Athens, Georgia, 30602-9009. Stanley W. Lindbergh, editor. Quarterly. The Gettysburg Review, prize-winning story, honorable mention story. Gettysburg College, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, 17325. Peter Stitt, editor. Quarterly. Glimmer Train Stories, 812 Southwest Madison Street, Suite 504, Portland, Oregon, 97205-2900. Linda Davies, Susan Burmeister Brown, editors. www.glimmertrain.com. Quarterly, fiction and interviews. Global City Review, Simon H. Rifkind Center for the Humanities, The City College of New York, 138th Street and Convent Avenue, New York, New York, 10031. Lindsay Abrams, editor. Nifty pocket-size format, annual as of 1997. Good Housekeeping, 959 8th Avenue, New York, New York, 10019. Arlene L. Corfoot, fiction editor. GQ, 350 Madison Avenue, New York, New York, 10017. Adrian Miller, assistant editor. gqmag@aol.com. Grain, Box 1154, Regina, Saskatchewan, Canada, S4P3B4. J. Jill Robinson, editor. grain.mag@sk.sympatico.ca, www.sasknet.com/skywriter/grain25. Quarterly. Grand Street, 131 Varick Street, Room 906, New York, New York, 10013. Gene Stein, Editor. www.voyagerco.com/gs/. Quarterly Arts Magazine. Green Mountains Review, Box A58, Johnson State College, Johnson, Vermont, 05656. Tony Whedon, Fiction Editor. The Greensboro Review. English Department, University of North Carolina at Greensboro, Greensboro, North Carolina, 27412. Jim Clark, Editor. www.uncg.edu/eng/MFA. Biannual. Gulf Coast, English Department, University of Houston, 4800 Calhoun Road, Houston, Texas, 77204-3012. Rotating Editors. Biannual. Gulfstream. English Department. Florida International University, North Miami Campus, North Miami, Florida, 33181. Lynn Barrett, John Dufresne, Editors. Habersham Review. Piedmont College, Demarest, Georgia, 30535-0010. David L. Green, Lisa Hodgins Lumpkin, Editors. Biannual. Happy, 240 East 35th Street, Suite 11A, New York, New York, 10116. Bayard, Editor. Offbeat Quarterly. Harper's Magazine. Honorable Mention Story. 666 Broadway, New York, New York, 10012. Lewis Lapham, Editor. www.harpers.org. Hayden's Ferry Review, Box 871502, Arizona State University, Tempe, Arizona, 85287-1502. Rotating Editorship. hfr@asuvm.inre.asu.edu. 129.219.240.141/hfr/hfr.html. Biannual. High Plains Literary Review, 180 Adams Street, Suite 250, Denver, Colorado, 80206. Robert O. Greer, Jr., Editor-in-Chief. Triannual. The Hudson Review. Honorable Mention Story. 684 Park Avenue, New York, New York, 10021. Paula Dietz, Frederick Morgan, Editors. Quarterly. Image. Honorable Mention Story. P.O. Box 674, Kennett Square, Pennsylvania, 19348. Gregory Wolfe, Publisher and Editor. 73424.1024@CompuServe.com. A quarterly journal of the arts and religion. Indiana Review. 465 Ballantyne, Bloomington, Indiana, 47405. Rotating Editorship. Biannual. The Iowa Review. Honorable Mention Story. 308 English Philosophy Building, University of Iowa, Iowa City, Iowa, 52242-1492. David Hamilton, Editor. www.uiowa.edu/English/Iowa Review. Triannual. Iowa Woman. P.O. Box 680, Iowa City, Iowa, 52244-0680. Rebecca Childers, Editor. Quarterly. The Journal of African Travel Writing. P.O. Box 346, Chapel Hill, North Carolina, 27514. Amber Vogel, Editor. Biannual. First issue, Fall 1996. The Journal. The Ohio State University English Department. 164 West 17th Avenue, Columbus, Ohio, 43210. Kathy Fagan, Michelle Herman, editors. Biannual. Calliope, Florida Community College at Jacksonville. 3939 Roosevelt Boulevard, Jacksonville, Florida, 32205. Mary Sue Keppel, editor. Triannual Journal of Women's Art. Kansas Quarterly, Arkansas Review. English and Philosophy Department, Box 1890, Arkansas State University, Arkansas, 72467. Norman Lavers, editor. Formerly Kansas Quarterly, resumed publication as a triannual in 1996. Karamu, English Department, Eastern Illinois University, Charleston, Illinois, 61920. Peggy Brayfield, editor. Annual. The Kenyon Review. Prize-winning story. Kenyon College, Gambier, Ohio, 43022. David H. Lynn, editor. Kenyon Review at kenyon.edu. Triannual. Kinesis, P.O. Box 4007, Whitefish, Montana, 59937-4007. Leif Peterson, editor and publisher. KINESIS at netrix.net. Monthly. Kiosk, State University of New York at Buffalo, English Department, 306 Clemens Hall, Buffalo, New York, 14260. Rotating editorship. Annual. The Laurel Review, English Department, Northwest Missouri State University, Maryville, Missouri, 64468. William Trowbridge, editor. Biannual. Literal Latte, Suite 240, 61 East 8th Street, New York, New York, 10003. Janine Gordon Bachman, publisher and editor. LITLATTE at AOL.com. www.literal-latte.com. Bimonthly. Literary Review. Honorable Mention Story. Fairleigh Dickinson University. 285 Madison Avenue, Madison, New Jersey, 07940. Walter Cummins, Editor-in-Chief. TLR at fdu.edu. www.webdelsol.com/TLR. Quarterly. Louisiana Literature, Box 792, Southeastern Louisiana University, Hammond, Louisiana, 70402. David C. Henson, editor. Biannual. The Madison Review, University of Wisconsin, English Department, Helen C. White Hall, 600 North Park Street, Madison, Wisconsin, 53706. Rotating editorship. Biannual. Magic Realism, P.O. Box 922-648, Sylmar, California, 91392-2648. C. Darren Butler, Editor-in-Chief. The Malahat Review, University of Victoria, P.O. Box 1700, Victoria, British Columbia, V8W 2Y2, Canada. Dirk Wynand, editor. MALAHAT at uvic.ca. Quarterly. Manoa. Honorable Mention Story. English Department, University of Hawaii, Honolulu, Hawaii, 96822. Frank Stewart, editor. www.2.hawaii.edu/onjournal. Biannual. The Massachusetts Review, South College, University of Massachusetts. Box 37140, Amherst, Massachusetts, 01003-7140. Jules Chemetsky, editor. Quarterly. Michigan Quarterly Review, The University of Michigan, 3032 Rackham Building, 915 East Washington Street, Ann Arbor, Michigan, 48109-1070. Lawrence Goldstein, editor. Mid-American Review, English Department, Bowling Green State University, Bowling Green, Ohio, 43403. George Looney, Editor-in-Chief. Biannual. Midstream, 110 East 59th Street, 4th floor, New York, New York, 10022. Joel Carmichael, editor. Monthly, with focus on Jewish issues and Zionist concerns. The Minnesota Review, English Department, East Carolina University, Greenville, North Carolina, 27858-4353. Jeffrey Williams, editor. Non-Minnesota-based biannual. Mississippi Review, University of Southern Mississippi, Southern Station, P.O. Box 5144, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, 39406-5144. Frederick Barthelme, editor. www.sushi.st.usm.edu/mrw/index.html. Internet version publishes full-text stories and poems monthly, many of which are not included in regular issues of the magazine, among the top literary websites. The Missouri Review, honorable mention story. 1507 Hillcrest Hall, University of Missouri, Columbia, Missouri, 65211. Spear Morgan, editor. www.missouri.edu/mo review, triannual. Ms., 135 West 50th Street, 16th floor, New York, New York, 10020. Marcia N. Gillespie, editor-in-chief. ms@echonyc.com. Focus on feminist issues. Nassau Review, English Department, Nassau Community College, 1 Education Drive, Garden City, New York, 11530-6793. Paul A. Doyle, editor, annual. The Nebraska Review, Writers' Workshop, Fine Arts Building, 212, University of Nebraska at Omaha, Omaha, Nebraska, 68182-0324. Art Homer, Richard Duggan, editors. www.unomaha.edu/AHOMER, biannual. New Delta Review, English Department, Louisiana State University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 70803-5001. Rotating editorship, biannual. New England Review, Middlebury College, Middlebury, Vermont, 05753. Stephen Donadio, editor. NE Review at mail.middlebury.edu. Quarterly. New Letters, honorable mention story. University of Missouri at Kansas City, 5100 Rock Hill Road, Kansas City, Missouri, 64110. James McKinley, editor-in-chief. Quarterly. New Millennium Writings, P.O. Box 2463, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37901. Don Williams, editor. www.mach2.com/books/williams/index.html. Biannual. Started in 1996. New Orleans Review, honorable mention story. P.O. Box 195, Loyola University, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70118. Ralph Adamo, editor. NO Review at beta.loyno.edu. Quarterly. The New Renaissance, 26 Heath Road, No. 11, Arlington, Massachusetts, 02174-3614. Louise T. Reynolds, editor-in-chief. JPAGANO at allegro.cs.tufts.edu. Biannual. The New Yorker, prize-winning story, honorable mention story. 25 West 43rd Street, New York, New York, 10036. Bill Buford, fiction editor. www.enews.com/magazines/new_Yorker. Esteemed weekly with special fiction issues in June and December. Nimrod, 2010 Utica Square, Suite 707, Tulsa, Oklahoma, 74114-1635. Francine Ringgold, editor-in-chief. biannual. 96 Incorporated, P.O. Box 15559, Boston, Massachusetts 02215. Vera Gold, editor, biannual. The North American Review, University of Northern Iowa, 1222 West 27th Street, Cedar Falls, Iowa 50614. Robley Wilson, editor, nar@uni.edu. Bi-monthly, founded in 1815. Features short shorts. North Dakota Quarterly. Honorable mention story. The University of North Dakota, Grand Forks, North Dakota, 58202-7209. Robert W. Lewis, editor. Northeast Corridor, English Department, Beaver College, 450 South Easton Road, Glenside, Pennsylvania, 19038-3295. Susan Ballet, editor, biannual. Northwest Review, 369 PLC, University of Oregon, Eugene, Oregon, 97403. John Whitty, editor, triannual. Notre Dame Review, Creative Writing Program, English Department, University of Notre Dame, Indiana, 46556. Valerie Sayers, editor, biannual, started in 1996. Oasis, honorable mention story. P.O. Box 626, Largo, Florida, 34649-0626. Neil Storrs, editor, Quirky Quarterly. Ohio Review, Ellis Hall, Ohio University, Athens, Ohio, 45701-2979. Wayne Dodd, editor. Ontario Review, honorable mention story. 9 Honeybrook Drive, Princeton, New Jersey, 08540. Raymond J. Smith, editor, biannual. Other Voices, English Department, MC 162, University of Illinois at Chicago, 601 South Morgan Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60607-7120. Lois Halselman, executive editor, biannual with all fiction format. Oxalis, Stone Ridge Poetry Society, P.O. Box 3993, Kingston, New York, 12401. Shirley Powell, editor. The Oxford American, 115.5 South Lamar, Oxford, Mississippi, 38655. Mark Smirnoff, editor. John Grisham-backed magazine with Southern focus. Oxygen, Suite 1010, 535 Geary Street, San Francisco, California, 94102. Richard Hack, editor. Pangolin Papers, P.O. Box 241, Nordland, Washington, 98358. Pat Britt, editor. All fiction triannual. The Paris Review, honorable mention story. 541 East 72nd Street, New York, New York, 10021. George Plimpton, editor. www.voyager.com/pr/quarterly. Parting Gifts, 3413 Wilshire Drive, Greensboro, North Carolina, 27408. Robert Bixby, editor. rbixby@aol.com. users.aol.com/marchst/msp.html. Partisan Review, 236 Bay State Road, Boston, Massachusetts, 02215. William Phillips, editor-in-chief, quarterly. Passages North, English Department, Northern Michigan University, 1401 Presque Isle Avenue, Marquette, Michigan, 49007, 855-5363. Anne Oman Youngs, editor-in-chief, biannual. Playboy, Playboy Building, 919 North Michigan Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60611. Alice Turner, fiction editor. Editor at playboy.com. www.playboy.com. Sometimes takes on literary sheen. Plowshares, prize-winning story. 100 Beacon Street, Boston, Massachusetts, 02116. Don Lee, editor. www.emerson.edu/plowshares/ Well-known writers serve as guest editors. Potpourri, P.O. Box 8278, Prairie Village, Kansas 66208. Polly W. Swafford, Senior Editor. Quarterly. Potter's Field Portfolio, P.O. Box 27094, Halifax, Nova Scotia, B3H4M8, Canada. Ian Colford, Editor. saundc@auracom.com. users.atcon.com/saundc/potters.html. Triannual. Prairie Fire. Prize-winning story. 423-100 Arthur Street, Winnipeg, Manitoba, R3B1H3, Canada. Andres Taskins, editor. Quarterly. Literary Immortality series enables donors to be written into stories and poems. Prairie Schooner. Prize-winning story. Honorable mention story. 201 Andrews Hall, University of Nebraska, Lincoln, Nebraska, 68588-0334. Hilda Roz, editor. Quarterly. Press. 125 West 72nd Street, Suite 3M, New York, New York 10023. Daniel Roberts, editor. Press Ltd@aol.com. www.paradasia.com/press. Quarterly. Premiere issue, Summer 1996. Prism International, Creative Writing Department, University of British Columbia, Vancouver, British Columbia, V6T1W5, Canada. Rotating editorship. prism@unixg.ubc.ca. www.arts.ubc.ca/crwr/prism/prism.html. Quarterly. Prison Life. Joint Venture Publishers, 1436 West Gray Street, Suite 531, Houston, Texas 77019-4946. www.prisonlifemag.com. Magazine devoted to prison, prisoners, and prison-related issues. Publishes fiction written by inmates. Provincetown Arts, 650 Commercial Street, Provincetown, Massachusetts, 02657. Christopher Busa, editor. Annual Cape Cod Arts Magazine. Puerto del Sol, P.O. Box 30001, Department 3E, New Mexico State University, Las Cruces, New Mexico, 88003-8001. Kevin McElvoy, Editor-in-Chief, Biannual. Quarry Magazine, P.O. Box 1061, Kingston, Ontario, K7L4Y5, Canada. Mary Cameron, editor. Quarterly. The Quarterly, 650 Madison Avenue, Suite 2600, New York, New York 10022. Gordon Lish, editor. www.salzmann.com/gutter/#Q. Publication interrupted. Quarterly West, 317 Open Union Hall, University of Utah, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84112. Lawrence Coates, M.L. Williams, editors. Biannual. Raritan, Rutgers University, 31 Mine Street, New Brunswick, New Jersey, 08903. Richard Poirier, Editor-in-Chief, Quarterly. Real, School of Liberal Arts, Stephen F. Austin State University, P.O. Box 13007, SFA Station, Nacogdoches, Texas, 75962. W. Dale Herold, editor. Red Book, 224 West 57th Street, New York, New York 10019. Don Rafael, Books and Fiction, editor. Rio Grande Review, Hudspeth Hall, University of Texas at El Paso, Texas 79968. M. Elena Carrillo, editor. Biannual. River Styx, 3207 Washington, St. Louis, Missouri, 63103. Richard Newman, editor. Triannual. Room of One's Own, P.O. Box 46160, Station G, Vancouver, British Columbia, V6R4G5, Canada. Rosebud, P.O. Box 459315, East Water Street, Cambridge, Wisconsin, 53523. Roderick Clark, editor. Quarterly. Salamander, 48 Ackers Avenue, Brookline, Massachusetts, 02146. Jennifer Barber, editor. Biannual. Salmagundi, Skidmore College, Saratoga Springs, New York, 12866. Robert Boyers, editor-in-chief. Quarterly. Santa Monica Review, Santa Monica College, 1900 Pico Boulevard, Santa Monica, California, 90405. Lee Montgomery, editor. Biannual. 7 Days, 29 Church Street, P.O. Box 1164, Burlington, Vermont, 05042-1164. Paula Routley, co-publisher. Free Burlington, Vermont area weekly newspaper with occasional fiction. The Sewanee Review, University of the South, Sewanee, Tennessee, 37375. George Core, editor. http://www.sewanee.edu/sreview/home.html. Quarterly. Shenandoah, Troubadour Theater, 2nd floor, Washington and Lee University, Lexington, Virginia, 24450. R.T. Smith, editor. Quarterly. The Slate, P.O. Box 581189, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 55458-1189. Rachel Fulkerson, Chris Dahl, etc., editors. Not to be confused with Microsoft's Michael Kinsley edited online zine, ceasing publication. Snake Nation Review, 110, No. 2 West 4th Street, Valdosta, Georgia, 31601. Robert George, editor. Triannual. So to Speak, 4400 University Drive, George Mason University, Fairfax, Virginia, 22030-444. Rotating Editorship, a feminist journal of language and art. Southern Exposure, P.O. Box 531, Durham, North Carolina, 27702. Joe Carson, fiction editor. Southern at igc.apc.org. sunsite.unc.edu/southern_exposure. A journal of Southern politics and culture. Southern Humanities Review, 9088 Haley Center, Auburn University, Auburn, Alabama, 36849. Dan R. Latimer, Virginia M. Cuidas, editors. Quarterly. The Southern Review, 43 Allen Hull, Louisiana State University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 70803-5005. James Olney, Dave Smith, editors. Quarterly. Southwest Review, honorable mention story. Southern Methodist University, 307 Fondren Library West, Dallas, Texas, 75275. Willard Spiegelman, editor-in-chief. Quarterly. Story, prize-winning story, honorable mention story. 107 Dana Avenue, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45207. Lois Rosenthal, editor. All Fiction Quarterly. Story Quarterly, honorable mention story. P.O. Box 1416, Northbrook, Illinois, 60065. Diane Williams, editor. The Sun, honorable mention story. 107 North Roberson Street, Chapel Hill, North Carolina, 27516. Cy Safransky, editor. Eclectic Monthly. Sycamore Review, honorable mention story. English Department. Hevelon Hall, Purdue University, West Lafayette, Indiana, 47907. Rob Davidson, editor-in-chief. sycamore@expert.cc.purdue.edu, www.sla.purdue.edu/academic/engl/sycamore/ biannual. Tamaqua, Humanities Department, Parkland College, 2400 West Bradley Avenue, Champaign, Illinois, 61821-1899. Bruce Morgan, Editor-in-Chief, biannual. Teacup, P.O. Box 8665, Hellgate Station, Missoula, Montana, 59807. Ryan Ellis, Editor, triannual. Thema, Box 74109, Metairie, Louisiana, 70053-4109. Virginia Howard, Editor. For every issue a theme, biannual. Third Coast, English Department, Western Michigan University, Kalamazoo, Michigan, 49008-5092. Teresa Cody O'Neill, Fiction Editor. www.wmich.edu/thirdcoast/index.html, biannual. The Threepenny Review, P.O. Box 9131, Berkeley, California, 94709. Wendy Lesser, Editor, quarterly. Tikkun, 60 West 87th Street, New York, New York, 10024. Thane Rosenbaum, Fiction Editor. tikkun@panix.com. A bi-monthly Jewish critique of politics, culture, and society. Time Out New York, 627 Broadway, 7th floor, New York, New York, 10012. Susan Kelly, Books and Poetry Editor. www.timeout.co.uk. Weekly Guide to New York City Entertainment, one special issue with fiction to date. Treasure House, Suite 3A, 1106 Oak Hill Avenue, Hagerstown, Maryland, 21742. J. G. Wolfensberger, Editor-in-Chief. thpublish@aol.com. As of 1997, renamed Verb. Published triannually. Tri-quarterly. Prize-winning story. Northwestern University, 2020 Ridge Avenue, Evanston, Illinois, 60208. Reginald Gibbons, Editor. Triannual. The Urbanite, P.O. Box 4737, Davenport, Iowa, 52808. Mark McLaughlin, Editor and Illustrator. Surreal and lively and bizarre. Urbanus, P.O. Box 192921, San Francisco, California, 94119-2921. Peter Dreischel, Editor. Published approximately 3 times a year. Vignette, Honorable Mention Story. P.O. Box 109, Hollywood, California, 90078-0109. Dawn Bailey, Editor. VIGNET@AOL.com. All Fiction Quarterly. Each issue has a theme. The Virginia Quarterly Review, 1 West Range, Charlottesville, Virginia, 22903. Stage D. Blackford, Editor. Wascana Review, Honorable Mention Story. English Department, University of Regina, Regina, Saskatchewan, S4S0A2, Canada. Kathleen Wall, Editor. Biannual. Washington Review, P.O. Box 50132, Washington, D.C., 20091-0132. Joe Ross, Literary Editor. Quarterly D.C. Area Arts Magazine. Weber Studies, Weber State College, Ogden, Utah, 84408-1214. Neela C. Seshachari, Editor. Tri-Quarterly Interdisciplinary Humanities Journal. Wellspring, 4080 83rd Avenue North, Suite A, Brooklyn Park, Minnesota, 55443. Meg Miller, Editor, Publisher. West Branch, Bucknell Hall, Bucknell University, Lewisburg, Pennsylvania, 17837. Carl Patton, Robert Love Taylor, editors. Biannual. West Coast Line, 2027 East Academic Annex, Simon Fraser University, Burnaby, British Columbia, V5A 1S6, Canada. Roy Meeke, editor. www.sfu.ca/west-coast-line/wcl.html. Triannual. Western Humanities Review, University of Utah, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84112. Barry Weller, editor. Quarterly. Whetstone, Barrington Area Arts Council, P.O. Box 1266, Barrington, Illinois, 60011. Sandra Barris, editor. Annual. Whiskey Island Magazine, University Center, Cleveland State University, 1860 East 22nd Street, Cleveland, Ohio, 44114. Rotating editorship. Whiskey Island at popmail.csuhio.edu. Biannual. The William and Mary Review, College of William and Mary, P.O. Box 8795, Williamsburg, Virginia, 23187. Forrest Pritchard, editor. Annual. Willow Springs, 526 5th Street, MS1, Eastern Washington University, Cheney, Washington, 99004. Christopher Howell, editor. Biannual. Wind, P.O. Box 24548, Lexington, Kentucky, 40524. Charlie Hughes, Letha Kendrick, editors. Biannual. Windsor Review, English Department, University of Windsor, Windsor, Ontario, N9B3P4, Canada. Alistair MacLeod, fiction editor. Biannual. Witness, honorable mention story. Oakland Community College, Orchard Ridge Campus, 27055, Orchard Lake Road, Farmington Hills, Michigan, 48334. Peter Stein, editor. Biannual with theme issues. Worcester Review, 6 Chatham Street, Worcester, Massachusetts, 01609. Roger Martin, managing editor. Annual. Wordplay, P.O. Box 2248, South Portland, Maine, 04116-2248. Helen Pepp, editor-in-chief. Quarterly. Writ, Innis College, University of Toronto, 2 Sussex Avenue, Toronto, Ontario, M5S1J5, Canada. Roger Greenwald, editor. No longer publishing. Last issue, fall 1995. Writers Forum, honorable mention story. University of Colorado, P.O. Box 7150, Colorado Springs, Colorado, 80933-7150. Alexander Blackburn, editor-in-chief. Annual. Xavier Review, Xavier University, Box 110C, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70125. Thomas Bonner, Jr., editor. Biannual. The Yale Review, prize-winning story. Yale University, P.O. Box 208243, New Haven, Connecticut, 06250-8243. J. D. McClatchy, editor. Quarterly. Yankee, Yankee Publishing Incorporated, Dublin, New Hampshire, 03444. Judson D. Hale, Sr., editor. Monthly magazine devoted to New England, occasional fiction. Zizova, 41 Sutter Street, Suite 1400, San Francisco, California, 94104-4903. Howard Junker, editor. zyzzyvainc@aol.com. www.webde/sol.com/zyzzyva. Triannual, West Coast Writers and Artists. End of Prize Stories 1997, The O. Henry Awards. Edited by Larry Dark. Read by Kristin Allison in the studios of Talking Book Publishers Incorporated for the Library of Congress, July 1999. Published by Doubleday, a division of Bantam Doubleday Dell Publishing Group Incorporated. 1540 Broadway, New York, New York, 10036. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.